Chapter 2747. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had advanced further and reached the middle stage of the king realm. Among the younger generation, it was not easy. One day, Fang Chen suddenly wanted to study the scarlet token on a whim. He looked at the scarlet token in his palm and studied it for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. He used his divine sense to penetrate the crimson token, but he found nothing inside. What does this scarlet token contain? Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. He even participated in the study of the heart of Xianming, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. Fang Chen was a little helpless. Suddenly, he thought of what the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. Never inject your own blood essence into the scarlet token. Fang Chen's heart stirred. It was as if he wanted to give it a try and see what the consequences would be. It's just a drop of blood essence. I'll try it. If there's anything wrong, I'll stop immediately. He comforted himself. After a while, everything was ready. Fang Chen bit his finger, and a drop of blood essence instantly emerged. He dropped the blood essence on the scarlet token with a nervous heart. Buzz! The scarlet token instantly swallowed the blood essence, and then a rich scarlet aura burst out in an instant, drowning the whole world, including Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He exerted all his strength to resist, but it was useless. The power contained in the scarlet aura was so strong that it kept corroding his whole body. Damn it, how could this be? Fang Chen cursed. He couldn't resist at all. Hiss! The blood essence drilled into the scarlet token, and the power of the dark bloodline spread out. Buzz! The scarlet token seemed to have sensed the aura of the dark bloodline and suddenly changed. The palm-sized scarlet token instantly turned into a terrifying vortex. The vast power enveloped Fang Chen and pulled his body into it. No! Fang Chen roared hysterically, but in the end, he was still drowned in the vortex. When Fang Chen disappeared, the vortex also dissipated instantly. The crimson token collapsed in the void with a boom. The scarlet aura between heaven and earth also gradually dissipated. Voila! In the void, a figure whizzed over. He looked around and stared straight at the courtyard below. His face was extremely gloomy. Blood order. Chief Tianshu Yuan could sense the aura of the blood-colored token permeating the air. Did Fang Chen drip his blood on the scarlet token? The chief of Tianshu Yuan looked very gloomy, and his heart was filled with helplessness. He recalled the first time he had obtained the blood token. He had dripped his essence blood on it and had almost died. At that time, he'd lost half his life. Fortunately, he'd executed his trump card at the last moment and was rescued by the ancestor, allowing him to survive. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would still drip his essence blood on the scarlet token, even though he'd warned him not to. The chief of Tianshu Yuan's heart was filled with pain. His figure flashed, and he once again arrived at the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Before he could speak, the ancestor in the cave spoke. A powerful force erupted from the scarlet token and shredded his body. Hearing this, the chief of Tianshu Yuan was stunned. His face was filled with a complicated expression, and his heart was filled with pain. Fang Chen's potential was obvious to all. He was the strongest in the world. If he was nurtured well, he was destined to become a peerless powerhouse who stood at the peak of the primordial chaos. But now, he had lost his life in an accident. Ancestor, the chief of Tianshu Yuan, said sadly. I want to help, but it was too late. A sigh came from the cave. When the scarlet token self-destructed, the power that erupted was extremely powerful. Even he couldn't save Fang Chen in time. Forget it, forget it. The chief of Tianshu Yuan flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Except for the higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan, no one knew that Fang Chen had died not long ago in the explosion of the scarlet token. Night shrouded the earth, and the stars in the sky flickered. A golden figure came whistling and hovered in midair, standing proudly. Chief of Tianshu Yuan. The sound of rolling thunder spread into the main peak of Tianshu Yuan. Whoosh! In the darkness, the chief of Tianshu Yuan leaped into the air and looked at the dragon controller. What business does the dragon controller have visiting so late at night? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked. After what happened during the day, the chief of Tianshu Yuan's face was full of fatigue. His heart was filled with pain. Fang Chun was a prodigy that he thought highly of, but he died in Tianshu Yuan. Afterward, he kept blaming himself. If he had spoken up to stop Fang Chun when he chose to exchange for the blood token back then, such a tragedy would not have happened. Originally, he was going to ask the ancestor to use his extraordinary means to send him into the starless realm. Who would have thought that this would happen? I came to Tianshu Yuan on the orders of my master to ask for a person, the dragon controller said faintly. Although his cultivation was not as high as the chief of Tianshu Yuan, his status was not low at all. In the final analysis, it was because behind him stood the master of the Despair continent, Lord Hand of Despair. Otherwise, the chief of Tianshu Yuan wouldn't have paid attention to a mere peak life ancient realm expert. You want a person? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked in confusion. Back in the chaotic Sky City war zone, among the many core disciples, there was a peak void ancient realm disciple. My master ordered me to bring him back, the dragon controller said. Hearing this, the chief of Tianshu Yuan's expression changed. You mean Fang Chun? The chief of Tianshu Yuan asked. The dragon controller nodded. In fact, he didn't know Fang Chun's name. I'm really sorry that you're late, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven away by the chief of Tianshu Yuan. Not to mention that he was in a very bad mood right now. He had just lost a peerless genius disciple. However, the dragon controller came on behalf of the Hand of Despair. He didn't dare to offend him. The dragon controller asked, What's going on? Before, the chief of Tianshu Yuan told the dragon controller everything that had happened. The latter frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe the chief of Tianshu Yuan's words. He spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire Tianshu Yuan, and carefully investigated. A moment later, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. This was because there was no trace of Fang Chun in Tianshu Yuan. If there was no way he could escape the dragon controller's heavenly eye. On the peak of the mountain, in front of the thatched hut, Master, the chief of Tianshu Yuan, said that the guy died in another experiment. I don't believe it. After careful investigation, I didn't find any trace of him in Tianshu Yuan, the dragon controller reported truthfully. The Hand of Despair nodded gently and closed his eyes. His huge divine sense instantly enveloped every corner of the entire continent of despair. At the same time, on the main peak of Tianshu Yuan, the chief of Tianshu Yuan felt a trace of imperceptible divine sense spying on him. The Hand of Despair. The chief of Tianshu Yuan cried out involuntarily. Only the Hand of Despair had such an ability. Soon, the huge divine sense dissipated, and the chief of Tianshu Yuan returned to the palace. In front of the thatched hut, the Hand of Despair opened his eyes. He's no longer in the continent of despair. It seems that what the chief of Tianshu Yuan said was true. The Hand of Despair said lightly, his face expressionless. What a pity, the dragon controller said. The Hand of Despair turned around and returned to the thatched hut. Investigate carefully. If you find a peerless genius, bring him back to me in time. Yes, master, the dragon controller said. For the Hand of Despair, even if a peerless genius had fallen, he would not be of much value. If he could not find him in the entire continent of despair, the only possibility was that he had fallen. Therefore, he no longer had any thoughts about Fang Chun. The dragon controller stood respectfully in front of the thatched hut until the aura of the Hand of Despair disappeared. I almost completed Master's task. What a pity, the dragon controller said helplessly. For countless years, the world thought that he was the right-hand man of the Hand of Despair and was honored. However, what they did not know was that he was often tortured because of this task. Forget it. Let's start from the beginning. The dragon controller curled his lips and said to himself, Roar! The golden dragon around him seemed to have sensed his master's mood and let out a loud cry. Swoosh! A ray of light shot out from the thatched hut. Poochie! The ray of light seemed ordinary, but when it hit the golden dragon, it instantly penetrated its body. Don't make any noise. Blood splattered everywhere, and the golden dragon trembled in pain. However, it did not dare to make sound. Let's go. Chapter 2748. The blood-red light spread to the horizon, and the entire land seemed to be in a scarlet sea. The rich bloodline power was scattered all over the void, as if it was going to cover the entire land. The heavenly Tao energy could only reside in a narrow space. A blood-red crescent moon hung in the sky. There was a black figure in the crescent moon, the legend of the Bloodline King. This was the bloodline boundary, one of the boundaries left behind by the Bloodline King. In a tribe, Fong Chun sat quietly on a hill, looking at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. Complicated thoughts appeared in his mind. It had been half a month since he came here, and he finally understood the situation here. I really didn't expect that I would be sucked into the bloodline boundary. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. He still couldn't imagine how he came here. Half a month ago, Fong Chun couldn't hold back his curiosity and dripped his essence blood on the blood token. At first, Fong Chun could still rely on the powerful defense of the chaotic origin soar body to resist the devouring of the blood token. But after a short while, he completely collapsed, and in the end, he was annihilated by the blood token. At that time, his heart was filled with despair, and he thought that he was going to die. Who would have thought that when he woke up, he would find himself in a mysterious place? The Flame Tribe. It was the people of the Flame Tribe who saved him while he was unconscious. They were very simple and had never come in contact with people from the outside world. Fong Chun learned from them that this mysterious place was called the Bloodline Boundary. The strongest person they believed in was the legendary Bloodline King. Brother Fong Chun, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, and then a child of about 10 years old ran up the hill. Fong Chun turned around, and when he looked at the child, he revealed a gentle smile. Little Flame, why are you here? I want to know about the outside world. The eyes of the child, called Little Flame, flickered, and he was very curious about the unknown outside world. From a certain perspective, a boundary was no different from an independent space. But compared to an independent space, a boundary was more stable. The reason for that was because the person who created the spirit formation was able to set all the rules. For example, there were countless tribes with special bloodlines living in the bloodline enchantment. These tribes were all brought into the bloodline enchantment by the Bloodline King himself countless years ago. The outside world? Fong Chun murmured. He didn't even know how to leave the bloodline barrier. Brother Fong Chun, do you want to leave the bloodline barrier? Xiaohua asked. Without waiting for Fong Chun to speak, Xiaohua continued. I heard from Grandpa Patriarch that there is a legend in our bloodline barrier. If you can gather 49 special bloodlines, you will be able to receive the summons of the Bloodline King. At that time, you will be able to leave the bloodline barrier. But Xiaohua pouted and said unhappily, but in all these years, no one has been able to gather all 49 bloodlines. Fong Chun nodded lightly. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Perhaps this bloodline barrier was a great opportunity for him. For example, although the guy in front of him was only a little over 10 years old, his body contained a powerful flame bloodline. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Buzz. Flames flickered around Xiaohua's body, and traces of bright red blood dripped from his fingers. In an instant, the void was burned. Fire origin bloodline. This bloodline was very powerful and very special. At least Fong Chun had never heard of it in the outside world. There were more than 100 people in the Flame Tribe, and almost every one of them had the Fire Origin bloodline. When the Fire Origin bloodline evolved to the extreme, it could control all the flames in the world. Therefore, the people of the Flame Tribe were born to be blacksmiths. Rumble. Just as Fong Chun and Xiaohua were chatting, a deafening sound suddenly came. Then Fong Chun saw a waterfall in the sky in front of him, spraying water droplets. Oh no, the Water Source Tribe is here again. Xiaohua said bitterly. Big brother Fong Chun, I'll chat with you later. After saying this, Xiao Hua ran down the hill. "Wait for me," Fang Chun called out as he ran side by side with Xiao Hua. The Water Source tribe was one of the many tribes in the bloodline barrier, and their bloodline was the Water Source bloodline. The ancients said that water and fire were incompatible. Therefore, the Water Source tribe and the Flame tribe had always been at odds. Old Hua, have you thought it through? Your tribe has declined to the point where you don't have any life ancient experts. Join my tribe. The leader of the Water Source tribe was covered in mist. If one looked closely, they would see that his body was completely formed by water droplets. This was the highest level of the Water Source bloodline. In your dreams, the Flame tribe members roared in anger. Stubborn. The water droplet man snorted and waved his hand, causing countless water droplets to fall from the sky. Ding, ding, ding. These water droplets hit the Flame tribe members, extinguishing the flames on their bodies. Don't hurt my grandfather. Xiao Hua hurried over and stood in front of the Flame tribe leader. Fang Chen's advancing body came to an abrupt stop. Deja vu. Fang Chun frowned and stared at the water droplet man. He seemed to have seen the method he had just used before. He quickly thought in his mind, could it be that other than me, someone else has entered here? That's right, there must be more than one blood token. He could imagine that the bloodline monarch must be carrying out a crazy plan. There must be more than one bloodline barrier. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. His thoughts were pulled back to the time when he was fighting in the Empyrean Sea. Yes, that's it. Fang Chen's heart shook, and his eyes widened as he stared at the water droplet man. The method he had just used was exactly the same as the water mist divine art, one of the 49 supreme divine arts in the Empyrean Sea. Could it be someone from the ancient Saint Primal Chaos? Fang Chun thought to himself. It could also be someone from the dark marsh Primal Chaos. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the water droplet man spoke again. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't agree in 3 months, we'll flatten the Flame tribe. After that, the people of the Water Source tribe left in a mighty manner. The Flame tribe was in a mess, and the chief looked tired. Many tribesmen fell to the ground in pain. Why did they gather so many special bloodlines here, especially build a bloodline barrier and spread the blood token? Fang Chun muttered. At night, after the Flame tribe had settled down, Xiao Hua found Fang Chun. The two sat on a stone bench, and Xiao Hua raised his head and stared blankly at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. Brother, do you think our Flame tribe is going to be destroyed? Fang Chun stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Xiao Hua's head. No, but the Water Source tribe is so strong, and they even have an ancient life realm expert. How will our Flame tribe resist in 3 months? Xiao Hua said disappointedly. There's always hope. Don't abandon it. Don't give up. Fang Chun said softly. Xiao Hua shook his head and bit his finger, dripping a drop of flame blood essence on a Fang Chun's palm. Hiss! As the flames burned, the blood essence drilled into Fang Chun's body. Brother Fang Chun, you're not a member of the Flame tribe, so you don't have to die with us. You should leave before the Water Source tribe arrives. Xiao Hua said, my blood essence contains the heart of the Flame origin. After refining it, I'll be able to obtain the Flame origin bloodline. Although Xiao Hua was young, he knew that the Flame origin bloodline couldn't be destroyed in their generation. Xiao Hua, do you believe in your brother? Fang Chun felt the darkness bloodline and the heart of the Flame origin fusing together, setting off terrifying waves. Xiao Hua nodded. Brother promises you that the Flame tribe will be fine. The Water Source tribe. Sir, we've already given the Flame tribe an ultimatum. If they don't agree in 3 months, we'll flatten them. The Water Drop Man said. In front of him was a black-robed man. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. Good, very good. I only have one goal, and that is to obtain the divine flame of the Source tribe. Chapter 2749. One had to admit that the Fire Origin bloodline was very special. The flames contained within made Fang Chun feel inconceivable. Ever since he obtained Xiao Hua's essence blood, Fang Chun had been wholeheartedly refining the heart of the Fire Origin. Big Brother is very hardworking, but for others to refine the heart of the Fire Origin Even if they have monstrous talent, they would need at least 100 years. In the distance, Xiaohua looked at Fang Chun, who was cultivating bitterly, and muttered, "Boom!" But just as Xiaohua finished speaking, boundless flames surged out from Fang Chun's body. These flames directly engulfed Fang Chun, turning him into a sea of fire. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Within the sea of fire, Fang Chun's darkness bloodline was completely released. Kacha! The heart of the fire origin was refined, and the fire origin bloodline was born, clashing with the darkness bloodline. Suppress. Fang Chun roared and activated the chaotic origin sword body, suppressing the two bloodlines that went berserk. Wong. After a long time, the sea of fire around him disappeared, and Fang Chun's body regained its calmness. This is the fire origin bloodline, Fang Chun muttered. Xiaohua's eyes widened when he saw this scene from afar, and his mouth turned into an O shape. He could clearly see that there were flame patterns on the surface of Fang Chun's skin. This was the most basic symbol of the fire origin bloodline. So, exaggerated? In just a month, Fang Chun had refined the heart of the fire origin. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It was simply unimaginable. After a long time, Xiaohua regained his senses, and Fang Chun's gaze happened to be looking in his direction. Big brother. Lil Flame dashed over, wild with joy. Congratulations, Big Brother, for successfully refining the heart of the fire origin and possessing the fire origin bloodline. Xiaohua said excitedly. After interacting with the members of the Flame Tribe, Fang Chun felt that they were very simple. Not only did they take care of him, but they even gave him their fire origin bloodline selflessly. It's all thanks to Xiaohua. Otherwise, how could Big Brother possess the fire origin bloodline? Fang Chun smiled. Big Brother, now that you possess the fire origin bloodline, have you sensed two divine skills? Lil Fire asked curiously. Fang Chun nodded. When he possessed the fire origin bloodline, dense information had indeed appeared in his mind. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the chief of the Flame Tribe walked over. Little friend Fang, please come with me. Big Brother, go quickly. Grandpa Patriarch will bring you to see our Flame Tribe's tribe guardian, Divine Flame. Xiaohua said with a grin. Although Fang Chun was very confused, he still followed the elderly chief to the ancestral shrine of the Flame Tribe. To be able to refine the fire origin bloodline in such a short period of time, you are truly a shocking genius, said the elderly patriarch. He was not angry because Fang Chun was an outsider. On the contrary, he was very happy. The Fire Tribe exists to protect the fire origin bloodline. I can see that you have another special bloodline in your body. When he said this, a look of excitement appeared on the old clan leader's face. According to the instructions passed down by our ancestors, if someone can possess two special bloodlines at the same time, that person will be the person our Flame Tribe is looking for, said the elderly patriarch. Oh, Fang Chun was a little curious. All bloodlines in the world have their own uniqueness. It is almost impossible for two bloodlines to coexist in one person's blood, said the elderly patriarch. But you have succeeded. The elderly patriarch looked at Fang Chun with admiration and then opened the door of the ancestral shrine. The divine flame of our tribe is inside. Go in, said the elderly patriarch. The old clan chief said. All of these were the last words left behind by his ancestor. He was just following them. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Chun stepped into the ancestral shrine. The ancestral shrine of the Flame Tribe was very simple. There was only a memorial tablet inside. Fire Demon, True Monarch. 4 bold and powerful words were written on the memorial tablet. After seeing it, Fang Chun's pupils shrank. Could it be the legendary fire demon, True Monarch, who slew 5 supreme giants by himself during the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient times? Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. He had read about the deeds of fire demon, True Monarch in the ancient books of Tianshu Yuan. In the ancient times, fire demon, True Monarch stood at the top of the primordial chaos. His achievements in the Tao of Fire were unprecedented. However, after the battle of gods in the ancient times, he mysteriously disappeared. So, the Flame Tribe is the descendant of fire demon, True Monarch. Fang Chun sighed. The descendant of such a powerful figure who shook the primordial chaos had fallen to such a state. No, why would his descendant enter the bloodline boundary? Suddenly, Fang Chun thought of a problem. With fire demon true monarch strength, he should not be afraid of a bloodline king. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fang Chun was shocked. Thinking of all the things that had happened before, he had a crazy guess in his heart. Back then, fire demon true monarch and the other supreme giants joined forces with the bloodline king and seemed to be planning something. This matter must have something to do with the bloodline. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling spark appeared on Fire Demon True Monarch's memorial tablet. This flame flower bloomed quickly and released a thick flame. So powerful, Fang Chun could not help but take a few steps back. He was extremely shocked. Divine fire? Fang Chun exclaimed. In the flame, a hazy figure was faintly discernible. Fire Demon True Monarch? Fang Chun exclaimed. The latter slowly turned around and looked at Fang Chun with his flaming eyes. Fire Demon True Monarch sighed and said slowly, "Junior, you are finally here." Fang Chun listened to the order quietly. As this was a will left behind by True Monarch Fire Demon, the words were prepared beforehand. The fact that you have my bloodline proves that you are qualified to refine the divine fire. Fire Demon True Monarch's aged voice sounded. Refine it, and you can leave the Flame Tribe to collect other bloodlines. Whoosh! In the divine fire, Fire Demon True Monarch disappeared. What's going on? Fang Chun was even more puzzled. What did Fire Demon True Monarch's words mean? Could it be that they really had some big plan and he had accidentally barged in? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb. Was everything he was doing now under the surveillance of the Supreme Giant? Buzz! The divine fire flickered and emitted a scorching flame, triggering the fire origin bloodline in Fang Chun's body. Not good. Fang Chun cursed because with the help of the divine fire, the fire origin bloodline was devouring the darkness bloodline. Refine. In a panic, Fang Chun hurriedly refined the divine fire. Buzz! Fang Chun stretched out his palms and suppressed the divine fire. The divine fire, which was originally very powerful, dimmed quickly and was refined by Fang Chun. Rip! After refining the divine fire, Fang Chun's fire origin bloodline underwent a true evolution. On the surface of his skin, there were clear flames flickering. Fang Chun felt power erupting in his body. What a strong power! Is this the true fire origin bloodline? Fang Chun murmured. In the sky above the Flame Tribe, a fire dragon formed by flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere and roared. The dragon's roar spread across the land. Many people of the Flame Tribe knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Ancestor, please bless us. The fire dragon was the totem of the Flame Tribe. They thought that this was the manifestation of their ancestor. Roar! The fire dragon spat out scorching flames, sprinkling in the sky and entering the bodies of many people. In an instant, the bloodline power in their bodies underwent an evolution. Ha! Our ancestor has shown up. Our Flame Tribe is saved. The old chief shouted excitedly. Buzz! After a while, the fire dragon entered the ancestral hall, and the sky calmed down again. Creak! Fang Chun walked out of the ancestral hall. Benefactor, please save our Flame Tribe. The old chief took the lead and knelt. Brother, please save our Flame Tribe. Xiaohu cried. Get up. What's going on? Under Fang Chun's persuasion, the people of the Flame Tribe stood up. Fang Chun finally understood after the old chief explained it personally. Is Fire Demon True Lord so sure that the future generations can refine the divine fire? Fang Chun was full of doubts. Don't worry. I will protect the Flame Tribe no matter what. Fang Chun promised. On this day, the entire Flame Tribe was beaming with joy, because their ancestor had shown them the way. The fire dragon illuminated the sky, and the divine fire recognized its master. This series of events was enough to show that the Flame Tribe was about to rise, in a mysterious place at the peak of the primordial chaos. Kid, I hope you can succeed. A burly man, surrounded by flames, said. Fire Demon True Lord, Why are you so happy? A few people asked. Chapter 2750. Bloodline Barrier, Flame Tribe. Under the lead of the old chief, many tribe members respected Fong Chun from the bottom of their hearts. Big brother, you succeeded. Xiao was very excited and said with a smile. Every member of the Flame tribe knew how important the divine flame was to them. This is the order of the old ancestor, haha. Many tribe members were very excited and teared up. Wong. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt the divine flame in his body become restless. Whoosh! His body flashed and disappeared. He left a sentence for Xiao Hua and the others and then went into seclusion. Grandpa Chief, will Big Brother be okay? Xiao asked worriedly. That won't happen. Your elder brother has absorbed the divine flame. He is the one chosen by the heavens, said the old clan leader. Time passed. 3 months later, the Flame Tribe faced the danger of being exterminated. Under the lead of the Water Droplet Person, the Water Source Tribe arrived in front of the Flame Tribe. Old Flame Ghost, have you decided? The Water Droplet Person shouted with disdain. Today is the last day. If you refuse to submit, then die. The people of the Water Source Tribe were very arrogant. Seeing this, the people of the Flame Tribe bared their teeth and roared. Chief, let's fight it out with them. The people of the Flame Tribe would rather die than betray us. Seeing this, the Water Droplet Person's face darkened, and he said coldly, since that's the case, then from now on, there'll be no more Flame Tribe in the Bloodline Barrier. Following the Water Droplet Person's order, the people of the Water Source Tribe charged toward the Flame Tribe. Pucci. The people of the Water Source Tribe were very strong, and the weakened Flame Tribe couldn't resist at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there were clansmen who fell into a pool of blood. Damn it! Seeing this, the old chief roared and flames appeared in his palm as he charged toward the Water Source Tribe. Old Flame Ghost. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. The Droplet Man leaped up and blocked the elderly patriarch. At the same time, the water droplets on his body flew out and restrained the old chief. Hiss! The hot flames and the cold water droplets collided. This was the collision of the Fire Source bloodline and the Water Source bloodline. Old Ghost, your Fire Origin bloodline has declined. The Water Drop Person mocked. At the same time, she waved her hand, and the boundless Water Source bloodline was fully activated, devouring the Fire Source bloodline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water to put out the fire. When water reached a certain level of strength, even the strongest flames would be of no use. Bang! The old patriarch's body was sent flying. His Fire Origin bloodline was completely suppressed. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was somewhat pale. Grandpa! Xiaohua dashed in front of the elderly clan leader without any regard for its own safety, blocking the Water Droplet Man's attack. Don't hurt my grandfather! Lil Fire shouted. The Water Droplet Man looked down at the elderly tribe leader from above and sneered. The Flame Tribe that used to be extremely powerful has now fallen to such a state. How laughable! The Fire Origin bloodline is simply a waste on you. Since ancient times, fire and water were incompatible. The two tribes have been fighting for a long time. Once upon a time, the Flame Tribe was so powerful that the Water Tribe couldn't breathe. But now, with the decline of the Flame Tribe, the Fire Origin bloodline was on the verge of extinction. Scram! The Water Droplet Man took a step forward and arrived behind the elderly tribe leader. He shouted loudly, "After today, there will be no more Flame Tribe." He raised his hand, and many water droplets gathered together to form a huge water ball. Within the water ball, there was an extreme amount of power. Splash! Under his control, the water ball rapidly smashed towards the elderly tribe leader. At the same time, he kicked out and sent Xiao flying. Bang! Xiao's body fell to the ground in the distance. He screamed miserably as tears flowed out of his eyes. Many members of the Flame Tribe bared their teeth and fell into a state of madness. But it was useless. They couldn't block the powerful attacks of the Water Tribe members. Does the heavens want my Flame Tribe to die? The elderly tribe leader was unwilling to accept this. He turned his head and looked towards the depths of the Flame Tribe. Could a miracle happen? Whoosh! A dazzling sword light shot out from the depths of the flame tribe. It arrived in front of the water ball at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the vast water ball was easily pierced by the sword light and then exploded. Countless water droplets scattered across the sky. Thump! 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 Caught off guard, the water droplet man retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. Who is it? The water droplet man roared angrily as he looked around. You don't want to come out? The water droplet man waved his hands. The water droplets on his body instantly scattered and flew out in the sky. Ding! 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 Everywhere the water droplets passed, the void instantly collapsed. Almost every inch of the void was overturned, and there was no place to hide. Buzz! In the depths of the flame tribe, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a sword-shaped light shield that blocked the water droplet's attack. Who are you? The water droplet man stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes and asked coldly. Fang Chen walked out of the depths of the flame tribe step by step. His body exuded a powerful aura that made people respect and fear him. Brother, Xiao shouted when he saw this. The elderly tribe leader's eyes were also filled with excitement. You want to destroy the flame tribe? Fang Chen asked. So what if I do? The water droplet man said arrogantly. You think you can stop me? The water droplet man's cultivation was at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm, while Fang Chen was only at the early stage of the Star Ancient Realm. The water droplet man was not afraid at all. You want the divine flame? Fang Chen asked again. That's right. Buzz. Fang Chen opened his palm, and a beautiful flower appeared, burning fiercely. This is the divine flame? The water droplet man turned pale with fright, and his face instantly darkened. You refine the divine flame? The water droplet man's face was filled with anger. His heart trembled. The divine flame was wanted by that lord. If he could not bring it back, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Water Source tribe was able to establish a foothold in the bloodline boundary all these years thanks to that lord. Now, the divine flame was refined by this guy in front of him. You refined the divine flame and ruined the lord's plan. This is unforgivable. The water droplet man roared angrily. Kill him for me. Under the water droplet man's order, many people of the Water Source tribe rushed toward Fang Chen. Brother, let me help you. Xiao Ho rushed toward Fang Chen, and the people of the Flame tribe also came one after another. Fang Chen waved his hand casually and said, It's just a few flies. I alone am enough. Fang Chen's words angered the people of the Water Source tribe even more. They roared at the sky and launched a powerful attack. In an instant, a huge water curtain appeared in the sky. Fang Chen was trapped under the water curtain. Kid, you're dead, someone roared. Fang Chen shook his head gently. Although the water curtain gave him some pressure, it was not a threat. The Water Source bloodline is just SOSO. Fang Chen sneered. If you obediently hand over the tribe guarding divine water, I can spare your lives. Tribe guarding divine water? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the water droplet man almost exploded with anger. It's been a long time since anyone dared to have designs on our tribe guarding divine water. You're the first one in a million years. The water droplet man said eerily. Not everyone is qualified to touch the tribe guarding divine water. I'll let you know that the Water Source tribe is not to be trifled with. As his voice fell, the people of the Water Source tribe rushed forward. Splash! The huge water curtain kept shrinking until it tightly bound Fang Chen to the ground. Fang Chen did not move and looked mockingly at the water droplet man. The water curtain that you're so proud of is like trash in my eyes. Watch how I break it. Fang Chen said indifferently. In his palm, the divine flame shone. Splash! The divine flame emitted a scorching pressure, and at the same time, it triggered the fire origin bloodline in Fang Chen's body. The two combined, and the scorching temperature instantly spread out. Rip! The water curtain was burned by the divine flame without any resistance. Crack! The water curtain shattered, and the people of the Water Source tribe fell into pools of blood one by one. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Surrounded by the divine flame, he stared at the water droplet man. Chapter 27:51. The water droplet man's face turned ferocious as he released his water source bloodline. Monstrous waves emerged from his body, and the whole world seemed to be filled with an ocean. Splash! The surging waves crashed onto the ground. The faces of the Flame Tribe's members were filled with dread as they retreated one after another. "Be careful," the elderly chief reminded. Lil Flame, on the other hand, was nervously holding the old patriarch's large hand, his heart filled with worry. "It's okay," Fangshan replied calmly. At the same time, he looked at the water droplet man. "You seem to have made your decision. You want to make the water source tribe submit? You're courting death." The water droplet man roared and waved his hand. Monstrous waves broke through the clouds and turned into a water dragon. It carried endless power and pierced through the void and blasted towards Fangshan. Anyone who makes a mistake has to pay the corresponding price. The water source tribe is the same. Fangshan ascended to the sky and confronted the water dragon from afar. Roar! The water dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out endless waves, trying to drown Fangshan. Divine fire illuminates the sky and burns everything. Fangshan chanted softly. Divine fire appeared above his head and emitted an unparalleled scorching power. In an instant, a flame domain was formed around Fangshan. Any waves that entered the flame domain were evaporated in the blink of an eye. "I don't believe that you can continue like this," the water droplet man said coldly. His body flickered and turned into water droplets. He controlled the water dragons and attacked Fangshan in turn. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, the corners of Fangshan's lips curled up into a disdainful smile. "Who said that I only have divine fire attacks?" As he spoke, Fangshan took out the star concealing sword. The divine fire attack was just an attack that he had mastered recently. His real trump card was the invincible sword principle. Sword of Destruction. He waved the star concealing sword, and a sword light that could cut through heaven and earth burst out. Crack! The water dragon closest to Fangshan had just opened its bloody mouth when its body was cut in half by the sword light and disappeared. Huh! Below, many members of the Flame Tribe also widened their eyes. "Big Brother is so awesome," Lil Fire said excitedly. Nianmai's body trembled as he said, "The ancestors have shown themselves. The ancestors have shown themselves." After the Sword of Destruction, Fangshan performed the Sword of Heaven and Earth. With his current early stage star Ancient Cultivation base and his Chaos Grade star Concealing Sword complementing each other, the power of his one Sword of Heavens and Earth increased by several times. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, Fangshan defeated all the water dragons. The droplet man widened his eyes, not daring to believe what he was seeing. "I can't accept this." The water droplet man was prepared for his final struggle. He lifted his head and roared into the skies. He spread out his hands, and the water droplets gathered in his palms. At the same time, he pushed the power of his water source bloodline to the limit. "It's useless," Fangshan said indifferently. In the face of absolute power, everything else was fleeting. Fangshan had merged with the divine fire, and the power of his fire source bloodline completely suppressed the power of his water source bloodline. The water droplet man's attack power was greatly reduced. In such a state, how could he resist Fangshan's invincible sword Dao? Boom! The invincible sword Qi soared into the sky. Fangshan was like a demon god descending, and his sword pierced through the water droplet man's body. Crack! The water droplet man tried to escape. His body disintegrated into countless water droplets, but Fangshan waved his sleeve, and the divine fire burned the water droplets into nothingness. A miserable shriek rang out from the void. The current chief of the water source tribe, the water droplet man, died. Kill! The death of the water droplet man greatly boosted the morale of the Flame Tribe. Under the leadership of the elderly chief, they killed all the people of the water source tribe. A moment later, the land of the Flame Tribe was covered in blood. Whoosh! The battle was over, and the elderly chief breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fang Chun suddenly felt a vast aura coming from the distant horizon. What's going on? Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out. Stop! This voice was filled with extreme anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the flame tribe. When he saw the blood on the ground and the ruins, his heart turned cold. He clenched his fists and looked at Fang Chun with bloodshot eyes. The people of the Water Source tribe were killed by you. The black-clothed martial artist exuded a terrifying aura as he asked coldly. Life, ancient realm? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Damn it! The black-clothed martial artist waved his sleeve and water droplets appeared out of thin air. This is Fang Chun was shocked. You're from the dark marsh, primal chaos? Ah. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the black-clothed martial artist was surprised. He stopped his attack and looked at Fang Chun. You too? This person had one of the 49 supreme divine arts in the Empyrean Sea, and the aura of his primordial spirit was completely different from Fang Chen's. It could be concluded that he was from the dark marsh primal chaos. No, your primordial spirit aura isn't from the dark marsh primal chaos. You're from the ancient saint primal chaos. The black-clothed martial artist licked his dry lips and said eerily, I can't believe I met someone from the ancient saint primal chaos here. Interesting. Whoosh, whoosh. The black-clothed martial artist waved his sleeve, and a monstrous wave roared out. Sword of heaven and earth. Fang Chun hurriedly used the sword of heaven and earth. An earth-shattering sword light burst out and hit the black-clothed martial artist's robe. Crack! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and the black-clothed martial artist retreated a few steps. An early star ancient realm cultivator can actually force me back. A cold, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed cultivator as he looked at Fang Chun. Die! The black-clothed martial artist madly attacked Fang Chun. As expected of the life ancient realm. This was Fang Chen's first time facing a life ancient realm cultivator. If it weren't for the divine flame, he wouldn't have been able to resist the attacks. Every time the black-clothed martial artist used a water droplet attack, Fang Chun used the divine flame to suppress it. Then, he used the sword of heaven and earth without holding back. What an exquisite sword technique. The black-clothed martial artist looked at Fang Chun greedily and madly attacked. Whoosh! After a fierce battle, Fang Chun found an opportunity and used the space-time escape technique. Illusions filled the sky, and it was impossible to tell which was the real body. Crack! Just as the black-clothed martial artist was searching, Fang Chun appeared behind him and used the black demon sky split. The demon extinction sword ruthlessly stabbed into the martial artist's body. Poochie! Blood splattered in the sky. The black-clothed martial artist backhanded Fang Chun and forced him back. Hiss! Hiss! The black-clothed martial artist's face was incomparably gloomy as aura constantly leaked from the wound. Damn you, you actually injured me. The black-clothed martial artist cursed. Buzz! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chun set up a massacre array and surrounded the entire flame tribe to prevent the black-clothed martial artist from going berserk and destroying the flame tribe. After doing all this, Fang Chun held the star-hidden sword in his hand and stared at the black-clothed martial artist. With his current strength, although he could not defeat the black-clothed martial artist, it was more than enough to deal with him. Rumble! The battle continued, and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, it had reached its climax. However, as time passed, the black-clothed martial artist started to think of retreating. Damn it, this guy's strength seems to be endless. Moreover, he has the divine flame and can completely suppress my water droplet attack. What is more terrifying is his shocking sword technique. Even I do not dare to take it head-on. The black-clothed martial artist thought to himself. Fang Chen's figure had turned into thousands of figures. Even the black-clothed martial artist could not tell which one was the real body. He had been sneak-attacked by the demon extinction sword several times. The black demon sky split art was a unique skill for sneak attacks and assassination. At this moment, it displayed its unparalleled charm. Let's go. Finally, After a fierce battle, the black-clothed martial artist chose to temporarily retreat. Brat, I will not let this go. Looking at the black-clothed martial artist's disappearing figure, Fang Chun did not chase after him. Life ancient realm powerhouses have the ability to change the heavens and change lives. Their words are law. Too strong. After fighting with a life ancient realm powerhouse for the first time, Fang Chun finally realized the terror of a life ancient realm powerhouse. If the black-clothed martial artist had not just entered the life ancient realm, he would not be his opponent at all. It seems that my strength is still too weak, Fang Chun muttered. If he could create the third sword of the invincible sword Dao, or if his cultivation base could reach the middle or late star ancient realm, he would be able to suppress the black-clothed martial artist. Whoosh! With the crisis resolved, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, you are too strong. Xiao was said excitedly. You destroyed the water source tribe with your own strength and even forced the mysterious black-clothed martial artist to leave. Little friend, the fire tribe will never forget your kindness. The elderly patriarch cupped his fists. Chapter 2752. The water source tribe was not far from the flame tribe. After the water source tribe was annihilated, Fang Chun set up the slaughter array to prevent the black-robed ancient god from attacking. Then, he quietly went to the old site of the water source tribe. Where's the clan protection god water? After tasting the sweetness of the god fire, Fang Chun wanted to obtain the clan protection god water and collect the water source bloodlines. According to the fire devil true monarch, collecting 49 special bloodlines seemed to be able to unlock something. Regardless, the information he had obtained so far was that he had to collect all the special bloodlines to leave the bloodline enchantment. 1. Fang Chun activated the god fire to sense the clan protection god water. Rip. Soon, he found the location of the clan protection god water. Boom! He smashed the seal with a punch and arrived at the forbidden ground in the back mountain. There was an ancestral shrine here, but unlike the flame tribe, this ancestral shrine was in tatters and seemed to have been destroyed. Fang Chun entered and saw the sound of trickling water. This is the clan protection god water. Fang Chun frowned. He came to the side of the pond and touched the water with his finger. Wong. An extremely cold aura drilled into his body. Die! A furious roar came from behind him. Fang Chun hurriedly turned around and activated the chaotic origin sword body, raising his defense to the maximum. Pung! He barely blocked the sneak attack and rolled to the other side of the pond. It's you? Fang Chun saw that the one who attacked him was the black-robed ancient god from the Black Marsh Primal Chaos. Brat, the clan protection god water is mine. You are not qualified to touch it. The black-robed ancient god said coldly. Leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Fang Chun was puzzled. According to the black-robed ancient god's character, he would definitely attack him. But he asked him to leave. Was there some secret behind this? Suddenly, Fang Chun discovered a layer of mist flowing on the black-robed ancient god's body. This is, Fang Chun immediately understood. He was refining the clan protection god water. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fang Chun opened his hand, and a vast suction force instantly spread out. The water in the pond was crazily sucked into Dark Cave Mountain. Stop! Seeing this, the black-clothed ancient god roared furiously. At the same time, he launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chun. You control it, Fang Chun said to the Xianming heart. At the same time, he used Sword of Heaven and Earth to fight against the black-robed ancient god. He didn't need to defeat the black-clothed ancient god. He just needed to stop him. The latter clearly sensed Fang Chun's intentions, and he went berserk. His attack power increased several times, and Fang Chun was forced to retreat. Boom! After a deafening sound, the mysterious underworld heart returned to Fang Chun's neck. The water in the pond had been completely sucked dry. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The black-clothed ancient god descended into madness. He raised his head to the sky and roared as he charged toward Fang Chun. However, before he could even reach halfway, his body began to tremble. Damn it! The black-clothed ancient god cursed. At the same time, he used all his strength to suppress the mist on the surface of his skin. Let's go. The black-clothed ancient god glared at Fang Chun fiercely before disappearing into the void. He left? Fang Chun was a little surprised. However, he didn't stay there and quickly returned to the Flame Tribe. After returning, Fang Chun greeted Xiaohua and the elderly tribe leader and immediately went into seclusion. Inside Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Chun stared at the pond below his feet. The pond water was pitch black and rippled slowly. Is this the tribe guarding holy water? Fang Chun murmured. Master, this is only one form of the tribe guarding holy water of the water source tribe. You need to condense it, the mysterious underworld heart reminded him. Fang Chun nodded and began to try. He jumped into the pond. Buzz. The pond water kept invading his body. The two bloodline powers in his body formed a strong defense to stop the water source bloodline. Hiss! Hiss! After a while, Fang Chun used the power of the divine fire to condense the water in the pond into a water ball. What a powerful water source bloodline power! Fang Chun swallowed it into his body. Immediately, the vast water source bloodline power spread out. Due to his previous experience, Fang Chun was even more familiar with the process this time. Using his own conditions, he successfully activated the water source bloodline power and merged it into his own bloodline. So easy. Fang Chun was also a little stunned. He had been prepared to fight, but he had obtained the water source bloodline so easily and even made the three bloodlines harmonize. What was going on? Master, do you remember that the darkness bloodline evolved after you swallowed 10 blood-tempering pills? The mysterious underworld heart asked. Fang Chun nodded. Of course, he remembered. After the darkness bloodline evolved, there was a trace of the black hole bloodline. Rumor has it that the black hole bloodline is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, and it has a magical effect, the mysterious underworld heart said. It can swallow any bloodline in the world. Since ancient times, many geniuses wanted to have two bloodlines, but in the end, they exploded and died. But Master, it was so easy for you. This is all because of the darkness bloodline, the mysterious underworld heart said. It was said that the experts with the black hole bloodline could absorb other special bloodlines as they wished. Is that so? Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He did not expect this. So, I can absorb other bloodlines as I wish. Thinking of this, Fang Chun was very excited. This is because Master's bloodline has not completely evolved into the black hole bloodline. Otherwise, you can absorb as much as you want, the mysterious underworld heart said. Take it slow. The black hole bloodline is one of the legendary bloodlines. It's not that easy. Fang Chun smiled contentedly. Buzz. With a thought, a ball appeared in his palm. Half of it was hot flame, and the other half was icy cold mist. This was formed by the combination of the divine fire and divine water. That's great. Since Fang Chun defeated the black-clothed ancient god, he had not appeared again. The bloodline enchantment temporarily calmed down, and the flame tribe was thriving. In the distant Shura universe, Fang Chun's avatar had an accident. Shura universe. In the vast chaotic void, there were hundreds of millions of miniature universes. Behind every miniature universe was a super great being. Of course, there were strong and weak miniature universes. Generally speaking, miniature universes were divided into 5 levels in the ancient Saint Chaos. The Star River universe was only the 4th level, slightly stronger than the 5th level. Under Fang Chun's nurturing, the Shura universe had become a 1st-level miniature universe. The Shura universe was full of talents, and its reputation was widespread. With Fang Chun's avatar and the bone progenitor, there was almost no danger. However, one day, an abnormality occurred in the Shura universe. Rumble. Flashing lightning fell from the sky. The power of thunder punishment. Fang Chun stood in the clouds, staring at the power of thunder punishment. His expression changed drastically. In the entire primal chaos void, the only one who could control the power of thunder punishment was the Thunder Punishment Tribe. Why did the Thunder Punishment Tribe come to my Shura universe? Fang Chun murmured. Voila! Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the power of thunder punishment suddenly turned into a monstrous hand and suppressed Fong Chen's avatar. No! Fong Chen desperately resisted, but it was useless. The hand grabbed him and took him away. In the next moment, the thunderous Azura universe was restored to its former tranquility. When the bone progenitor arrived, Fong Chen had already disappeared. Fong Chen, the bone progenitor shouted. He spread out his divine sense, but he could not find him in the entire Shura universe. His face was gloomy, and he was extremely worried. Ancient Saint Chaos, Mahakala, Shura Sword Sect headquarters. Ever since Fong Chen unified the Ancient Saint Chaos, Shura Sword Sect had become a transcendent force. Even the major clans had to give them face. As Fong Chen's disciples, Kong Jiao and Tian Xin were the center of attention. The two of them did not disappoint Fong Chen's expectations, and their cultivation rose steadily. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. Not long ago, Tian Xin and Kong Jiao were sparring in Shura Sword Sect. Suddenly, thunder punishment fell from the sky, and a monstrous hand took them away. This matter alarmed the entire Ancient Saint Chaos, and the elders of the Elder Guild even found the Thunder Punishment tribe. Qinghe was also a member of the Elder Guild. After asking, he found out that the person who took action was not from the Thunder Punishment tribe. This matter attracted the attention of the Elder Guild. They believed that the Ancient Saint Chaos was potentially dangerous. A few days later, the bone progenitor came to Mahakala. Chapter 2753. You're saying that Brother Fong's clone was also taken away by the lightning punishment hand? Qinghe asked with wide eyes. After the bone progenitor explained the whole story, Qinghe was stunned. Who is it? Is it deliberately targeting Brother Fong? Qinghe racked his brains. Who would dare to attack the Shura Sword Sect in the current Ancient Saint Chaos? At this moment, another piece of bad news came. Fong Shi, who was traveling in the Ancient Saint Chaos, was also taken away by the lightning punishment hand. After hearing the news, Star and Moon burst into tears. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin also returned from various parts of the Ancient Saint Chaos. I want to enter the Celestial Sea to cultivate. After being comforted by everyone, Star and Moon stopped crying and made such a decision. I want to improve my cultivation and go to the Ancient Saint Chaos to find my husband and daughter. With Star and Moon's personality, once she made a decision, no one could change it. We'll go with you. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin resolutely stood on Star and Moon's side. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at the two women with a complicated expression and then nodded heavily. On this day, under the escort of the 7 elders of the Council of Elders, the 3 women entered the Celestial Sea. The bone progenitor returned to the Shura universe. Fong Chen's clone was no longer there. He had to guard the Shura universe and ensure the normal operation of the universe. Ancient Saint Chaos, bloodline boundary. Fong Chen, who was in the Flame Tribe, suddenly trembled. The next moment, he held his head with both hands and screamed miserably. Brother, what's wrong? Little Hua hurried over. The elderly patriarch and the others also came one after another. Seeing Fong Chen's pained expression, they were helpless. Fong Chen bared his teeth. His head was in extreme pain, as if his primordial spirit was about to shatter. With a bang, he fell into a coma. Brother, are you okay? Little Hua shook Fong Chen's arm hard. When Fong Chen woke up, it was already 3 months later. How long did I sleep? Fong Chen rubbed his head and asked. Big brother, you slept for 3 months. Little Flame was very worried. Little Flame laughed. Seeing that Fong Chen was fine, he was very happy. Fong Chen got off the bed and walked into the courtyard. His pitch-black eyes stared at the sky. Fong Chen murmured, using the lightning punishment palm to suppress my clone and sever the connection between me and my clone. Even an ancient life realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Who was it that was attacking him? He couldn't help but worry about ancient sage Primal Chaos, his wife, daughter, brothers, and disciples. I hope you're safe. Fong Chen secretly prayed. At this moment, he had no connection with his clone at all. In fact, he even felt as if he had never had a clone before. After a moment of silence, Fong Chun shook his head. He didn't know what happened to his clone. So what if he knew? The most important thing now was to collect special bloodlines, leave the bloodline barrier, and continue to grow stronger. Only then could he come into contact with higher-level secrets. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to know what had happened to his clone. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Fang Chen shook his head and said. He was completely unaware that, because of this incident, the entire ancient Saint Chaos was in a state of panic and vigilance, and it was in an uproar. Big brother, are you okay? Little Flame asked. Fang Chen shook his head and grinned. Don't you see that I'm fine? Seeing this, Little Flame breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, you were unconscious for 3 months. A lot of things happened in the bloodline barrier. Little Flame said slowly. A month ago, a piece of news broke out in the Great Evolution Mountain Range. A powerful bloodline that had never appeared in the world appeared. Many tribes in the surrounding area have sent experts in person, wanting you to obtain this bloodline. It is said that this is a super powerful bloodline that could devour all bloodlines. Huh? Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. Where is it? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. Little Flame handed a file to Fang Chun and said, I know that Big Brother will definitely be interested, so I collected some information during this period of time. Big Brother, take a look. Fang Chun took the file and skimmed through it. He had a faint guess in his heart. The powerful bloodline that appeared was very likely to be related to the Black Hole bloodline. 3 days later, Fang Chun was ready, and his primordial spirit had completely recovered. He strengthened the slaughter formation again to ensure that the Flame Tribe would not be in danger before leaving. Big brother, we will wait for your return. Little Flame waved his hand and said. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The Flame Tribe was very far from the Great Evolution Mountain Range. Fang Chun used the space-time escape technique and spent a total of 7 days. 7 days later, Fang Chun arrived at the Great Evolution Mountain Range. Along the way, I encountered many ancient gods of the Star Ancient Realm. Fang Chun said in a low voice. As for ancient gods of the Life Ancient Realm, he did not encounter any. He sat on a blue stone to rest, and at the same time, explore the surroundings. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. Then, 3 burly figures surrounded Fang Chun. The eyes of the 3 revealed greed. Kid, which tribe are you from? The Flame Tribe, Fang Chun said. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 were full of disdain. In the bloodline barrier, the Flame Tribe was the weakest tribe. The 3 of us have a small request. Give us a few drops of your essence blood. After saying this, the leader took out a small bottle from his arms. Just fill this bottle. Fang Chun looked at the 3 thoughtfully. Looking at their practiced appearance, they should be repeat offenders. Raw my essence blood? Fang Chun asked. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over your essence blood, I will wring your head off. Bang! Fang Chun punched out and smashed the head of the person who spoke. You are courting death. Seeing this, the other 2 roared angrily. Boom! The divine fire lit up the sky and burned everything. The warrior who rushed towards him was enveloped by the divine fire and was instantly burned. Miserable screams could be heard. The other person who rushed over was enveloped by the divine water and restrained by the violent water curtain. Senior, please spare my life. The man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I have eyes but failed to see. Please spare my life. How long have you been here? Fang Chun asked. Almost 30 years. It used to be a long time to meet a passerby, but a month ago, the number of warriors who came here suddenly increased. How much essence blood did you get in total? Fang Chun asked. Not much, only 7 bottles. Fang Chun opened his palm and looked at the man with a faint smile. The latter's body trembled and reluctantly handed the 7 bottles of essence blood to Fang Chun. Senior, I don't want the essence blood. I will give it all to you. Please spare my life. Fang Chun played with the 7 bottles of essence blood. These were the power of 7 bloodlines. Which tribe are you from? Fang Chun asked. I am from the Black Gold tribe. If Senior let me go, the Black Gold tribe will definitely reward you handsomely. Pucci. Fang Chun flicked his finger and a ray of light pierced through the man's finger. Drip. A powerful suction force enveloped the man's finger. Drops of essence blood appeared. Fong Chun took the empty bottle from the man's hand. In the blink of an eye, a bottle of essence blood was in his hand. Senior, my essence blood contains the power of the black gold bloodline. It is beneficial to Senior's cultivation. The man begged, please spare my life. Bang! Lin Fan smashed the man's head with a slap. Leave you to harm the world? Putting away the 8 bottles of essence blood, Fong Chun stepped out and entered the depths of the Great Evolution mountain range. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon after he left, many figures appeared. Again, seeing the 3 corpses lying on the ground, everyone's face turned gloomy. Oomph. How dare he kill the people of the Black Gold Tribe? How audacious! Does he really think that the Black Gold Tribe is a pushover? Find out who the murderer is at all costs. Everyone was furious. There's a strange aura in the air. The murderer just left not long ago. Let's chase after him and let him know that the Black Gold Tribe is not to be trifled with. After saying that, the people of the Black Gold Tribe left in a grandiose manner, chasing after Fong Chun. In the Great Evolution mountain range, the deeper Fong Chun went, the more he could feel the restlessness of the dark bloodline in his body. It's true, Fong Chun was more and more convinced of his guess. Only the legendary black hole bloodline could devour any bloodline in the world. Fong Chun's heart raced. If it was really the black hole bloodline, it would be a great opportunity for him. Even if it is not the black hole bloodline, it must be related to it. Chapter 2754. Great Evolution Mountain Range. Fong Chun found that the density of the bloodline here was much higher than the outside world. Moreover, the dark bloodline in his body was constantly throbbing, as if it had encountered something extremely dangerous. Sha sha sha. A series of footsteps could be heard as the tribesmen arrived at the depths of the Great Evolution mountain range. There was a black altar in the deepest part of the mountain. This altar must have appeared recently. Someone said excitedly, his eyes burning with passion. I can feel that the bloodline in the black altar is extremely powerful. Yeah, my demonic dragon bloodline is being suppressed. Everyone was discussing. They were all tribesmen from various tribes around the Great Evolution mountain range. Among them, the strongest was only at the early life ancient realm. Look, the flying guillotine from the Blood Serpent tribe is here. Gosh, didn't he just break through to the life ancient realm? Why is he here? Seeing the flying guillotine from the Blood Serpent tribe, everyone's face was filled with helplessness. The flying guillotine was known to be invincible in the same realm. Before this, he had swept through many star ancient realm tribesmen around the Great Evolution mountain range. Not long ago, he had broken through the bottleneck and reached the legendary life ancient realm. It said that the flying guillotine has 2 special bloodlines in his body. A long time ago, he obtained a secret technique that allows the 2 bloodlines to coexist. Is that true? No wonder the flying guillotine is here. He must have come for the strongest bloodline. Unless a life ancient realm expert intervenes, no one is a match for the flying guillotine. Buzz! A vast bloody aura permeated from the distant void. A man shrouded in blood-red radiance stepped through the air and flew over. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gazes of countless martial artists fell on him. His tall and straight figure emitted an aura that caused people to tremble. The Blood Serpent bloodline was one of the top bloodlines among the 49 special bloodlines in the bloodline barrier. It was said that the Blood Serpent bloodline could suppress many special bloodlines. Hiss! Hiss! The flying guillotine stood on the ground, staring at the black altar in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red ray of light shot out from his finger. The finger radiance contained the powerful power of the Blood Serpent bloodline. It whizzed out and viciously slammed into the black altar. Wong! An unexpected scene occurred. No one had expected that the black altar would release a wisp of black aura, completely enveloping the entire altar. Furthermore, to everyone's shock, it easily blocked the attack of the Blood Snake bloodline power. This, everyone exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide open and tongue-tied. Even the flying guillotine was slightly startled. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. As expected of a unique bloodline that has never appeared before. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. The flying guillotine thought to himself. He looked around and swept his gaze across everyone. Many tribesmen stepped back and looked at the flying guillotine with fear. Flying guillotine, what's the point of bullying the weak? A voice suddenly came from the rift. Then, a man in gorgeous golden armor descended from the sky. His aura was imposing as he stared at the flying guillotine fearlessly. Bing Wushuang, the peerless genius of the Ice Tribe, and also one of the strongest in the tribe. He possessed the Ice bloodline and was known to be able to freeze any bloodline in the world. You've also broken through? The flying guillotine was slightly startled when he saw Bing Wushuang. Even you, the flying guillotine, have broken through. I, Bing Wushuang, am 1 generation older than you. I can't fall behind. Bing Wushuang smiled. The space around him was frozen. The extremely cold aura caused the temperature of the entire space to drop rapidly. Humph. The flying guillotine snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and rushed to the black altar. Let's go. Bing Wushuang didn't stop either. She followed him to the front of the black altar. Wong. When the flying guillotine was about to reach the black altar, he leaped up. 2 different bloodline powers emerged from his palms and slammed into the altar. At the same time, Bing Wushuang activated her ice bloodline and tried to freeze the light around the altar. Everyone in the crowd was shocked. Only these 2 powerhouses would dare to act so recklessly. Whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chen arrived, he happened to see this scene. The black altar. Fang Chen's heart raced. He could feel that the darkness bloodline was unusually active. It's right above here. Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the black altar. The restriction around the black altar is very strong. Even with my array Dao attainments, it will be difficult to break through it. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen thought of an idea. I should be able to enter with the help of these 2 people. Thinking of this, Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique and quietly approached the black altar. Crack! Although Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine were not on good terms, they cooperated at this moment. Bing Wushuang activated her ice bloodline and froze the black altar. At the same time, the flying guillotine activated his blood snake bloodline to the extreme. Rip! The rich bloodline power condensed into a blood python in the void. Under the control of the flying guillotine, the blood python opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. At the same time, a terrifying suction force emerged. Crack! A crisp sound came from the barrier as it shook, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Just when everyone thought that the 2 of them could open the restriction together, all of a sudden, a vast amount of energy surged toward them and sent them flying. Thump! Thump! Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine forcefully stabilized their bodies. Their faces were pale and their blood was boiling. Too strong. The 2 of them looked at each other with fear in their hearts. Let's go. Fang Chen had been waiting for this moment. After seizing the opportunity, he quickly formed a seal with both hands and used the remaining attacks of Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine. At the same time, he activated his powerful array Dao to forcibly break a small gap in the restriction. A violent force escaped from the gap. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and plunged in. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the gap closed. Look, someone has gone in. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, causing a huge commotion. How did he get in? Is he stronger than Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine? Many people exclaimed. Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine's faces were extremely gloomy. Damn it! How dare you use me? The flying guillotine said coldly. Bing Wushuang flicked her sleeve and said, Humph, how dare you plot against me? I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Fang Chen had just entered the black altar when he felt a vast power surge over him. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, but it was too late. A wild power bound him, and he was trapped in a black sphere. Buzz! The dark bloodline in his body erupted and resonated with the black altar. Outside the altar, everyone was furious when they saw this scene. Damn it, this guy beat us to it. The flying guillotine looked at Bing Wushuang and said, "Brother Bing, the two of us need to work together." "No problem. If I don't tear this hateful guy to pieces, I won't be able to vent my anger," Bing Wushuang said. "Okay, let's attack the restriction together and disturb him." Rumble. In the next moment, Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine worked together to attack the restriction together. Deafening sounds came from the restriction. Although the restriction was shaking, it was still very strong. Fang Chun, who was on the black altar, was completely unaware. At this moment, he was filled with shock. His darkness bloodline was actually evolving at an accelerated rate after absorbing the terrifying power inside the black altar. Is it evolving into the black hole bloodline? Fang Chun was secretly delighted. If that was the case, it would be great. The black hole bloodline was one of the strongest bloodlines in the ancient chaos era. It was said to be a super powerful bloodline that could devour any bloodline in the world. Hiss. As time passed, Fang Chen's dark bloodline had reached the most critical moment of evolution. In the outside world, everyone was even more anxious, especially Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine. Their attacks were even fiercer. They did not hold back and used all their trump cards. Chapter 2755. 1. Around the black altar, there were already some broken restrictions. Suddenly, there was a huge change. A vast amount of energy entered Fang Chen's body and merged with his darkness bloodline before surging out once more. This power quickly shot into the restriction, causing it to become firm again. Damn it! Seeing Fang Chen about to absorb the bloodline power in the black altar, Bing Wushuang and the guillotine's attacks became even more frenzied. Inside the black altar, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, covered by the black power. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. He didn't know how much time had passed, but felt very long. With a boom, the darkness bloodline in his body completed its evolution. The vast bloodline power flowed through his body, and Fang Chun felt his power suddenly increase. Originally, the water source bloodline and the fire source bloodline rejected the darkness bloodline, but now they submitted. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chun looked inside his body and found that the darkness bloodline contained an extremely strong power. Or, more accurately, the bloodline in his body was no longer the darkness bloodline. It was the legendary black hole bloodline. Black hole bloodline, Fang Chun murmured. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. A moment later, Fang Chun understood. He wore a smile on his face as his heart was filled with excitement. The black altar was left behind by the ancient era's bloodline king, and it did contain some power related to the black hole bloodline. And Fang Chun happened to absorb it because of his darkness bloodline. It allowed the darkness bloodline to complete its evolution, but it was too difficult to evolve into a black hole bloodline. Even Fang Chun couldn't do it in a short time. According to the information, the bloodline in his body should be called the pseudo-black hole bloodline. If he could devour all 49 special bloodlines in the bloodline barrier one day, it could evolve into a true black hole bloodline. Although it's a pseudo-black hole bloodline, it at least has some special abilities. Fang Chun was delighted. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about being rejected when he absorbed other special bloodlines. Let's try the 8 bottles of essence blood. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Now that his bloodline had completed its evolution, it was time to try the new bloodline power and see how strong it was. He quickly took out a bottle of essence blood and opened the lid. Immediately, a suction force enveloped the bottle. In the blink of an eye, the bottle of essence blood was completely absorbed. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen's body shook, and a trace of black gold power gradually appeared. Then he closed his eyes. After a long while, Fang Chun opened his eyes. He looked at the rich black gold energy in his body and felt delighted. After evolution, the darkness bloodline's bloodline, the absorption bloodline's absorption speed. In the blink of an eye, he possessed the black gold bloodline. This was the third special bloodline that he had absorbed. Voila! Next, Fangchun Black Hole Bloodline. At this point, apart from the pseudo-black hole bloodline, Fangchun had 10 special bloodlines in his body. Under the effect of the pseudo-black hole bloodline, the two incompatible special bloodlines could coexist peacefully. Moreover, with the 10 bloodline powers mixed together, Fangchun's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Whoosh! He flicked his finger, and a vast finger light shot out. Crack! The finger light contained the power of the one sword of heaven and earth. At the same time, Fangchun also poured in the power of the 10 bloodlines. With a boom, the seal that Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine couldn't break was easily broken by Fangchun. Boom! The flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang attacked crazily. Suddenly, they found a gap in the seal, and then the seal shattered. The two of them had ferocious expressions as their pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fangchun. Boy, hand over the bloodline power you absorbed. Bing Wushuang's aura surged, and she secretly froze the void. As for the flying guillotine beside him, above his head, a thick blood python soared into the air and flicked its tongue at Fangchun. Between heaven and earth, a biting cold aura surrounded Fangchun. In the distance, many tribesmen stared at this scene with wide eyes. Who is this guy? How dare he steal from Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine? What a guy who wants to die. Humph! An early star ancient realm guy dares to go against the flying guillotine. Many tribesmen discussed and looked at Fangchun with mockery. From now on, every drop of blood in your body doesn't belong to you. The flying guillotine said gloomily, I will refine all of your blood essence and then cut you into pieces. Fangchun shrugged, somewhat speechless. The black altar has no owner, and everyone has a share. The two of you together can't break the seal. But I passed through the seal and successfully obtained the bloodline power, and you want to steal it? Whoosh! Bing Wushuang shook her hand, and heaven and earth turned into a vast expanse of white, covered by snow. The thick blood python above the flying guillotine's head also let out a deafening roar. Kill! The flying guillotine waved his hand, controlling the thick blood python to attack Fangchun. As for Bing Wushuang, she released her ice bloodline and froze the entire area. Ice bloodline? Fangchun murmured. He opened his hands, and a wisp of black aura appeared and spun rapidly, forming a black vortex. Hiss! Hiss! The power of the ice bloodline was instantly absorbed. Crack! The ice and snow that sealed heaven and earth was shattered by Fangchun. Huh! Seeing this, Bing Wushuang was stunned. What's going on? His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fangchun. At the same time, the flying guillotine's blood python whizzed over. Scram! Fangchun clenched his fist, wrapped it with the power of the pseudo-black hole bloodline, and punched the blood python's head. Crack! Under everyone's gaze, the thick blood python was sent flying, its head shattered and its body scattered. Vast waves of air spread out, and the flying guillotine could not help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath and stared at Fangchun. Brother Bing, this kid is not simple. Let's work together and kill him. The flying guillotine said. Bing Wushuang nodded, and the two attacked together. Sword of heaven and earth. Facing two ancient life realm experts, Fangchun did not dare to be careless. He swung his sword, and the sky changed color. He swung his sword twice, and bright sword light burst out toward the two. Bloodline power fuse. At the same time, the power of the pseudo-black hole bloodline, along with the power of the 10 special bloodlines, fused into the sword of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the power of the sword of heaven and earth was raised to the peak. What a powerful sword technique! Bing Wushuang was shocked. This was the strongest sword technique he had ever seen since he started cultivating. He could not imagine how there could be such an exquisite sword technique in the world. Crack! The ice and snow covering the ground shattered, and Bing Wushuang's body was forced to retreat. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the void, and in a panic, Bing Wushuang used all her strength to resist. Boom! A vast explosion swept across the ground, and Bing Wushuang's body was drowned. At the same time, another sword light collided with the flying guillotine. The flying guillotine's body was covered in blood, and he roared at the sky in anger. Crash! By the time the two of them reacted, Fang Chun had already used the space-time escape technique and left. Where is he? The flying guillotine was furious. Bing Wushuang used her ice bloodline to sense the aura on the ground, but she could not find anything. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with anger. Damn you! Don't let me know what tribe you are from, or I will massacre your tribe. The flying guillotine said angrily. This guy has 10 different bloodlines. I don't believe that we can't find him if we investigate each tribe. Bing Wushuang said. Although she did not say it out loud, she was extremely shocked. The flying guillotine's blood serpent bloodline was already a very strong, devouring bloodline, and it could forcefully fuse with other bloodlines. But until now, the flying guillotine had only absorbed one bloodline. One could imagine how difficult it was to fuse with other bloodlines. But this mysterious guy had more than 10 bloodlines, and he must have some secrets. Find this person at all costs. The flying guillotine said, if anyone can provide me with useful information, I will owe him a favor. If you can provide me with his exact location or his tribe, I will call you my brother from now on. Chapter 2756. The battle for the super bloodline in the Great Evolution Mountain Range had come to an end. No one would have thought that the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang, two life ancient realm experts, would fail to obtain it. Instead, it would be obtained by an unknown little guy. After this news spread, half of the bloodline boundary was shaken. Many tribes were inquiring about Fang Chun, especially after the flying guillotine made a promise. They were extremely excited. The flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang had declared that they would kill Fang Chun. Flame tribe, inside the slaughtering array. At some point in time, Fang Chun had already returned silently. On a small hill, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and began to consolidate his power. Absorbing 10 special bloodlines at once caused the power in Fang Chun's body to be somewhat chaotic. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The pseudo-black hole bloodline was completely activated, and the other 10 bloodlines quieted down. Ice tribe. Wushuang, are you sure that person is just an early star ancient realm guy? A respected elder of the ice tribe asked in a low voice. Bing Wushuang was expressionless as she said calmly, yes, that person has at least 10 different bloodlines. I suspect that he has a special secret technique. To be able to escape from you and the flying guillotine shows that this person's potential is heaven-defying. I really can't think of when such an expert appeared in the bloodline boundary, the elder said. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Could it be that this person is an outsider? Once upon a time, all kinds of outsiders had appeared in the bloodline boundary. Every outsider had schemed to obtain the 49 bloodlines and then leave the boundary. However, from ancient times until now, there had been almost no one who had succeeded. There will be a result soon, Bing Wushuang murmured. The flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang still remembered the battle in the Great Evolution Mountain Range. They clearly remembered that Fang Chun had 10 special bloodlines. Each bloodline represented a tribe. Starting from these 10 tribes, they would definitely be able to find Fang Chun's whereabouts. As Bing Wushuang expected, in just half a month, someone sent news that the mysterious expert was most likely from the Flame tribe. They also learned that not long ago, the Flame tribe had destroyed the Water tribe and taken their tribe guarding divine water. All this information combined, Bing Wushuang was even more certain that there was something wrong with the Flame tribe. Let's go. Many members of the Ice tribe, led by Bing Wushuang, headed for the Flame tribe. In another direction, the Flying Guillotine. However, Fang Chun, who was in the Flame tribe, was completely unaware of this. He was still consolidating his cultivation base and studying the mysteries of the 10 special bloodlines. Big brother. One day, Fang Chun came out of seclusion. Just as he walked down the hill, he saw Xiao Wushuang. When Fang Chun saw that Xiao was hesitant to speak, he asked directly, "Is something the matter?" Big brother, recently, There have been many clansmen from other tribes secretly investigating our fire tribe. Lil Hua told Fong Chen everything that had happened. After Wushuang's could it be? Wushuang's heart tightened. He had nothing to fear, but the flame tribe was different. Quick, call Grandpa Patriarch, Fong Chen said hurriedly. Soon, many patriarchs of the flame tribe and the old patriarch appeared in front of Fong Chen. Little friend Fong, what's the matter? Why did you call us so urgently? Since Fong Chen had single-handedly annihilated the water source tribe, everyone in the flame tribe had treated Fong Chen as a god and were extremely respectful towards him. Now that Fong Chen was in trouble, they immediately came. I offended some tribes, and they are very likely to attack the flame tribe. However, before Fong Chen could finish, the slaughter formation was shattered by a powerful force. Kid, get out here. A deafening voice resounded through the sky. Then, the entire flame tribe was surrounded by many other tribes. Among them, the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang were the leaders. The two of them looked mockingly at Fong Chen and said coldly, Kid, we let you escape in the Great Evolution Mountain Range. Let's see how you escape this time. If you dare to escape, everyone in the flame tribe will die with you. Bing Wushuang threatened. At the same time, everyone in the ice tribe activated their ice bloodline. Fighting cold ice and snow instantly froze the flame tribe. Not good. Fong Chen cursed inwardly. With a thought, he opened Dark Cave Mountain and wanted to take the flame tribe in. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Poochie, a giant hand appeared out of thin air. The large hand contained extreme power and suddenly grabbed at Fong Chen. Scram! Fong Chen punched out and collided with the large hand. Rumble! Rumbling thunder sounded, and the void twisted and shattered. You've been tricked. Fong Chen's voice was heard. Following this, a black figure appeared behind the old patriarch and grabbed him by the neck. I've been observing your behavior. Although you're not from the flame tribe, you value the flame tribe very much. The black shadow said, If you dare to move, I'll kill him. Don't worry about me. The old tribe leader saw this and shouted, Take Xiao Hua away. Xiao Hua was the hope of the flame tribe. If he died, the flame tribe will be finished. Fong Chen wanted to activate the mysterious underworld heart, but he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with it. Fong Chen instantly understood that this person was behind all this. He had cut off his connection with Dark Cave Mountain. Damn it! Fong Chen's figure flashed and used the space-time escape technique. Numerous shadows appeared in the sky. At the same time, he held the hidden star sword and used the sword of heaven and earth. Kill! Fong Chen roared and swung his sword. Crack! The black shadow's wrist shook and the old tribe leader's neck was broken. The elderly patriarch looked at Fong Chen until his death, his eyes filled with pleading. Kill him! This sudden turn of events caused the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang to be stunned. However, after the two of them recovered from their shock, they waved their hands and a large number of cultivators surrounded Fong Chen. Without a hostage, the black-clothed martial artist could not resist Fong Chen's attack. Last time, he could barely fight with Fong Chen. But now, facing Fong Chen's invincible sword principle, his heart was filled with fear. How is this possible? The hidden star sword contained a majestic and vast power. The power of 10 bloodlines vibrated and pierced the black shadow's chest with lightning speed. Boom! The black shadow's body exploded. At the same time, a mighty attack whistled. Whoosh! The ice and snow froze the entire flame tribe. Countless tribesmen screamed. Fong Chen grabbed Xiao Hua and held him in his arms. Sword of heaven and earth. He stabbed out several times in a row. Dazzling sword light whizzed out. However, Fong Chen still underestimated the abilities of the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang. This time, they brought their tribe's supreme treasures. The two supreme treasures burst out with dazzling light and blocked Fong Chen's sword attack. Ding! 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 Fong Chen's figure retreated quickly. His eyes were filled with madness, but his reason told him not to be impulsive. Down below, familiar figures were lying in pools of blood. Grandpa, Uncle, every time someone fell into a pool of blood, Lil Flame would weep silently. No! Fang Chun roared hysterically, but it was to no avail. Led by the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wuxuang, many tribes were determined to eradicate the Flame Tribe. Boy, you are the culprit behind the destruction of the Flame Tribe. The Flying Guillotine laughed. I want you to watch the destruction of the Flame Tribe. I want you to feel guilty and guilty. You're courting death. The Hidden Star sword let out a loud sword cry and instantly expanded. Then it slashed out. Dong! The Flying Guillotine activated the supreme treasure of his tribe and joined forces with Bing Wuxuang to block Fang Chen's sword light. Without your sword art, how can you block our attack? Bing Wuxuang was covered with ice as she said eerily. See? This is the result of going against us. The Flying Guillotine pointed at the dead tribesmen below and said eerily, You. Chapter 2757. It had to be said that the Blood Serpent tribe and the Ice tribe were not comparable to the declining Flame tribe. The two tribes had supreme treasures that were abnormally powerful. They were able to block Fang Chen's invincible sword Dao. For a moment, Fang Chun was in a dilemma. Grandpa. In his arms, Xiaohua's face was covered with tears. He looked at his family members lying in a pool of blood below and cried bitterly. Kill! In the blink of an eye, the entire Flame tribe was dead except for Xiaohua. At this time, Bing Wuxuang and the Flying Guillotine finally began to attack with all their might. They were determined to kill Fang Chun. Rumble. The combination of the Ice bloodline and the Blood Serpent bloodline was extremely powerful. In the sky, an ice dragon and a blood serpent stood side by side. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Boy, you're dead. The Flying Guillotine sneered. With the treasures in his hand, Fang Chen's sword attacks were useless against him. Ding! Ding! He waved the Hidden Star sword and stabbed the ice dragon, making the sound of metal colliding. At the same time, the blood serpent spat out venom and pounced on Fang Chun. Let's go. Although his heart was in pain, reason prevailed over madness. Fang Chun chose to endure for the time being. Want to leave? Seeing Fang Chen's intention, the two experts joined forces and sealed the entire void. At the same time, their attack power soared. They wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Fang Chun. However, when Fang Chun saw this, his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. One day, I will kill everyone in your tribe. After saying this, Fang Chen's figure flashed and phantoms appeared out of thin air. There are thousands of phantoms, and it was impossible to tell which one was the doppelganger. Pucci, the ice dragon and blood serpent opened their bloody mouths, and the phantoms shattered one by one. However, Fang Chen's original body had already disappeared. After a long while, the thousands of phantoms all dissipated. The Flying Guillotine and Bing Wuxuang's faces were gloomy. They floated in the air and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it! Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find him. The news quickly spread throughout the Bloodline enchantment world, and all the tribes were shocked. Once upon a time, the Flame tribe was also a relatively strong tribe. But now, it had fallen to such a state. It made people sigh. The Ice tribe and the Blood Serpent tribe joined forces to sweep through the area. They were determined to find Fang Chun. Southwest of the Bloodline barrier, on a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Fang Chun stood there quietly, his dark eyes looking down. A cool breeze blew past and hit his face, causing him to feel a slight pain. Fang Chun's palm curled up a little. There was a very deep wound on his palm. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Fang Chun turned his head to look. Xiaohu was sitting on the ground, heartbroken. Grandpa, uncles are all dead. The entire Flame tribe has been annihilated. Xiaohua choked with sobs. Since he was born, he had been living in the Flame tribe. He was used to such a life, but now his family had left him. Fang Chun walked to Xiaohua's side and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaohua, I will personally kill those who attack the Flame tribe. Xiaohua wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and raised his head. He looked at Fang Chun seriously and said, Brother, they are all dead. From now on, you are my only family. Don't worry. Brother will protect you for the rest of your life. Fang Chen promised. I can't cry. I have to avenge the people of the tribe. Xiaohua clenched his fists and stood up. He suppressed the pain in his heart and said, Brother, can you teach me cultivation? Fang Chen nodded. Since the Flame tribe was annihilated, Fang Chen seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how hard the Blood Serpent tribe and the Ice tribe searched, there was no news. This made the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang even more anxious. Their goal was to find Fang Chen. However, even after such a long time had passed, there was still no sign of him. However, they did not give up. They continued to search with perseverance. As for Fang Chen, he hit a mortal cave mountain and cultivated with Xiaohua. Under his guidance, Xiaohua's cultivation improved day by day. However, the time was too short. No matter how strong Xiaohua's potential was, it was impossible for him to reach the ancient god level. As his strength improved, the worry on Xiaohua's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Seeing this, Fang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. With my current strength, I can deal with ordinary early life ancient realm experts, but it will be difficult for me to deal with the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang. Fang Chen murmured. In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. Otherwise, the Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang would be nothing. The Flame tribe would not have been annihilated because of him. Every time he thought of the Flame tribe and the tribesmen who died under his nose, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. He swore that one day he would destroy those two tribes and avenge the Flame tribe. Next, Fang Chen began to cultivate in seclusion. He would not come out until his cultivation had a breakthrough. Continent of Despair, Tianshu Yuan. Ever since Fang Chen's death, the Tianshu Yuan's mayor had been in a bad mood. Dean. One day, Wu Yu and the other two found the Tianshu Yuan's mayor. Recently, the Lin family seems to have made some moves. They have secretly contacted many blood fiends and seem to be persuading them to help the Lin family, Wu Gan said. By the side, Bai Ling also opened her mouth and said, According to the information we have, the Lin family is extremely unwilling to accept Lin Yuan's death. They seem to be secretly gathering many blood fiends to start another war with our Tianshu courtyard. The Tianshu Yuan's mayor looked up and glanced at the three. It's fine, the Tianshu Yuan's mayor said calmly. Seeing this, the three of them did not say anything else. In the vast primordial chaos, there was no end to it. In a mysterious place of nothingness, a few old men were sitting together drinking tea. There was a smooth mirror in front of them, and the image on it was none other than the bloodline barrier. Fire Demon Perfected Lord. Suddenly, an old man spoke. Before he could finish, the old man, Fire Demon Perfected Lord, whose entire body was covered in flames, spoke. It's fine. I won't be angry over such a small matter. Seeing this, the old men heaved a sigh of relief. Fire Demon Perfected Lord was famous for his bad temper and his protective nature. How could he not be angry that his descendant had been destroyed? I'm looking forward to that little guy evolving his bloodline into the black hole bloodline. Then, he will absorb 49 special bloodlines and break the bloodline barrier by himself. On the smooth mirror, the scene changed to that of Dark Cave Mountain. Fire Demon Perfected Lord's gaze passed through Dark Cave Mountain and saw everything inside. That's right. For countless years, no one has been able to complete the test set by the Bloodline King. This guy's the most promising one, said the disheveled old man. The black-robed old man nodded as well. Once he absorbs 49 special bloodlines, he will be able to become one of the candidates. This is a great opportunity. I hope that guy can grasp it. Everyone was an expert who had survived from the primordial era and stood at the peak of the primordial chaos. However, when they mentioned the Bloodline King, their expressions were solemn and filled with respect. I wonder what the Bloodline King is planning, the disheveled old man asked in confusion. What can he learn from studying the bloodlines of the 10,000 races? He might as well seize the time to raise his cultivation. If outsiders were to hear the conversation between the old men, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. After all, every word they said was a secret to the primordial chaos. Fire Demon Perfected Lord's gaze shifted from Feng Chun to Xiaohua. He could clearly see that there was a fire seed that had yet to be activated in Xiaohua's body. Interesting. Fire Demon Perfected Lord grinned. Even if everyone in the fire tribe were to die, it was fine as long as this little guy was alive. Little guy, the moment your Fire Demon Fire Seed is completely activated, you will know how terrifying your potential is. Fire Demon Perfected Lord thought to himself. Fire Demon True Monarch thought to himself. In fact, you might even reach my level one day. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. While Fire Demon Perfected Lord was observing Xiaohua, the other old men were discussing Fong Chen's Dark Cave Mountain. Do you guys realize that this spatial utmost treasure is familiar? The disheveled old man suddenly asked. Now that you mention it, I feel it too. It's familiar, the black-robed old man said. Piak, the gray-robed old man slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Cave Ruins Emperor. Chapter 2758. Yes, it's the Cavern Ruins Emperor. Fire Demon Perfected Lord looked back and said. He had also sensed a familiar aura in Cave Dark Mountain, but he couldn't recall who it was. Now that he thought about it, it really was the Cavern Ruins Emperor's aura. It seems that this guy is from the ancient Saint Chaos, old Zao said with a smile. The Cavern Ruins Emperor was an expert on the same level as them, but he was much younger and was their junior. They had seen him somewhere before. It's getting more and more interesting. I wonder how the Cavern Ruins Emperor will react if he knows that his successor has a chance to become one of the candidates. Although he has the pseudo-black hole bloodline, it's still difficult for him to become a candidate. Bloodline Barrier, Cave Dark Mountain. Ever since Fong Chun went into seclusion, Xiaohua had been cultivating alone. He raised his head and looked at the endless sky. He kept feeling that someone was spying on him. Who is it? Xiaohua muttered. After looking for a long time, he didn't find anything and turned his gaze to himself. I feel like there's a powerful flame energy in my body, but I can't find it. Xiaohua muttered to himself. Forget it, I'll cultivate in peace. I'll ask my brother when he comes out of seclusion. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the fire origin bloodline. Not far away, 10 bloodline powers surrounded Fong Chen's body. The pseudo-black hole bloodline floated above his head, slowly absorbing the 10 special bloodlines. This was a long process. Fong Chen was determined to evolve the pseudo-black hole bloodline into a real black hole bloodline. Therefore, he calmed himself down and started to cultivate. Time passed by. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years. 30,000 years passed in a leisurely manner. It took Fong Chun less than 20,000 years to reach the early stage of the Star Ancient Realm. But this time, he had already spent 30,000 years in seclusion. During this time, Xiaohua glanced at Fong Chun from time to time, but the latter was in seclusion. Brother seems to have broken through. Xiaohua muttered to himself when he sensed that Fong Chen's aura had become stronger. In fact, Fong Chun had indeed broken through. After 30,000 years, his cultivation base had quietly reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm. He had broken through 3 minor realms in a row, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The evolution of the pseudo-black hole bloodline had also reached an extremely crucial step. During this period, Bing Wushuang and the Flying Guillotine's cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, the two of them had broken through to the middle life ancient realm, and their strength had risen to a whole new level. They even showed signs of becoming the strongest masters in the bloodline barrier. Over the past 30,000 years, the bloodline enchantment had gradually calmed down. No more outsiders entered this place. Following the disappearance of Fong Chun, the events of the Flame tribe gradually died down. Within the tribe of ice, as far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, covered in ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Bing Wushuang sat cross-legged on a snowy mountain. The void around her was frozen. Voila! Suddenly, he opened his eyes and spread out his hands. The entire snowy mountain instantly froze. The snowflakes floating in the air were also instantly imprisoned. My ice bloodline has finally evolved to its most perfect state. Bing Wuxuang grinned. She gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the world returned to its original state. Thump, thump, thump. Someone rushed up from the foot of the mountain, panting as he said, "Wuxuang, we found a suspicious place." Bing Wuxuang looked at the person calmly and did not speak. Because the location of the All Clans meeting is at Holy Mountain, we investigated in advance, but we didn't expect to find a shocking scene. The person said in a low voice, "Our people found what seems to be a space-type supreme treasure halfway up Holy Mountain." Hearing this, Bing Wuxuang's calm face finally twitched. It's been 30,000 years since that incident. The Tribe of Ice and the Blood Serpent Tribe have searched 3 feet deep, but we still can't find that guy. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. So I guess he's hiding in a space-type supreme treasure. After hearing the last sentence, Bing Wuxuang jumped to her feet. How much longer until the All Clans meeting? 3 more days. Let's go to Holy Mountain immediately. Holy Mountain was the core area of the bloodline barrier. This mountain was very famous as it towered into the clouds. Every time there was a major event, the All Clans would hold a meeting here. This meeting was a regular meeting that was held every 100,000 years to discuss the future development of the bloodline barrier. 3 days later, the people of the Tribe of Ice arrived at Holy Mountain. At this time, Holy Mountain was already packed with people. All the clans had gathered here. "It's there," someone in the crowd pointed. Bing Wuxuang opened her palm and secretly released her ice bloodline. Layers of ice seeped into the ground and then spread halfway up the mountain. Soon, he discovered the existence of the space-type supreme treasure. He hit it really well. Bing Wuxuang sneered and stepped out, arriving halfway up the mountain. Her actions attracted the attention of many martial artists at the peak of Holy Mountain. What's Bing Wuxuang doing? He seems to be looking for something. Whispers could be heard incessantly. Crack! Ice covered Holy Mountain, and the entire mountain was frozen. In an instant, Immortal Cave Mountain, which was hidden in the void, revealed its true form. Many martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect there to be a space-type supreme treasure hidden halfway up the mountain. Who is it that is hiding here? Look at Bing Wuxuang's angry face. It can't be that guy from 30,000 years ago, right? Boom! In the distance, the smell of blood spread. A crimson python pierced through the sky and roared. On top of the crimson python, there was a tall and straight figure that leaped down. The flying guillotine took a look and found the space-type supreme treasure. "Is it that guy?" the flying guillotine asked. Most likely. The bloodline barrier wasn't very big, so Bing Wuxuang knew it very well. She had never heard of such a space-type supreme treasure. Interesting. He's been hiding here for 30,000 years. The flying guillotine laughed eerily. On the mountain peak, many tribes looked at each other. Those who had a good relationship with the 2 tribes all stood out to support the 2 experts. Boom! Bing Wuxuang activated her ice bloodline and froze Holy Cave Mountain to prevent it from escaping. "I'll leave it to you." Hearing this, the flying guillotine nodded heavily. He took a step forward and stepped on Holy Cave Mountain. Then, the crimson python surrounded him and punched the mountain. Rumble! Holy Cave Mountain shook. Fang Chun, who was in seclusion, suddenly woke up. "Brother, you're awake?" Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, "There seems to be an attack outside." Buzz! Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a black aura. Xiao Hua was caught off guard and was surrounded by the black aura. It was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. "So scary," Xiao Hua mumbled. Fang Chun raised his hand and wisps of black aura swam in his palm. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Black hole bloodline. After 30,000 years, not only had his cultivation reached the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, but his black hole bloodline had also evolved. When I absorb all 49 bloodlines, the power of the black hole bloodline will be fully displayed. Fang Chun stood up and patted Xiao Hua's shoulder. "Xiao Hua, do you still remember the scene of the tribe being annihilated 30,000 years ago?" Fang Chun asked. "Of course." Xiao Hua clenched his fists, killing intent surging. "Do you want to avenge them?" I think about it all the time. Fang Chen nodded and waved his finger. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in the void, showing the many tribesmen outside. Watch how I kill all of them and avenge my tribesmen. With that, Fang Chen took a step forward and disappeared from Holy Cave Mountain, halfway up Myriad Holy Mountain. At this moment, many experts had gathered and were attacking with all their might. Crack! Holy Cave Mountain shook as if it would shatter at any time. Everyone, work harder. The spatial treasure can't withstand our power and is about to shatter, the flying guillotine said in a low voice. Chapter 2759. Listen to my command. Attack. At the flying guillotine's command, more than a dozen ancient gods of the life ancient realm attacked at lightning speed. Dazzling bloodline power leaped out and fused together in the void, transforming into a ferocious beast that charged towards Cave Dark Mountain. Rip! Before the ferocious beast could get close, Fang Chen walked out. He stepped on Cave Dark Mountain with an imposing aura. Bang! With a light punch, he broke everyone's joint attack, and the ferocious beast instantly dissipated. After seeing Fang Chen, Bing Wushuang, and the flying guillotine's expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with passion. Bing Wushuang stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently, "Kid, you've been hiding for 30,000 years. Are you finally willing to come out?" The flying guillotine mocked. "Coward, if you hadn't been hiding here for 30,000 years, you would have died at my hands." Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally landed on the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang. Although he was facing enemies, he was very calm. This was because, in his opinion, Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine were merely ants. Why would he be angry when facing ants? Very good. It seems that you haven't forgotten the crimes you committed 30,000 years ago. Fang Chen asked. It's just a flame tribe. If it's destroyed, then so be it. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want revenge? The flying guillotine sneered. Fang Chen shook his head and muttered to himself, "No one stays the same forever." Bing Wushuang raised her eyebrows. "It seems that the increase in your cultivation in the past 30,000 years has given you a lot of confidence. You think you have the strength to fight us?" "Correction, I don't have the strength to fight you, but to crush you," Fang Chen said. Immediately, it caused a roar of laughter. What a joke. A star ancient realm trash dares to be so arrogant in front of life ancient realm experts? Kid, I think the more you cultivate, the more confused you become. I don't need the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang to deal with you. I can easily crush you. Fang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to these ignorant fools. He looked up at the many people on the mountain peak. He was a little surprised. Why had all the tribes in the bloodline enchantment world come here? But soon he understood. Xiao was sent him a voice transmission, saying that the meeting of the various races that occurred once every 100,000 years will be held on Myriad Saints Mountain. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "So, all the tribes in the bloodline barrier have gathered?" After the pseudo-black hole bloodline evolved into the black hole bloodline, Fang Chen's only goal was to absorb all of the bloodlines. Now was the perfect opportunity to save him the trouble of running around. "Brother Shui, there's no need for you to deal with such trash. I'm willing to do it for you." The person who spoke was a life, ancient realm, ancient god from the Flame Thunder tribe. However, his cultivation base was only at the early life ancient realm. His body flickered as he closed in on Fang Chen. Then, he unleashed a fist strike filled with the power of the flame lightning bloodline. Fang Chen gently raised his hand and grabbed the man's fist as fast as lightning. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Fang Chen's grip. The power of the flame lightning bloodline on his fist was quickly absorbed into Fang Chen's body. Not good. The ancient god from the Flame Thunder tribe cried out, but it was too late. Didn't anyone tell you that 30,000 years ago, I was already able to resist an early life ancient realm expert? Fang Chen's voice entered his ears. Crack! His hand was torn apart and blood sprayed into the air. Then, Fang Chen kicked him away. A miserable scream came from his mouth. The surrounding people were shocked. Just like that, an early life ancient realm martial artist had their cultivation crippled. 30,000 years had passed. So just how strong had he become? Let me deal with him. A midlife ancient realm expert who had a good relationship with the ancient god from the Flame Thunder tribe attacked. Crack! A melodious sound rang out. Fong Chen's simple punch pierced through Xiao Chen's body. At the same time, he drained Xiao Chen's bloodline energy. Pucci, the midlife ancient god, was instantly killed. If the previous scene only shocked the tribesmen, then the scene in front of them was enough to set off a storm in their hearts. Fong Chun took a step forward and stood at the edge of Dark Cave Mountain, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down on the crowd. Back then, I said that one day I would exterminate your tribe and avenge the Flame Fire tribe. Fong Chun said firmly, now that I've returned, it's time to fulfill my promise. At this moment, his aura was monstrous, like a dragon or a rainbow, incomparably domineering. Invincible sword qi surrounded his body, making him look like a heaven-shaking giant sword. The flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang narrowed their eyes and stared at Fong Chun. I have to say, your strength has increased a lot in the past 30,000 years. The flying guillotine said, but you're just a rogue cultivator. How can you fight against our bloodline barrier? I don't even need to do anything to deal with you. As soon as the flying guillotine finished speaking, more than 10 life ancient realm experts attacked together. Kill! The sound shook the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Xiaohua, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, was very worried about Fong Chun and secretly prayed. With the hidden star sword in hand, Fong Chen's invincible sword qi became stronger. Annihilation sword. With a shake of his wrist, the hidden star sword drew a beautiful trajectory in the sky. The first move of the invincible sword Dao, the annihilation sword, was displayed. The mighty sword light rushed into the crowd and then exploded. At the same time, Fong Chun waved the second sword, the sword of heaven and earth. Pucci. Everyone was still struggling in the explosion of the first sword and had no time to deal with the second sword. The sword of heaven and earth seemed to be unstoppable. With incredible power, it pierced through many people's heads and finally rushed toward the flying guillotine. Get lost! The flying guillotine was furious. He took out the supreme treasure of his tribe and smashed the sword light. The entire Myriad Saints Mountain was dead silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Fong Chun in front of Dark Cave Mountain. He was like a demon god from hell, terrifying everyone. With just 2 swords, he had killed dozens of life ancient realm experts. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Looking at the corpses lying in a pool of blood, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. It was a tragic sight. What did I just see? Is this real? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to suppress all the races in the bloodline barrier by himself? Heavens, isn't he too strong? 30,000 years ago, I saw him fight. At that time, he couldn't resist the joint attack of the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang. But now, he can kill an ancient god with a single sword. He's too strong. It's simply unimaginable. Every martial artist had a kind of disbelief in their hearts. Dong! Fong Chun held the hilt of the hidden star sword with both hands and stabbed it into Dark Cave Mountain. Wong! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Invincible sword energy filled the void, mercilessly destroying the ice and snow that covered Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen's fighting spirit was high, and his aura was monstrous. He had returned in an absolutely powerful manner, shocking everyone. I'm back, Fong Chen said. Revenge begins now. Figures flashed through Fong Chen's mind. There were old patriarchs and many tribesmen. They cheered, as if they were clapping for him. Can your spirits in heaven see that I have avenged you? Fong Chen muttered. A single sword strike had killed dozens of life ancient realm ancient gods, completely shocking everyone on Holy Mountain. Many tribes were timid and withdrew from the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 tribes left in front of Dark Cave Mountain. The Ice Tribe and the Blood Serpent Tribe. The Flying Guillotine and Bing Wushuang looked at each other. They both knew what the other was thinking. If they won this battle, then from now on, their two tribes would become the ruling tribes of the bloodline barrier. If they lost, then their two tribes would fall into a state of eternal damnation. They might even be completely destroyed. 1. A terrifying aura spread out from Bing Wuxuang and the flying guillotine. The two stood side by side, and the treasures of their tribes released a dazzling light. Their eyes were filled with determination. They had to win this battle. Your strength is beyond our imagination. However, this is the bloodline barrier, our territory. An outsider like you can forget about dominating, Bing Wuxuang said. The flying guillotine's face twisted. How can you imagine our methods? Today, we will use your head as a sacrifice to our dead tribesmen. Chapter 2760. Fang Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back as the hidden star sword stabbed into the mountain. His face was filled with pride. In everyone's eyes, Fang Chun was too arrogant. Even if he had killed many ancient gods with a single strike, he was not qualified to be so arrogant in front of Bing Wuxuang and the guillotine. Dong! Heaven and earth shook as an ice dragon and a blood python appeared in the sky. The two entwined with each other, causing the entire sky to seem as if it was about to collapse. A fierce and overbearing aura spread out, giving people a very oppressive feeling. The people of the Flame Tribe were innocent, but you viciously killed them all for your own selfish reasons. Fang Chun clenched his fists as anger surged in his heart. Familiar figures appeared in front of his eyes. There was the despair of the old patriarch before his death, and the roars of the other tribesmen before their deaths. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Boom! A vast aura surged from his body. Invincible sword chi, invincible confidence. At this moment, it was as bright as the moon in the sky. His hand gently grasped the hilt of the hidden star sword. Roar! A loud sword cry resounded through the sky, as if responding to its master's mood. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. Fang Chen's voice rumbled like thunder. Suddenly, many cultivators on the holy mountain retreated, their hearts filled with fear. He's too strong. His aura is still rising. Just how strong is he? Can he really destroy the Ice Tribe and the Blood Serpent Tribe by himself? Many cultivators of the tribes were discussing. Humph! The Blood Snake Tribe and the Ice Tribe are tribes that have existed since ancient times in the bloodline boundary. How can a guy of the star ancient realm compare to them? That's right. The guillotine and Bing Wuxuang have joined forces. Coupled with the treasures of the two tribes, their attack power is unparalleled. This guy is too arrogant. He thinks that there is no one in the bloodline boundary. He wants to dominate here. He's too inexperienced. These voices came from the tribes that had a good relationship with the two tribes. They did not think that Fang Chun could reverse the current unfavorable situation. Die. Finally, after some preparation, the flying guillotine made the first move. Blood illuminates mountains and rivers. With a roar, the flying guillotine leaped and stepped on the crimson python. Roar! The blood python opened its bloody mouth and roared at the sky, emitting a furious roar. The blood python spat out a venom that caused one's heart to palpitate. The venom was so strong that it caused one's expression to change. Even Star Ancient Realm cultivators would be severely injured if they came into contact with the venom. However, in the face of the super strong venom, Fang Chun was fearless. You want to hurt me with this little bit of poison? Fang Chun sneered as he stood there quietly, allowing the blood python to spray its venom onto his body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The venom touched Fang Chen's body and seemed to want to corrode it. However, a powerful sword chi halo instantly spread out and burned the venom at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Not a single drop was left. The venom evaporated. Seeing this scene, many cultivators on Myriad Saints Mountain were shocked. However, the flying guillotine seemed to have expected this scene. Fang Chun could kill so many ancient realm ancient gods with one sword, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hurt by mere venom. Rumble. The blood python's huge body continued to swim in the void. The flying guillotine on the blood python's body formed a complicated seal with both hands. A moment later, The blood in the sky condensed into a blood-colored flower in front of him. As soon as the blood-colored flower appeared, the entire sky was dyed red. The smell of blood spread out, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into hell. It made people feel uncomfortable. You should be proud to die under my blood illuminates mountains and rivers. As he used his strongest trump card, he said gloomily. As an ancient life realm cultivator, he was forced to use his trump card by a star ancient realm cultivator. This alone was enough to shock the world. I'll help you. Bing Wushuang did not stay idle. He activated the ice bloodline in his body to the extreme. From under his feet, a cold aura spread out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was frozen. The frost even covered the entire dark cave mountain and spread toward Fang Chen's body. Bing Wushuang's intention was very simple. She wanted to freeze Fang Chen. Even if she couldn't freeze him, she wanted to disturb him so that he wouldn't have time to deal with the blood illuminates mountains and rivers. As an ancient life realm cultivator, Bing Wushuang was very familiar with the blood illuminates mountains and rivers. As long as he was hit, Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Are you desperate? The flying guillotine looked down from above the blood python and sneered. Right now, do you feel very insignificant, like an ant? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You chose this path, so even if you have to hold back your tears, you must walk it to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-colored flower in the flying guillotine's palm shot out. As it shot out, the blood-colored flower bloomed continuously. Countless blood-red branches spread out, forming a powerful cage in the void. Inside the cage, the smell of blood filled the air and killing intent surged. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression was still calm, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Pretentious and sensationalist. This was the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang's evaluation of Fang Chen. At the peak of Holy Mountain, many cultivators widened their eyes. Is this the joint attack of the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang? It's too powerful. Yeah, can't you see the guy's scared silly? I already said that if you go against the flying guillotine and Bing Wushuang, you won't have a good ending. The sounds of discussion were incessant. However, Fang Chen ignored all of this. Inside dark cave mountain, Xiaohua looked at the smooth mirror in the sky and clenched his fists nervously. Big brother, can you block it? Xiaohua murmured. At this moment, he wished he could rush out of dark cave mountain and block this terrifying attack for his big brother. It's all Xiaohua's fault for being useless. Don't worry, master strength is not something those ants can imagine. Suddenly, Shuaming's heart said, Master didn't make a move not because he can't block it, but because he doesn't see these two as opponents at all. If there was one who knew Fang Chen well, it would be Shuaming's heart. Really? Xiaohua's face showed a trace of confusion. Just wait and see. The moment Master makes a move, the entire bloodline barrier will tremble, Shuaming's heart said. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the smooth mirror again. In the sky, wherever the blood-colored flower passed, the space collapsed and was directly annihilated. Even the heavenly energy was disintegrated. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the flying guillotine's move was. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body was unknowingly covered in ice and snow, as if his whole body was frozen. He stood on dark cave mountain like a snowman. Trash! The flying guillotine sneered, and Bing Wushuang controlled the ice and snow to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. On Holy Mountain, everyone shook their heads. If Fang Chen had made a move in advance, he would have had a chance to escape, but now he had completely lost the chance. Including those tribes that thought highly of Fang Chen, they all sighed. Such a peerless genius was about to die, and he could only blame himself for offending someone he shouldn't have. Bing Wushuang and the flying guillotine's eyes were also burning with passion, as if they could already see the scene of Fang Chen being killed by them. Crack! Just as the blood-colored flower was about to swallow Fang Chen, cracks suddenly appeared on the ice and snow covering his body. In the next moment, the ice and snow cracked and exploded, and ice shards flew all over the sky. Dong! Dong! Fang Chen stomped his foot, and the ice on the cave abyss mountain disappeared without a trace. Even the ice on the myriad holy mountain directly dissipated. Pucci, Bing Wuxuang, who had suffered a backlash, retreated quickly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, Bing Wuxuang was a little surprised that Fang Chun could break her ice. So what if you broke my ice? How can you resist the blood of rivers and mountains? Bing Wuxuang quickly regained her calm and said coldly. At this moment, Fang Chun slowly raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes looked at the sky. You know what? From the beginning to the end, I have never treated you two as opponents. Fang Chun said calmly. In my eyes, the two of you are nothing more than ants. Whoosh! Fang Chun raised his hand and gently clenched it. Unexpectedly, the scarlet flower, which caused one's expression to change, ended up in his palm. Chapter 2761. Everyone was shocked. The power contained in the blood-red flower was enough to kill an early-life ancient realm expert, but this guy had crushed it with his bare hands. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Rumble. In the void, the blood-red cage shattered, and a loud explosion rang out. Fang Chun stood in the middle of the storm, letting the wind and rain hit him as he stood there proudly. Indeed, it was just as Fang Chun had said. He didn't take these two clowns to be his opponents at all. Pucci, blood-splashing mountains and rivers was broken, and the guillotine suffered a backlash. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. What? Not far away, Bing Wuxuang's eyes widened as she cried out. At this moment, a faint thought of retreating appeared in his heart. Wasn't this guy too strong? He couldn't imagine how a star ancient realm expert could withstand his and the guillotine's joint attack. One strike had heavily injured two life ancient realm experts. At this moment, Fang Chun was too dazzling. All eyes on the entire Myriad Saints mountain fell on him. The cultivators who had originally mocked him and looked down on him felt a storm in their hearts. They swore that this was the most shocking battle they had ever seen in hundreds of millions of years. Blood-splashing mountains and rivers, freezing heaven and earth. Bing Wuxuang and the guillotine looked at each other. They weren't willing to give up. If they gave up now, they wouldn't have long to live. So, no matter what, they had to fight. Two angry roars rang out, and the ground was covered in a layer of silver once again. In the sky, a blood-red flower condensed. I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just ants. Dong! Fang Chun gripped the hilt and pulled out the hidden star sword with a slight force. Suddenly, the invincible sword chi shook, and an extremely terrifying power spread out. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, and a hole appeared in the sky. The blood-red flower was cut in half without any resistance, and the silver on the ground instantly evaporated. Pucci, the guillotine, and Bing Wuxuang's bodies exploded. Fortunately, they had dodged in time and managed to avoid the sword light. However, the two of them each had an arm cut off. Blood splashed out, and their auras were extremely dangerous. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, Fang Chun walked towards the two people step by step. Back then, when you destroyed the Flame Tribe, did you ever think that such a day would come? Fang Chun asked. The flying guillotines and Bing Wuxuang's expressions changed as they were filled with helplessness. You're not from the Fire Tribe. Why are you avenging them? The flying guillotine shouted. I swear to you as the chief of the Blood Serpent Tribe. As long as you let me go, we will respect you as the king of the bloodline barrier. That's right. The Ice Tribe is the same. We only ask that you let us go. Bing Wuxuang hurriedly added. Besides, you won't get any benefits from killing us. As long as you don't kill us, we're willing to be your slaves. Just a moment ago, they were still high and mighty, but now, in order to survive, they were willing to do anything. At the peak of the holy mountain, everyone was silent as they lowered their heads. Fang Chun's strength was too strong. With his strength alone, he suppressed the entire bloodline barrier. It had been hundreds of millions of years since such a strong expert had appeared. The Ice Tribe and the Blood Serpent Tribe are finished. Someone sighed and shook his head. Hearing their words, Fang Chun sneered. If you had stopped when I tried to stop you back then, this wouldn't have happened, Fang Chun said mockingly. You only have yourselves to blame for the current situation. I didn't want to start a massacre, but you forced my hand. Whoosh! The sword rose and fell, and two heads rolled over. Life ancient realm experts of their generation, the flying guillotine and Bing Wuxuang, had fallen, their bodies and souls destroyed. Moreover, they would become the sinners of their tribes. Their tribes would be completely destroyed because of their foolish decision. After killing the two, Fang Chun opened his palm, and a terrifying suction force enveloped the two corpses. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline power in their bodies was completely sucked dry. Then, Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the other cultivators of the two tribes in the distance. All of this was the Flying Guillotine's own decision. It has nothing to do with our tribe. Yes, our ice tribe is willing to compensate. The two tribes hurriedly distanced themselves from the two for fear that Fang Chun would wipe them out. Fang Chun slowly walked over and shook his head. Back then, when I destroyed the Flame Tribe, you charged at the very front. Now, after seeing the two of them die under my sword, you're eager to distance yourselves? Fang Chun sneered and waved his sleeve. A violent sword Dao aura spread out and completely enveloped everyone. Puchi! Streaks of invincible sword chi pierced into the bodies of everyone. They were too weak and couldn't resist at all. A moment later, all the people of the two tribes were dead. On this day, the entire bloodline barrier trembled. Everyone understood that from now on, Fang Chun would be the absolute king of the bloodline barrier. Everyone was silent and lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look directly at Fang Chun for fear of angering him. However, Fang Chun didn't attack them. He put away Immortal Cave Mountain and left. In a mysterious place in the primordial chaos, smoke lingered. Fire Demon Perfected Lord saw this scene through the water curtain and smiled brightly. Beautiful. You didn't waste my attention on you. The disheveled old man also nodded and praised Fang Chun. Nowadays, there are very few people who value friendship as much as he does. Yes, his potential is so heaven-defying, and he has the black hole bloodline. I really can't think of any reason for the bloodline king to reject him. The old men were in the same camp. They chatted with each other and were very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. But this guy destroyed two tribes in front of everyone. Given the tolerance of the Ice King and Blood Snake Perfected Lord, they definitely won't let him go if they meet in the future. At least they can't do anything now. On a mountain peak in the bloodline barrier. Brother, you're too powerful. Xiaohua came out of Immortal Cave Mountain and said excitedly. Fang Chun gently rubbed Xiaohua's head. The latter was very innocent and looked at Xiaohua as if he was looking at his younger self. Xiaohua, I should be leaving the bloodline barrier soon. Do you want to leave with me? Fang Chun asked. The Flame Tribe was destroyed because of him. Although he had taken revenge now, he was still worried about leaving Xiaohua alone. I don't have any family left. You're the only one I have. No matter where you go, I'll follow you. Xiaohua said naively. Okay. Fang Chun nodded heavily. With the combat power Fang Chun displayed on Holy Mountain, he was almost invincible in the bloodline barrier. All the tribes kept a respectful distance from him. This way, it became very easy for Fang Chun to collect bloodlines. Every time he arrived at a tribe, he would receive a grand reception. When he explained his purpose, the tribes fought to give him their essence blood. For the tribes, they all had special bloodlines, and a little bit of essence blood was nothing. To be able to make friends with Fang Chun was the most important thing. Rip. After coming out of a tribe, it was already late. In Fang Chun's body, the bloodline power shook. Although it seemed chaotic, it did not go berserk. Fortunately, I have a black hole bloodline. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. If not for the black hole bloodline, not to mention absorbing other bloodlines, even after absorbing them, he would not be able to suppress them. He would have exploded and died. Now, with the black hole bloodline, it was easier to absorb other special bloodlines. Moreover, after absorbing them, the black hole bloodline could sort out the various bloodlines and form a deterrent situation, allowing the various bloodlines to coexist. If the experts in the outside world saw this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Because, since ancient times, there were very few people who could have so many special bloodlines. 48 bloodlines. Fang Chen murmured. In addition to the black hole bloodline, the power of 48 bloodlines flowed in his body. He felt that his strength was increasing day by day, which was caused by the special bloodline power. I'll rest for a night. Tomorrow, I'll absorb the last special bloodline. Then I can leave the bloodline barrier. Fang Chen stretched and felt that his primordial spirit was a little tired. He found a safe place to rest. At night, one could not see their fingers. In the silent mountain Zhong tribe, there was no light. All the tribesmen were asleep. Roar. Chapter 2762. The Shanzhong tribe was located in the east of the bloodline boundary, far away from the core of the bloodline boundary. Even with Fang Chen's speed, it took him several days to arrive at the Shanzhong tribe. As soon as he arrived at the Shanzhong tribe, Fang Chen felt something was wrong. I can't feel any aura fluctuations. Fang Chen frowned and stepped into the building of the Shanzhong tribe. What he saw was a devastated land. There were also corpses. Every corpse's head had already been shattered. It was a tragic sight. Moreover, their bloodline power had been sucked dry. No one in the Shanzhong tribe was alive. What happened? Who destroyed the Shanzhong tribe? Fang Chen was even more curious. Although the Shanzhong tribe was not the strongest tribe in the bloodline boundary, it was still above average. However, it was destroyed overnight. It was unbelievable. Fang Chen frowned and looked serious. He only had one bloodline left. After absorbing it, he would be able to leave the bloodline boundary. But now, he encountered such a problem. Could it be that someone is targeting me? Such a question suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. No matter what, I have to find out what happened to the Shanzhong tribe first. Fang Chen said to himself. This was an important matter. He had to treat it seriously. In the following time, Fang Chen carefully investigated the Shanzhong tribe and found many suspicious points. First of all, the injuries of the warriors of the Shanzhong tribe were very uniform. That was, their heads were broken. Other than that, there were no other injuries on their bodies. This was very strange. Second, their bloodline power had been sucked dry, and there were no traces left behind. Combining all the signs, Fang Chen guessed that the murderer of the Shanzhong tribe was not human, but the monster clan. Could it be that there are still powerful monster beasts in the bloodline boundary? His divine sense spread out and covered the entire void. After a while, Fang Chen found a trace of ferocious aura left in the void. Let's go. Fang Chen's expression changed. He immediately followed the ferocious aura and fled. In the current bloodline barrier, Fang Chen was fully deserving of the title of number 1. Furthermore, he possessed 48 bloodlines. This had already created an unprecedented record. As long as he could obtain the last bloodline, he would be able to leave the bloodline barrier. Therefore, Fang Chen was very concerned about whether the people of the Shanzhong tribe were still alive. Hiding in the void and following that savage aura, Fang Chen arrived in front of a valley several days later. Fang Chen was a little surprised. There were powerful restrictions around the valley, and from time to time, he could hear the roars of beasts. At the same time, he also felt the residual bloodline aura of Shanzhong in the air. Right here, no matter what, he had to obtain Shanzhong's bloodline. Using the space-time escape technique, Fang Chen entered the valley in the blink of an eye. Deep within the valley, a beast the size of a small mountain was roaring furiously with a ferocious look on its face. In front of it was a human figure. Shanzhong tribe. Fang Chen looked over and realized that the man was the only survivor of the Shanzhong tribe. Hand over the treasure, the beast roared furiously. The demonic beast shouted angrily. Suddenly, it stretched out its claws and clawed at the warriors of the Mountain Zhong tribe. With a tearing sound, the warrior's arm was broken and blood spurted out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen arrived at the depths of the valley at lightning speed. Swoosh. He opened his palm, and the power of the black hole bloodline emerged. Vast power soared into the sky. The blood in the void was quickly sucked into his palm. Buzz. The power of the black hole bloodline quickly refined the Shanzhong bloodline. At the same time, Fang Chen was also discovered by the beast. Roar. The beast let out a furious roar as its mountain-like body charged toward Fang Chun. Dong! Caught off guard, Fang Chun threw out a punch and hit the demonic beast. Dong! 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 Fang Chun's body was forced to retreat. Lowly human. The ferocious beast spoke in human language and emitted a terrifying aura. It launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chun. Buzz. When the 49th bloodline was completely integrated, Fang Chun's body underwent earth-shattering changes. In the next moment, the 49 bloodline powers above Fang Chun's head merged together and condensed into a ferocious dragon. Roar! The dragon roared, and the aura it emitted forced the ferocious beast to retreat. Damn it! Seeing this, the ferocious beast became even more furious and used its most powerful trump card. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt a strong pressure. Just as he was about to dodge, the void distorted and rippled. Then, a hazy figure appeared. Evil beast! Rip! The blurry silhouette waved his hand, and in an instant, the body of the ferocious-looking demonic beast exploded, killing it instantly. Fang Chun's eyes widened. This was too exaggerated. After doing all this, the blurry figure looked at Fang Chun with a smile on his face. He was full of praise for Fang Chun. Not bad, the ferocious dragon figure said. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment and immediately bowed to the hazy figure. Being able to gather 49 special bloodlines is enough to show that you are talented. The hazy figure said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Bloodline King." Boom! Fang Chun's head buzzed, and he was dumbfounded. The Bloodline King was a super expert that existed in legends. In the ancient times, he was already an expert that stood at the top of the immemorial chaos. He did not expect that he would appear in front of him. Bloodline boundary. Fang Chun was shocked. When I built the bloodline boundary, I gathered 49 special bloodlines in the immemorial chaos and refined many scarlet tokens. Anyone who can get a scarlet token can come to the bloodline boundary by activating it in a special way. The blurry figure said, "The purpose of the bloodline barrier is to select the candidates. Over the countless years, there have been very few who have succeeded. It can be counted with one hand. Before you, there hasn't been anyone who has succeeded for trillions of years." At this point, the Bloodline King paused for a moment before continuing. "I saw everything you did in the Bloodline enchantment boundary. You have great potential, and with your own efforts, you evolve your bloodline into the Black Hole Bloodline. This allowed you to easily absorb 49 bloodlines. Now you have succeeded." Candidate? Fang Chun was full of doubts. Did the Bloodline King not die in the War of the Gods in the ancient times? Then why did he build the bloodline boundary? For whom and what candidate? Fang Chun was astonished by all of this. However, since the Bloodline King did not say anything, Fang Chun did not ask. "I spent my entire life researching the Tao bloodlines. After countless years, I finally had some achievements. Then, I had a bold idea." The Bloodline King smiled at Fang Chun. "You are too weak. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that you have passed my test and become one of the candidates. As for the specific information, you will know when your cultivation reaches the limit of the life ancient realm." With that, the Bloodline King flicked his finger and a light drilled into Fang Chun's forehead. "This mark can save your life," the Bloodline King said. This was the Bloodline King's mark. It could withstand the full strength attack of a life ancient realm powerhouse. With this mark, Fang Chun could be said to have an extra life. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Bloodline King. Now, it's meaningless for you to stay in the bloodline boundary. You can leave now." Wong. A gap appeared in the void. "After you go out, I will move you to the place where you came in," the Bloodline King said. "However, you must remember not to tell anyone about this." Fang Chun wanted to say something, but hesitated. The Bloodline King looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. He waved his sleeve and sent him out of the bloodline boundary. Looking at Fang Chun's disappearing figure, the Bloodline King murmured, "You have the strongest potential among the candidates. I hope you can succeed." After that, The hazy figure quickly dissipated, and the bloodline boundary returned to normal. From beginning to end, no one knew what happened in the bloodline boundary. With a flash of white light, Fang Chun found himself back in Tianshu Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After 30,000 years, he finally returned to Tianshu Yuan. The familiar aura, the familiar place, everything was so familiar. Chapter 2763. After 30,000 years of transformation, Tianshu Yuan was no longer the same as before. The disciples of the same generation as Fang Chun had grown into the pillars of Tianshu Yuan. Fu Huan and the other three's cultivation had risen steadily. Now they were considered top disciples on Tianyan Peak. As for the outstanding geniuses of Tianyan Peak who had fought side by side with Fang Chun in the chaotic Sky City Theater of Operations, some had become elders of Tianshu Yuan, while others had left the sect. In short, the Despair Continent had changed a lot in 30,000 years. "I'm back." Fang Chun took a deep breath and said slowly. In the meeting hall of the main peak, the governor of Tianshu Yuan was discussing important matters with the elders. "Governor, it's almost time for the path debate among the sections. Who will Tianshu Yuan send?" In the previous few times, the disciples sent by Tianshu Yuan had almost all suffered unprecedented losses. Tianshu Yuan couldn't lose again. Otherwise, how could they stabilize their reputation as the #1 force on the Despair Continent? The Lin family has always been targeting us. Although they didn't dare to start a war because of Lord Hand of Despair's order, that genius who suddenly appeared 30,000 years ago has been constantly attacking our disciples in Tianshu Yuan in recent years. Yes, our Tianshu Yuan has been defeated by the Lin family 4 times in a row. Many of the elders frowned when they talked about the Dao discussion. If Fang Chun was still here, with his potential, he might have already become a master of the life ancient realm. We don't have to worry about it. Yes, the most talented genius of the Despair Continent since ancient times. How good would it be if he was still alive? What happened 30,000 years ago? Everyone thought that Fang Chun had died in the explosion of the blood token. Because of this, many of the higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan were moved and felt very regretful. The sound of discussion was endless. Only the governor of Tianshu Yuan sat quietly on the throne, expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. After listening to the opinions of many elders, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan said, "If it really doesn't work, let Fu Huan and the others go." Now, Fu Huan and the other 3 had become the top disciples of Tianyan Peak. They were the hope of the next generation of Tianshu Yuan. "Dean, this is a matter of great importance. Since the establishment of Tianshu Yuan, we have never lost to the same power 5 times in a row," an elder reminded him. "That's right. No matter what, Tianshu Yuan can only win this time. Although Fu Huan and the others have great potential, their cultivation time is too short. After all, they can't take on big responsibilities. It's a bit risky to let them participate in this very important discussion for our Tianshu Yuan. I suggest we recall Laming. 20,000 years ago, ancient god Thundercry had stepped into the life ancient realm, then began to wander the world." The mayor of Tianshu Yuan nodded lightly. If there was no other way, he could only think of a way to find ancient god Thundercry. Otherwise, Tianshu Yuan would really lose to the Lin family 5 times in a row. "Dean, I'll go and inquire about ancient god Thundercry." Ancient god Thundercry had left the Despair Continent, and Tianshu Yuan's intelligence agency was unable to determine his whereabouts, so they needed to search for him in advance. Just as the mayor of Tianshu Yuan was about to speak, his primordial spirit suddenly moved slightly. Immediately afterward, his face was filled with shock. Whoosh! The mayor of Tianshu Yuan's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving behind many elders who were full of surprise. Tianyan Peak. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan appeared in an instant. When he saw Fang Chun, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Fang Chun, is that you?" the mayor of Tianshu Yuan asked anxiously. "Dean." Fang Chun cupped his fists. They hadn't seen each other for 30,000 years, and everything had changed. Ha ha ha, you're still alive. After confirming Fong Chen's identity, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan laughed wildly. Over the past 30,000 years, he had accumulated a lot of emotions. After venting them, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan was in an extremely good mood. Back then, you injected your essence blood into the blood token, causing it to explode. Your physical body was shattered, and your primordial spirit disappeared. At that time, I thought that you had died in the explosion. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan was quite curious about Fong Chen's experiences over the years. Dean, Fong Chen muttered, the explosion of the blood token didn't kill me. It brought me into the bloodline barrier. Fong Chen briefly explained the bloodline barrier to the mayor of Tianshu Yuan, and the latter suddenly understood. So, you've been cultivating in the bloodline barrier for the past 30,000 years? The mayor of Tianshu Yuan asked. Fong Chen nodded, and the latter laughed. No matter what, it's good that you're back. Before, we were still worried about who to send to participate in the path debate of the sex. Now, we can send you directly. Fong Chen's return directly solved a big problem for Tianshu Yuan. However, we can't let the outside world know about your return for the time being. Otherwise, the Lin family will be on guard. Only the mayor of Tianshu Yuan knew about Fong Chen's return. Even many elders were unaware. With the help of the mayor of Tianshu Yuan, Fong Chen changed his appearance and appeared on Tianyun Peak with a different identity. Don't go too far. Fong Chen was walking slowly on the tree-lined road when he suddenly heard a commotion. He looked up and found that there were 4 familiar figures in front of him. Fu Huan. In front of him, Fu Huan and the other 3 stood side by side, their faces full of anger. In front of them was a tall and powerful man, exuding a terrifying aura. Fu Huan, don't forget your identity. The man in purple sneered. We earn the merit points ourselves. Why should we give them to you? Lord Mental Demon said coldly. On the side, Taoist Bantan and Ing Xing frowned. Hishan, that's enough. Fu Huan said. Fu Huan, I'll tell you directly. If you don't give me the merit points, you will never have peace in the future. What a big tone. Fong Chen stood up at the right time and said disdainfully. Who are you? No one had seen Fong Chen before, so they were a little surprised. I'm curious. You are not as strong as Fu Huan, but you dare to threaten him. Who gave you the courage? Fong Chen stared at Ishan and said in a deep voice. Ishan's eyes fell on Fong Chen. Although my strength is not as good as Fu Huan's, my speed is extremely fast. No one on Tianyun Peak can catch my trace. Think about it. If I want to harass someone, unless he is a master of the life ancient realm, he can't stop me. Hishan continued, so I asked them for 10,000 merit points. It's already merciful. Fast. The faces of Fu Huan and the other 3 were full of embarrassment. They were strong, but they were threatened by the weak. They were very helpless. Brother, you don't know. This guy is called Hishan. He has a movement skill that even the mayor of Tianshu Yuan praised. Once he uses it, his speed is extremely fast. Even a master of the life ancient realm can't catch his trace. Fu Huan smiled bitterly and said, more importantly, this person's bloodline is very special. He can quietly infiltrate the mind of others and target their primordial spirit. Fu Huan spread out his hands helplessly. Once he was targeted by this guy, he wouldn't be able to cultivate quietly in the future. He couldn't catch up with him. Once he cultivated, he would be harassed. This was also the reason why Hishan could threaten Fu Huan and the other 3, even though he was weak. Hearing this, Fong Chen felt ridiculous. When the tiger is absent, the monkey will be king. 30,000 years ago, there were many geniuses on Tianyun Peak. Ancient god Lei Ming, Gong Wei, and Pei Ran were all outstanding. And now, 30,000 years had passed, and the disciples had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, such a black sheep had appeared. Fong Chen shook his head gently. There seemed to be disdain on his face. He is Elder He's nephew. Fu Huan said in a low voice. Oh, I was wondering how you could become a disciple of Tianyun Peak with your potential. It turns out that you got in through the back door. No wonder, Fong Chen teased. Who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Believe it or not, I will never let you have a day of peace, Hishan threatened. Never let me have a day of peace. With a bang, Fang Chun suddenly threw out a punch. It landed heavily on Hishan's body and sent him flying in an instant. Just you. It was another heavy punch, and Hishan was completely dumbfounded. After stabilizing his body, Hishan came to his senses. He roared angrily, his face ferocious. You are finished. You offended me. From now on, you will never have a day of peace, Hishan said ferociously. Fu Huan on the side also tried to dissuade him. Brother, thank you for your help. But this Hishan is a little special. Fang Chun waved his hand. It's okay. He is just a clown. Chapter 2764. In the eyes of Fu Huan and the others, Hishan's speed was extremely fast. Unless one was an expert in the life-ancient realm, it would be difficult to track him down. Once they were entangled with him, they would never have a peaceful day in the future. This also led to many core disciples on the huge heavenly cloud peak not wanting to be enemies with Hishan. They even wanted to leave as soon as they saw Hishan. Of course, there was another reason, and that was his uncle, Elder He. From a certain point of view, Hishan was an out-and-out hedonistic son of rich parents. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's appearance, Fu Huan might have really retreated. What did you say? Hearing this, Hishan's face suddenly changed. You said that I'm a clown? At this moment, Hishan's face was completely gloomy. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Fang Chun shrugged, looking as if he didn't believe Hishan. You're courting death. Hishan finally couldn't hold back and attacked Fang Chun. Whoosh! His figure flashed and escaped into the void. His speed was extremely fast, leaving behind an afterimage in the void. Not good. Seeing this, Fu Huan and the others cried out in their hearts. They couldn't sense Hishan's existence. They looked at Fang Chun worriedly, but the latter didn't seem to care at all. Pretentious. Hishan, who was hiding in the void, sneered and threw a punch at Fang Chun. Suddenly, a vast fist light appeared behind Fang Chun. Dong! The vast fist light hit Fang Chen's body, and a powerful force suddenly exploded. Ding, ding, ding. Hishan's body was forced out of the void, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. Hishan stared at Fang Chun with his eyes wide open. His punch couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. Soon, Hishan regained his composure and sneered. No wonder you dare to go against me. It turns out that you have something to rely on. However, do you think that with your strong defense, you'll be able to block my attack? As soon as he finished speaking, Hishan's figure disappeared into the void once again. From an outsider's point of view, Hishan's movement technique was very special. However, what he didn't know was that Fang Chun didn't even need to use the soul spiritual art to lock onto his position. A clown is a clown. Fang Chun said calmly, You think you can do whatever you want just because you've learned some movement techniques? What a joke. Fang Chun raised his palm and extended a finger. One finger is enough to deal with you. Fang Chen's words completely enraged Hishan. He pushed his movement technique to the extreme. Black shadows constantly shuttled through the void and attacked Fang Chun from all directions. Whoosh! Fang Chen's finger emitted a dazzling light. The light contained an extremely powerful force. When his aura reached its peak, he gently pointed at the void. Wong! A layer of ripples appeared in the void before everything returned to normal. Fu Huan and the other three looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Kacha! Just as Fang Chun put down his finger, the void suddenly exploded. A sorry figure smashed onto the ground. Pucci! Hishan spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that he was seriously injured. How did you find me? Hishan couldn't believe that no one in Tianyun Peak could discover his movement technique. How did this guy in front of him find him? Was it a trick? I said, You're just a clown. Dong, dong, dong. Fang Chen's aura sword. He took a step forward and came in front of Hishan. Hand over your Sumeru ring. Impossible. Bang. As soon as Hishan refused, he was knocked out by Fang Chen's punch. If it weren't for the fact that you're a disciple of Tianyun Peak, you would have died long ago. After saying that, Fang Chen didn't care about anything else and forcibly took Hishan's Sumeru ring. At the same time, he secretly urged the power of the black hole bloodline to refine it. Then, he threw the Sumeru ring to Fu Huan. He won't dare to trouble you in the future. With that, Fang Chun turned around and left, leaving behind a mysterious and unfathomable back view for everyone. So strong. This person's strength is comparable to the life ancient realm. Most importantly, he can see Hishan's location at a glance. It's too terrifying. When did such a monster appear on Tianyun Peak? Soon, the news that Fang Chun had severely injured Hishan had spread. Many people didn't know that Fang Chun had returned. They only thought that a senior brother who used to cultivate on Tianyun Peak had returned. When Elder He heard the news, he went to find Fang Chun angrily. He wanted to force Fang Chun to admit his mistake with his powerful strength, but he was finally interrupted by the appearance of the Tianshu Yuan's chief. In an elegant courtyard, Fang Chun and the chief of Tianshu Yuan sat on a stone bench and looked at each other. "Dean, can you tell me about the path debate of the sex?" Fang Chun asked. Since he was going to represent Tianshu Yuan, he had to understand it well. After you left, the chief of Tianshu Yuan patiently explained to Fang Chun what had happened in the past 30,000 years. When the latter learned that the dragon controller had come to visit and wanted to take him away, he was quite puzzled. Behind the dragon controller is the Hand of Despair. I guess your potential has attracted the attention of the Hand of Despair, so he wants to take you away, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. However, you disappeared for 30,000 years. Everyone thought you were dead. Fang Chun nodded gently. Is there any information about the prodigy of the Lin family? Fang Chun vaguely felt that the prodigy of the Lin family seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. Over the years, we have collected a lot of information intermittently. However, he rarely goes out and cultivates diligently, so it is difficult to find any useful information. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said helplessly. However, not long ago, we learned a shocking secret. It is very likely that he came from the distant chaotic void like you. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Xiaozhong brought him back? That was the only way to explain it clearly, right? The chief of Tianshu Yuan talked with Fang Chun for the entire night. The chief of Tianshu Yuan even told Fang Chun that if he could win first place in the path debate of the sex this time, there would be a great opportunity waiting for him. Have a good rest. After walking out of Fang Chun's courtyard, the chief of Tianshu Yuan looked up at the dark sky and quickly went to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Ancestor, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said softly. Fang Chun is back. The originally silent cave suddenly emitted a powerful force. The chief of Tianshu Yuan couldn't help but take a few steps back. The vines that wrapped around the entrance of the cave all cracked and shattered. For the past 30,000 years, he has been in the bloodline barrier. This time, his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. He already has strength comparable to the life ancient realm. The chief of Tianshu Yuan continued. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the cave. After the path debate of the sex, send him to the Dead Star realm. Yes, ancestor. Once Fang Chun's identity was exposed, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Moreover, the Hand of Despair was also very concerned about Fang Chun, so the Dead Star realm might be an excellent place to go. Thinking of the Dead Star realm, the chief of Tianshu Yuan's face lit up. At the center of the continent of despair, on a towering mountain peak, in front of the thatched hut, the dragon controller stood respectfully, surrounded by golden dragons. The entire world was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. After a long time, with a creak, the Hand of Despair walked out. The path debate of the sex is about to begin, the Hand of Despair muttered, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the blue sky. After the path debate of the sex, I should be able to cultivate the divine technique, right? Hearing this, the dragon controller's heart trembled. As a capable subordinate of the Hand of Despair, he naturally knew very well. Every path debate of the sex was actually a selection of talented disciples with excellent potential and strength for the Hand of Despair. Then, the Hand of Despair would secretly attack and devour them in order to cultivate its own secret technique. What a pity! If that little guy hadn't died, I might have already succeeded. When the Hand of Despair had noticed Fang Chun, he had sent the Dragon Controller to capture him. Unexpectedly, by the time the Dragon Controller had arrived, Fang Chun had already died. This wait had been 30,000 years. The haze on the Hand of Despair's face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. As long as I can succeed, what is a mere 30,000 years? Master is the chosen one. You will definitely succeed in standing at the peak of the primordial chaos, the Dragon Controller flattered. Whoosh! The Hand of Despair flicked his finger. An ray of light drilled into the Dragon Controller's forehead. Thank you, Master. The Dragon Controller's body trembled, and he immediately thanked him excitedly. Chapter 2765. The summit of the Great Path was the grandest event on the continent of despair. Every time the summit of the Great Path was held, the major forces would send some powerful star ancient realm cultivators to spar with each other. Moreover, the outcome of the summit of the Great Path would directly affect the distribution of the 108 cities on the continent of despair. This was also a matter that the major forces attached great importance to. Before this, Tianshu Yuan had already lost several times in a row. If they lost again this time, Tianshu Yuan would have to give up 3 cities under its name. This would be a great loss for Tianshu Yuan. Therefore, many of the higher-ups of Tianshu Yuan were very anxious. However, now that Fang Chun had returned, the chief of Tianshu Yuan was completely relieved. Unfortunately, he couldn't expose Fang Chun's identity for the time being. There was still half a month before the summit of the Great Path. The chief of Tianshu Yuan led many disciples and left Tianshu Yuan. The summit of the Great Path was held in the southwest of the Fu clan's territory. Shilong City was a city under the name of the Fu clan in the southwest. This city was very famous on the continent of despair because the city lore of this city was ranked in the top 10 among the 108 blood spirits. On the continent of despair, when the name of ancient god Shilong was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. Half a month later, Fang Chun and the others arrived at Shilong City without a hitch. Is this Shilong City? Fang Chun looked up at the magnificent city in front of him and whispered. Fu Huan and the others on the side widened their eyes and screamed out loud. As expected of Shilong City, this level of glory is no less than any of the cities under the name of Tianshu Yuan. Yes, I heard that ancient god Shilong is ranked in the top 10 among the 108 blood spirits. I wonder if we could see ancient god Shilong this time. For a moment, many whispers spread. Because it was the time of the summit of the Great Path, the security of Shilong City was very strict. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. The chief of Tianshu Yuan. The person in charge of guarding the city gate was the elder of the Fu clan in the southwest. He knew the chief of Tianshu Yuan. When he saw the latter, he hurried over. This way, please. Soon, the elder of the Fu family led the people from Tianshu Yuan into Shilong City. In front of the central plaza of Shilong City, there were 3 big mansions. It was obvious that they were newly built. On the far left was the Tianshu Manor, in the middle was the Lin Manor, and on the right was the Tianshu Manor. As for the manor on the right, there was no name. In front of the 3 mansions was a square where the Tao Symposium would be held. Tianshu Yuan has come a long way. You must be tired from the long journey. Please rest first. The head of the family will be here soon, the elder of the Fu family said with a smile. Fang Chun and his group walked into Tianshu Yuan under the lead of the Tianshu Yuan chief. Boom! At this moment, a vast and mighty power came from the distant horizon. Then, numerous figures descended from the sky. Everyone frowned, feeling extremely displeased. Isn't the Lin family too arrogant? Fu Huan said in a deep voice. Everyone else walked into Shilong City, but the Lin family flew indirectly. This was a blatant disregard for the Fu family in the southwest. Sure enough, the elder of the Fu family who had just left was displeased, but he didn't dare to say anything. He still pretended to be smiling as he welcomed the Lin family. The leader was dressed in a green robe. When he walked to the front of the Lin Manor, he turned his head and glanced at the Tianshu Yuan chief. Tianshu, old man, we meet again. The head of the Lin family said coldly, Tianshu Yuan has lost so many times in a row. If you lose again this time, prepare to give up 3 cities. The Lin family came prepared and was very confident. You'd better take care of your Lin family. The 2 powerful figures were at each other's throats. The air was full of tension. Fong Chen's gaze swept across the Lin family and finally fell on a man in a black robe. When he looked at the man in the black robe, the latter happened to look at him as well. When their eyes met, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The supreme ancestral eye automatically activated. The corners of the man in the black robe curled up, revealing a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand and gestured at his neck. Then, he turned around and entered the Lin manor. Supreme ancestral eye? He has it too. At this moment, Fong Chen was quite shocked. He didn't expect that other than him, there was someone else who had the supreme ancestral eye. This person is a formidable opponent. Fong Chen felt a strong sense of danger from him. In a few days, the 3 major factions had all gathered. The other first-rate factions had also arrived at Shillong City. For a time, Shillong City was extremely lively. Buzz. Ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. Fong Chen's body tensed up. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure appear in the void not far away. This person didn't release any aura, but he gave Fong Chen endless pressure. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan is here. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Ancient God Shilong, how have you been? The mayor of Tianshu Yuan stepped forward and looked at Ancient God Shilong from a distance. Is he Ancient God Shilong? Fong Chen murmured. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly weak man in front of him was actually one of the top 10 experts of the legendary 108 Blood Fiends. Patriarch Fu has arrived. I would like to invite the mayor of Tianshu Yuan for a chat. Ancient God, Shilong said directly. Very well. The mayor of Tianshu Yuan nodded and left with Ancient God, Shilong thump. Thump. Fu Huan found Fong Chen. Brother Tianshu, this time, my Tianshu Yuan is relying on you, Fu Huan said with a smile. Tianshu was the name that the mayor of Tianshu Yuan had given to Fong Chen, meaning that he would be the next dean of Tianshu Yuan. At the same time, one could see how much importance the mayor of Tianshu Yuan placed on him. Fong Chen nodded lightly and chatted with Fu Huan. In the garden of the Lin mansion, the black-robed man looked at the void, the supreme power of the ancestral eye circling around him. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. I really didn't expect to meet the supreme ancestral eye here. The black-robed man licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. He vaguely remembered that his master had said before his death that in the vast primal chaos realm, there were 3 ancestral eyes in every primal chaos void. After reaching a certain level, they could evolve into the supreme ancestral eye. The only way to evolve the supreme ancestral was to devour the other supreme ancestral eyes. However, it was easier said than done. It was very difficult for one person to gather all the ancestral eyes that were scattered everywhere. Taking a step back, even if one gathered all of them, they might not evolve into the supreme ancestral eye. Moreover, even if they evolved into the supreme ancestral eye, they might not meet in the vast sea of people. Therefore, when the black-robed martial artist saw Fong Chen, he was ecstatic. If I devour your supreme ancestral eye, my strength will definitely skyrocket. The black-robed man said sinisterly. He had no choice but to join the Lin family. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely leave the continent of despair and head to that exquisite and vast stage. After many days of discussion, the path debate of the sects finally officially began. On this day, many martial artists participating in the path debate gathered in the square. On the rostrum in front of the square, the patriarch of the Lin family, the patriarch of the Fu family, the pavilion master of the Dark Wind Pavilion, Ancient God Shilong, and the others sat down one after another. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the elder in charge of the path debate of the sects announced the start of the competition. This path debate of the sects will be the same as before. Each faction can send 10 disciples to participate in the competition. In the end, the overall results will be compared to determine the ownership of the 108 cities, a white-haired elder said slowly. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Therefore, when the disciples spar with each other, they must not go overboard. If anyone uses this opportunity to kill someone with malice, they will be severely punished. Fong Chen's gaze was fixed on the black-robed man from the Lin family. This person also had the supreme ancestral eye, and the power in his body was surging. He was definitely a formidable opponent. After a simple introduction of the rules of the competition, everyone understood. The Dark Wind Pavilion prodigy's face was full of confidence. This time, the Dark Wind Pavilion will definitely achieve a good result. Stop Tian Shu Yuan with all our strength. This was the voice of the Lin family. As for the Fu family of the Southwest, they had remained calm. The black-robed martial artist from the Lin family, Fu Jin from the Fu family of the Southwest, and Ting Fong of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Fong Chen muttered these names. In this path debate of the sects, these people were considered first-tier prodigies. As long as he defeated them, he could ensure the safety of Tian Shu Yuan. However, just as Fong Chen turned his head, a man in plain clothes in the corner of the square caught his attention. HM? Chapter 2766. F***CK. He had gray hair and was wearing a simple cloth robe. He leaned against a stone pillar in the corner and didn't care about the upcoming competition at all. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. However, the more he was like this, the more Fong Chen felt surprised. A layer of gray aura appeared in his eyes. The supreme ancestral eye was secretly activated and locked onto the gray-robed man. At this moment, the latter also noticed Fong Chen. He raised his head and glanced at Fong Chen with his pitch-black eyes. Then, he turned around. Interesting. Fong Chen raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. He thought that there was almost no opponent in this Tao debate, but now he encountered mysterious warriors one after another. Just as Fong Chen was about to observe the man in cloth robe further, the competition had officially begun. Any contestant could fight at will. Each warrior could successfully advance as long as he could defeat 10 people. I'll go first. In the Lin family area, the black-robed warrior stepped out and stood on the martial arts arena. His aura was soaring. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the Tian Shu Yuan area condescendingly. His intention was obvious. He was provoking. Let me. Fu Huan stomped his feet and came to the martial arts arena. You disciples of Tian Shu Yuan, come at me together. The black-robed warrior's words were full of arrogance and disdain. Humph, I don't need all of them to deal with you. Fu Huan's face was gloomy, and he attacked with lightning speed. Boom! Deafening noises rang out incessantly. Seeing Fu Huan attack first, the black-robed warrior sneered. Too weak. He stretched out his big hand and pressed down. Suddenly, the whole space seemed to become oppressive. Fu Huan, who was rushing toward the black-robed warrior, suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Damn it, Fu Huan cursed. At the same time, he urged the power in his body to the extreme, trying to break free. However, it was too late. Go! The black-robed warrior's big hand pressed hard on Fu Huan's body. The sound of bones breaking came from the martial arts arena. Rip! Blood splashed all over the sky. Fu Huan dragged a broken arm and flew out. Fu Huan, mental demon lord, and the others shouted. They supported Fu Huan's body and saw the shocking scars on his body. Their hearts were full of anger. The Lin family is targeting Tian Shu Yuan. He hit me too hard. I want to avenge Fu Huan. Ying Xing and the others were furious and wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Fong Chen. Let me do it. No matter what, Fu Huan and he came from the same chaotic void, so they were from the same hometown. Fu Huan was hurt like this right under his nose. He had no choice but to take action. Dong! Fong Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and gracefully landed on the martial arts stage. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people, the black-clothed martial artist said coldly. He. Fong Chen said calmly. You could have forced Fu Huan to retreat, but you chose the most ruthless way. You deserve to be punished. The black-clothed martial artist looked at Fong Chen. Are you talking about me? Immediately, a wild smile appeared on his face. What right do you have to talk about me? Buzz. The black-clothed martial artist attacked with lightning speed, not giving Fang Chun any chance. Clatter. It was still a pair of big hands that pressed down directly. The void collapsed, and the terrifying aura drowned Fang Chun. These hands don't need to exist anymore, Fang Chun said slowly. Then he flicked his finger, and a vast finger light burst out in an instant, shooting toward the big hands. Whoosh! The dazzling finger radiance exploded with an unimaginable power. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, it directly pierced through the giant hand. Clatter! Blood sprayed. A hole appeared in the black-clothed martial artist's palm, and blood flowed out. He clenched his fists and was furious. How dare you hurt me? The black-clothed martial artist roared in anger. At the same time, he took out a long spear from his chest. Sky-breaking spear. With a low roar, the long spear pierced toward Fang Chun with incredible power. Buzz. The chaotic origin sword body was activated, and his defense was raised to the extreme. At the same time, Fang Chun displayed his unparalleled sword Dao, sword of heaven and earth. Hoo-hoo-hoo. In the sky, a violent wind blew. Beams of vast sword chi condensed into dazzling sword light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. What a powerful sword technique. What sword technique is this? It's so powerful. I've never seen or heard of it before. In the square, there were exclamations everywhere. Even Fu Jin of the Fu clan and Ting Fong of the Hostile Wind Pavilion were stunned. At the corner of the square, the linen-clothed martial artist who was leaning on a stone pillar finally had a serious expression. No one in the entire Despair continent can compare to this level of sword technique. The linen-clothed martial artist's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. So powerful. Seeing this, the Heart Demon Lord and the others were full of smiles. The stronger Fang Chun was, the more likely they would have to avenge Fu Huan. On the rostrum, Old Man Tian Shu. When did such a monster appear in Tian Shu Yuan? The Fu clan head said with a smile. This child's attainments in swordsmanship are truly impressive. Just that strike alone contains an extremely powerful way of the sword. To have such an achievement at such a young age, no one in the entire Despair continent can compare to him, Pavilion Master Darkwind said. Only the Lin clan head snorted and didn't say anything. Damn it. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's sword of heaven and earth shattered the black-clothed martial artist's attack with an unstoppable force. The latter's long spear was also shattered by the hidden star sword. Kacha! The long spear broke into two and fell off the martial arts stage. At this moment, the entire Lin clan area was shocked. They never dreamed that the strongest prodigy would encounter such a powerful opponent at the beginning of the battle. Where did this Tian Shu come from? Why is he so strong? Don't worry. The insect demon hasn't used his trump card yet. I hope the insect demon can destroy this damn guy. Many disciples of the Lin clan thought to themselves. After Fu Huan's arm was cut off, Tian Shu Yuan had almost no combat power left. As long as the guy in front of them was seriously injured, Tian Shu Yuan would lose without a doubt. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts stage. Whoosh! After the dazzling sword light shattered the long spear attack, it didn't stop. Instead, it continued to move forward and pierced the black-clothed martial artist's head. Thump! Thump! The black-clothed martial artist took a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and immediately said, Originally, I saved my trump card for Fu Jin and Ting Fong, but you forced me to do this. Whoosh! A thick black mist emerged around the black-clothed martial artist. He slowly opened his bleeding palm. Suddenly, a dense swarm of insects whizzed out and flew all over the sky. These insects were basically the size of a thumb and contained extremely strong power. Under the attack of my world-devouring insects, you will die without a doubt. The world-devouring insects were the black-clothed martial artist's strongest trump card. They were bred with his own blood and sweat. Every time he bred a world-devouring insect, his strength would increase by a bit. Right now, once the world-devouring insect surrounded a person, Even an ancient life realm elite wouldn't dare to fight them head-on. Now, the world-devouring insects were still in their underage state. Once they reached adulthood, they would look down on the world. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the black-clothed martial artist was unwilling to release them. This was because every time he released them, he would suffer some losses. The losses seemed small, but in fact, to him, they were immeasurable. "You're dead." The black-clothed martial artist's face was ferocious as he laughed eerily. He was full of confidence because he was the insect demon, the master of the world-devouring insects. Buzz! The world-devouring insects instantly bound the sword light. In the blink of an eye, a powerful corrosive force appeared. Crack! The sword light, which was so powerful that it made people tremble, was instantly shattered. This is, on the rostrum, the mayor of Tianshu Yuan was also a little stunned. Could these be the legendary world-devouring insects? Ancient God, she long cried out. He had also read about the legends of the world-devouring insects in ancient texts. World-devouring insects? Pavilion Master Dark Wind grimaced. The experts all stared at the world-devouring bug. Only the Lin family patriarch remained unperturbed. In the distant horizon, the Hand of Despair and the Dragon Controller stood in front and behind, looking down at Shilong City. World-devouring insects. Seeing this, the Hand of Despair was slightly startled and said, Chapter 2767. Wow! The appearance of the world-devouring bugs shocked everyone. A star ancient realm, ancient god, could actually control the world-devouring bugs. It was too terrifying. In ancient times, before the Battle of Gods, the world-devouring bugs had multiplied to a peak. In that era, as long as there were world-devouring bugs, almost no humans dared to step foot in. This was because the world-devouring bugs were too powerful after they grew to their peak. They were called world-devouring bugs because they could devour barriers. Imagine a powerful barrier like the bloodline barrier, which was a level higher than the Despair Continent. However, in the face of the world-devouring bugs, it could not resist at all. At that time, human experts had joined forces to suppress the world-devouring bugs, but without exception, they all failed. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. At that time, the world-devouring bugs were tyrannical and unscrupulous. Everywhere they went, people were plunged into misery and suffering. However, after the Battle of Gods broke out, the world-devouring bugs were also involved and suffered heavy casualties. After the Battle of Gods ended, the primordial chaos experienced a great upheaval and the world-devouring bugs gradually disappeared from people's sight. Who would have thought that after so many years, the world-devouring bug would appear once again? However, many high-level experts were still relatively calm because the world-devouring bugs in front of them were still immature and were not very destructive. Sword of Heaven and Earth. No one knew the destructive power of the world-devouring bugs better than Feng Chun. He faced the world-devouring bugs head-on and felt great pressure. He did not hesitate to use the Sword of Heaven and Earth. The dazzling sword light merged into heaven and earth, and then turned into countless small sword lights. Each sword light pierced the world-devouring bugs at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. However, to Tianshu Yuan's disappointment, Feng Chen's exquisite sword technique could not break the world-devouring bug's defense. My world-devouring bug's defense is invincible. You want to break it? Dream on. The insect demon took a step forward and stood in the void, looking down at Feng Chun. At the same time, his hands formed a complicated seal to control the world-devouring bugs. A buzzing sound came from the void. Some weaker martial artists held their heads with both hands and fell to the ground in pain, screaming miserably. The sound of the world-devouring bugs targeted the primordial spirits of martial artists. Dong! Feng Chen's primordial spirit trembled. The aura of the soul, Tao, permeated the air and wrapped around him perfectly. As early as 30,000 years ago, Feng Chun cultivated the soul spirit art, and his primordial spirit had already reached the mid-stage of the king realm. After 30,000 years of bitter cultivation in the bloodline barrier, his soul spirit art had been completely cultivated to perfection. His primordial spirit had also reached the terrifying late king stage. Therefore, the sound emitted by the world-devouring bug was unable to affect his primordial spirit. World-devouring bug, devour heaven and earth. The insect demon shouted in a low voice. His hands formed a complicated seal that was extremely mysterious. In the next moment, the densely packed world-devouring bugs in the sky madly rushed toward Feng Chun. Boundless devouring power surged out from their bodies. Wherever they passed, the heavenly energy would be sucked dry. Is his defense invincible? Feng Chun murmured. If even the sword of heaven and earth could not defeat it, then he could only use his final trump card. On the main stage, although these two are only at the Star Ancient Realm, their fighting prowess is comparable to the Life Ancient Realm. They are rare talents, ancient god Shilong said. The Fu family head's expression was somewhat solemn. The fighting prowess displayed by Feng Chun and the insect demon had shocked him too much. Even the strongest prodigy of the Fu family, Fu Jin, was inferior. Thinking of this, the Fu family head sighed inwardly. He only hoped that the battle on the martial arts stage would end in mutual destruction. Only then would Fu Jin have a chance to win. The pavilion master of the Dark Wind Pavilion and the Fu family head felt the same way. Ting Feng's strength was below Fu Jin's. It was even more impossible for him to withstand the attacks of the two. The Tian Shu Yuan chief, who was originally full of confidence, was also somewhat worried at this moment. Can he withstand it? The Tian Shu Yuan chief thought to himself. Those were the world-devouring bugs. The slightest carelessness could cause one's body and soul to be destroyed. The Lin family head's face was filled with a gloating expression. No matter how strong you are, you will undoubtedly die under the world-devouring bugs. After the insect demon released the world-devouring bugs, the Lin family head seemed to have seen the Tian Shu Yuan seeding 3 cities for the Lin family to use. He even saw the Tian Shu Yuan collapse because of this setback. The Lin family would take advantage of the situation and become the most powerful force on the continent of despair. Can Brother Tian Shu withstand it? Lord Mental Demon and the others were extremely anxious. The one-armed Fu Huan's face was pale. He prayed for Feng Chun in his heart. In short, everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle between the two. This battle was destined to have only one winner. Since that's the case, let me be the victor. After 30,000 years of cultivation in the bloodline barrier, Feng Chen's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was almost invincible in the same realm. The insect demon was the most powerful martial artist he had ever encountered in the same realm. The world-devouring bugs were very strong. In the eyes of outsiders, he was almost unstoppable. Even the insectoid demon was ready to welcome victory. Boom! Feng Chen's body surged with an unparalleled sword chi that caused everyone to tremble. Then, he gently raised his palm, and the star-hidden sword drew a strange and crafty line. Unparalleled Sword Dao, Chaotic Origin Sword. This was the 3rd sword of the Unparalleled Sword Dao. It was also the newest move that Feng Chun comprehended after 30,000 years of cultivation in the bloodline barrier. This move was perfectly combined with the Chaotic Origin Sword body, forming a powerful sword move that could switch between offense and defense. Sila. When he executed the Chaotic Origin Sword, the Chaotic Origin Sword body was also pushed to the limit. The terrifying Chaotic Origin aura was perfectly combined with the Hidden Star Sword. The aura around Feng Chen's body kept rising. The energy of the Chaotic Origin Sword body was poured into the Hidden Star Sword. Stunning. Shocking. When Feng Chun executed the Chaotic Origin Sword, these 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. It was simply too shocking. There was actually such a powerful sword technique in the world. This lad is not simple. On the rostrum, everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at Feng Chun. On the square below, many disciples were staring with their eyes wide open. They stood there in a daze. Only Feng Chun faced the wind and slashed out with his sword. The Hidden Star Sword erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It's useless. Even though the insect demon could feel how powerful Feng Chen's sword technique was, he was still fearless. He charged forward bravely towards Fang Chun. In front of the world-devouring insects, everything is futile. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The world-devouring insects were even faster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Fang Chun and clashed with the hidden star sword. Gotcha! Under everyone's gaze, the hidden star sword cleaved apart the body of the world-devouring insects. Dong! The world-devouring insects turned into ashes. Following that, Fang Chun was like a demonic god descending. He held the hidden star sword and charged into the swarm of world-devouring insects. Selah! The power of the chaotic origin sword was too strong. Fang Chun could kill early-stage life, ancient realm, ancient gods with this sword technique. No matter how strong the defense of the world-devouring insects was, they couldn't withstand it. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had destroyed more than 10 world-devouring insects. The scene made the insect demon grit his teeth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could his sword technique be so powerful? The insect demon gritted his teeth and roared in anger. At the same time, he gathered the remaining world-devouring insects and launched an all-out attack on Fang Chun. Chaotic Origin Sword. Fang Chun executed the Chaotic Origin Sword once again. The sword body and sword technique were perfectly integrated, and his attack power reached its peak. Xiao! The hidden star sword expanded and turned into a huge sword. It fell from the sky and slashed at the swarm of world-devouring insects with a vast power. Gotcha! One by one, the world-devouring insects were destroyed by the hidden star sword. It was unstoppable. It was simply unstoppable. The expressions of the people on the rostrum kept changing. How is this possible? The clan head of the Lin clan shouted in disbelief. A star ancient realm cultivator could destroy the world-devouring insects? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Amazing. Tianshu Yuan Elder gave a thumbs up inwardly. The profoundness of Fang Chun's sword technique had surprised him. Within the void cloud layer, watching quietly as Fang Chun executed the chaotic origin sword to kill the world-devouring insects, Despair Hand narrowed his eyes. He was getting more and more interested in Fang Chun. Who would have thought that we would have such a harvest this time? Despair Hand said, "The world-devouring insects are already rare, but this sword-wielding fella makes me even more excited. This lad's sword technique is extremely profound. I wonder if Master can see some clues?" Dragon Controller asked. When Fang Chun executed the chaotic origin sword, the two of them knew the final result. Chapter 2768. The densely packed world-devouring insects rapidly died under Fang Chun's chaotic origin sword. No, the insect demon was unwilling to give up. He roared furiously, but under Fang Chun's sharp sword technique, he could not resist at all. The world-devouring insects were his foundation. Once they were destroyed by Fang Chun, he would fall into eternal damnation. Hence, he had to protect the world-devouring insects at all costs. Damn you! The insect demon frantically punched out with his iron fists, wanting to disturb Fang Chun. But he was wrong. The chaotic origin sword was too powerful and could not be blocked at all. Poochie! The insect demon's body was pierced by the hidden star sword, nearly dying. With a pong, the insect demon's body flew out and smashed onto the ground. Fang Chun glanced at the heavily injured insect demon and sneered. He continued to wave the hidden star sword to kill the world-devouring insects. In the sky, the Hand of Despair, who had been watching the battle, finally could not bear it anymore. The world-devouring insects are also good stuff. The Hand of Despair sighed. The Dragon Controller's body trembled when he heard that. He waved his palm, causing a crack to appear in the void. He slowly walked out from it. Enough! The Dragon Controller's voice rumbled, causing everyone to bend forward and backward. The Dragon Controller flicked his finger, causing a resplendent finger light to appear in front of the world-devouring insects, protecting the remaining insects. Gotcha! The hidden star sword clashed with the finger light, creating a metallic sound. Dong! A vast aura erupted. Fang Chun took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at the dragon controller who appeared out of nowhere. The world-devouring insects are good stuff. It's a pity to kill them. The dragon controller did not care about everyone's shocked gaze. He waved his sleeve and kept all the remaining world-devouring insects. Poochie, seeing that the heavily injured insect demon spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. On the rostrum, when the experts saw the dragon controller, they immediately thought of the Hand of Despair. Could it be that the Hand of Despair was watching in the dark? Not bad. The dragon controller nodded at Fang Chun and praised him. At the same time, he glanced at the head of the Lin family and asked, "Do you have any objections?" "No," the head of the Lin family said with a hollow laugh. What kind of joke was this? Everyone knew that the Hand of Despair was behind the dragon tamer. That was the strongest overlord of the entire Despair continent. No one was allowed to disobey the will of Despair Hand. If not, then let's continue. With a leap, the dragon controller returned to the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. For a moment, the crowd was discussing in low voices. The Lin family's clan leader and the others were filled with helplessness. No one could resist the temptation of the world-devouring bug. However, he could only watch helplessly as the dragon controller took them away. Who else? After defeating the insect demon, Fang Chen's reputation reached its peak. Holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, he stood on the martial arts stage and asked. The huge square was dead silent. No one was willing to make a move. An expert like the insect demon, who had even released the world-devouring bug, was still not a match for Fang Chen. In their minds, Fang Chen's shocking sword move was faintly reverberating. It was too powerful. So far, it was the most dazzling sword move. "I'll fight with you." The one who spoke was Ting Fong of the Dark Wind Pavilion. After coming to the martial arts stage, he cupped his fists at Fang Chun and said, "Although I know that I'm not as strong as Brother Tian Shu, after seeing Brother Tian Shu's exquisite sword technique, I can't help but feel the itch to spar with you." "Sure." Fang Chen nodded. If someone respected him, he would respect him tenfold. Ting Fong did not have any ill intentions towards him. He just wanted to spar with him. Hence, he did not display the chaotic origin sword. Xiao, the sword of heaven and earth, was displayed. A resplendent sword light fused with the world and rapidly transformed. Ding, ding, ding. Even though Ting Fong was prepared and displayed the killing move of the Dark Wind Pavilion, he was still defeated in the end. His body continuously retreated before finally stabilizing at the edge of the martial arts stage. Brother Tian Shu's sword technique is unparalleled. This Ting admits defeat. Finishing his words, Ting Fong leaped and returned to the Dark Wind Pavilion region. Fu Jin of the Fu clan had burning eyes. His entire body was brimming with battle intent, but he did not make a move. It's still not the time to fight with him. Fu Jin of the Fu clan pondered. He would wait until the finals to battle with Tian Shu. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. After Ting Fong's defeat, no one dared to challenge him. In the end, after a discussion between the elders in charge of the Dao discussion, Fang Chun directly advanced to the next round. Even though the following matches were still very exciting, the shock Tian Shu left in everyone's heart could not be any greater. Before night fell, the first round of the competition had ended. Some cultivators might have lost 1 or 2 matches, but they won 10 matches and successfully advanced to the next round. In the end, a total of 31 people advanced. From this point, one could see the cruelty of the competition. The last person to go up the stage was a plain-clothed male. Fang Chen observed every match seriously. Every time he defeated his opponent, it gave people the feeling that he won by luck. However, Fang Chen knew very well that the plain-clothed male was also a strong opponent. He even felt that he was no weaker than Insect Demon. On the other hand, Insect Demon was the strongest prodigy of the Lin clan and the most popular candidate to win the championship. Unexpectedly, he encountered a strong opponent in the first round and was seriously injured to the point of passing out. As a result, he was directly eliminated. This also made the face of the Lin clan's patriarch extremely gloomy. He did not even wait for the competition to end before leaving Dragon City. The main purpose of this Tao discussion was to stop Tianshu Yuan. But now, the strongest prodigy, insect demon, had been defeated. What was the point of staying? As night fell, Fu Huan came to Fong Chen's courtyard with the help of Lord Mental Demon. "Thank you, Brother Tianshu." Fu Huan bowed slightly and thanked Fong Chen solemnly. Fong Chen shook his head. "Even if it weren't for you, I would have fought insect demons sooner or later. In any case, if it weren't for Brother Tianshu, I don't know when I would have gotten my revenge." Fu Huan was very grateful to Fong Chen. "Brother Tianshu, with your strength, no one among the many disciples of the Tao discussion is your opponent, right?" Lord Mental Demon laughed. "Even the world-devouring bug couldn't resist your attack. I really can't think of anyone who can." Fu Jin of the Fu family? Obviously not. He was not as strong as Insect Demon. So how could he resist Tianshu? Speaking of this, Fong Chen recalled the plain-clothed male who did not reveal his strength. "There are hidden masters in this Tao discussion," Fong Chen said lightly. "Hidden masters? How strong can they be?" Rip. As soon as Lord Mental Demon's voice fell, his and Fu Huan's bodies were suddenly imprisoned and then wrapped in a gray mist. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he stood up, he saw two figures coming. One of them was the Dragon Controller, who took away the world-devouring bug during the day. The Dragon Controller was surrounded by a golden dragon, and his aura was shaking. The black-clothed man beside him was slightly strange. "What's going on?" Fong Chen frowned and looked at the man warily. "Tianshu, this is my master, the Hand of Despair," the Dragon Controller said. Hearing this, Fong Chen exclaimed. Since he came to Tianshu Yuan, he had been hearing the legend of the Hand of Despair. He didn't expect to see him in person. "Junior Tianshu greets Lord Hand of Despair," Fong Chen said respectfully. He was the master of the Despair Continent. Even a master of the Lin family and the mayor of Tianshu Yuan were no match for him. "I watched the battle during the day. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, but I have never heard of such a special sword principle like yours in the world," the Hand of Despair said with a gentle smile. "I sense an invincible confidence in your sword Tao. I've sensed this confidence from many peerless experts before," the Hand of Despair continued. Fong Chen was shocked. He could feel the invincible confidence just by looking at him. This Hand of Despair was indeed worthy of his reputation. "What is your sword principle? Who did you inherit it from?" the Hand of Despair asked. Fong Chen thought for a while and said, "Junior swordsmanship was accidentally obtained in an ancient relic. As for what sword principle it is, I am not too sure." Fong Chen lied. His strength was amazing enough. If the Hand of Despair knew that he had created the invincible sword principle and the chaotic origin sword, what would he do? Oh, hearing this, the Hand of Despair fell into deep thought. Chapter 2769. After the Dragon Controller and the Hand of Despair left, Fong Chen pondered. Were they just here because they thought highly of him? Why did he see a trace of savagery in their eyes? The Hand of Despair hid it well, but the Dragon Controller was different. "I can't leave with them," Fong Chen screamed in his heart. That night, Fong Chen told the governor of Tianshu Yuan about this matter. The latter's face darkened after hearing the news. "After the cultivation debate, I will take you back to Tianshu Yuan immediately," the governor of Tianshu Yuan said. Although Fong Chen didn't know what the governor of Tianshu Yuan meant, he still nodded. The next day, the competition continued. After a night of rest, everyone's complexion became much better, especially Fu Jin from the Fu family in the southwest. He was eager to try. He seemed to be confident that he could fight Fong Chen. The second round of the competition was simple. It was a 2-on-1 battle. Those who lost would be eliminated directly until the final winner was determined. Unfortunately, Fong Chen was the first contestant to go on the stage. On the martial arts platform, Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. Drip. Time ticked by. It seemed that no one wanted to fight Fong Chen. After a long while, still no one went on the martial arts platform. A smile appeared on the governor of Tianshu Yuan's face. Yesterday's battle had shocked everyone. They didn't have the courage to challenge Fong Chen. Rip. Perhaps it was because of the dead silence in the square, but suddenly footsteps were heard. Then, the void distorted, and cracks appeared. Under everyone's gaze, Fu Jin from the Fu family jumped onto the stage. "Tian Shu, I challenge you." Fu Jin's voice spread throughout the square. Suddenly, everyone in the square cheered. After such a long time, someone finally dared to challenge Tian Shu. This was destined to be a showdown. Fu Jin dares to challenge Tian Shu. Does he have a trump card? Maybe Fu Jin really does have a trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so stupid to challenge Fang Chun. Let's keep watching and we'll know. A commotion broke out as the gazes of the crowd landed on Fu Jin. On the rostrum, the head of the Fu family in the southwest stroked his beard with a smile on his face. He seemed to be very confident in Fu Jin. "You're no match for me," Fang Chun said calmly. "If it was yesterday, I, Fu Jin, wouldn't have the guts to challenge you. However, things are different now. I, Fu Jin, am destined to become the most outstanding genius in the Despair mainland. As for you, you're the tiger that stand in my way." After saying that, Fu Jin slowly took out something from his bosom. As soon as this thing came out, it exploded with a bloody aura. "What's that? Oh my God, isn't that the Fu family's legendary mind fixation pearl?" The legend is true. The Fu clan really does have the mind-calming pearl. The square was in an uproar. Everyone on the rostrum also widened their eyes. However, when they saw it clearly, they were somewhat disappointed. Knockoff mind fixation pearl. A knockoff mind fixation pearl is enough to deal with Tian Shu. The head of the Fu family snorted. The real mind fixation pearl was a legendary treasure. It was lost in the Battle of the Gods in the Antiquity Age and was never found again. The mind fixation pearl in Fu Jin's hand was just a replica of the mind fixation pearl. Boom! Fu Jin didn't waste any time. He exerted force in his palm and completely activated the mind fixation pearl. A mighty soul, Tao energy, surged out from the mind fixation pearl and quickly enveloped Fang Chun. "A soul, Tao attack?" Fang Chun murmured. Immediately, he fully activated his late king-level primordial spirit. At the same time, the soul spiritual art was operating at high speed in his mind. Hiss! The mind fixation pearl was very powerful. Fang Chun's primordial spirit could barely resist it. "Although your mind fixation pearl is very strong, can it block one of my attacks?" After saying that, Fang Chun displayed the chaotic origin sword. Xiao! A dazzling sword light surged out and violently collided with the mind fixation pearl. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. This strike would determine the final outcome. Would Dubby's sword technique be able to shatter the mind fixation pearl's attack? "It's useless. I've studied your sword technique. Even though it's powerful, it has certain limitations." Fu Jin grinned. He controlled the mind fixation pearl and launched an even more powerful attack. "Is that so?" Fang Chun said. The hidden star sword revolved in the void. The power of the chaotic origin sword was completely unleashed. The smile on Fu Jin's face disappeared abruptly and was replaced by a gloomy expression. "Damn it," Fu Jin cursed. He activated the Fu clan's bloodline power and fused it with the mind fixation pearl to unleash a powerful attack. "It's useless. Everything is nothing under my sword technique." Someone once said that all schemes and tricks were useless in front of great strength. Now, Fang Chun was like that. He once again displayed the power of the chaotic origin sword to the world. The hidden star sword carried an unparalleled sword chi. It easily pierced through the mind fixation pearl like cutting through tofu. Kacha! With a boom, the mind fixation pearl broke apart. Fragments flew all over the sky. Fu Jin's body was struck by lightning and smashed to the ground. "Who?" The square was filled with cheers. Everyone was shouting Dubby's name to their heart's content. Too powerful. Dubby once again demonstrated what a sword cultivator was, what a sword Tao was, and what a sword technique was. His sword Tao was unheard of and unseen. As for his swordsmanship, it was extremely mysterious and incomparably profound. With just one sword, he destroyed the mind fixation pearl. Even life ancient realm experts would find such a technique to be a mistake. On the rostrum, everyone was moved. Only the Fu clan head had a gloomy expression. He was displeased. In the sky, Despair Hand and Dragon Controller were carefully sizing up Fong Chun as if he was a treasure. Wonderful. Despair Hand liked Fong Chun more and more. This brat's potential far exceeded his own at the same level. If he could absorb his strength, his divine technique would definitely rise to a new level. Invincible physical body, unparalleled sword technique, and powerful primordial spirit. In the crowd, the linen-clothed man looked at Fong Chun and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to meet such a monstrous genius when I came out of seclusion." Fong Chun's strength had completely shocked the linen-clothed man. What a pity. I thought I could sweep across the Despair Continent this time. Who would have thought that a Chung Yao Jin would appear halfway? When the linen-clothed man said this, he had already given up on challenging Fong Chun. He didn't think his strength could withstand Fong Chun's profound sword technique. It's not a bad choice to be friends with such a hero. The linen-clothed man grinned. In the second round of the competition, Fong Chun left everyone in the dust. No one was his match, and his momentum was like a rainbow. After this round of competition, his popularity had soared to the peak, and he was the center of attention. At night, Dubhe Mansion, in an elegant courtyard, Fong Chun and the linen-clothed man sat on a stone bench, looking at each other. "My name is Bution." The linen-clothed man took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself. Fong Chun had never heard of this name. He guessed that this person wasn't from the Despair Continent. "I've seen Brother Dubby's battle in the previous 2 rounds. You're really powerful. I, Bution, admire you." Bution said, "Your sword technique is unparalleled. Brother Dubhe deserves the title of the strongest genius in the Despair Continent." Fong Chun shrugged. He had already noticed Bution. The latter looked ordinary, but was actually very strong. "You came to find me just to be friends with me?" Fong Chun asked. "That's right. After seeing Brother Dubby's battle, I was shocked. I, Bution, would like to be friends with Brother Dubhe. Of course, it's our first meeting. If I make such a request, Brother Dubhe will inevitably be suspicious." Bution said, "I brought a generous gift for Brother Dubhe this time. Please take a look." As he spoke, Bution took out a jade box from his chest. Fong Chun took the jade box, glanced at Bution, and then gently opened it. The jade box's material was very special. After opening it, Fong Chun was stunned. Fong Chun's heart trembled. He was tongue-tied. Supreme ancestral eyes? He almost cried out. He didn't expect Bution to give him the supreme ancestral eyes. This pair of supreme ancestral eyes came from the insect demon. "Since I want to be friends with Brother Dubhe, I can't be stingy with my gift. I killed the insect demon while I was at it," Bution said with a smile. While he was shocked, Fong Chun also had a new understanding of Bution. After digging out the supreme ancestral eyes, it could be preserved in perfect condition. This jade box was probably not simple, and Bution could casually take it out. This person's identity was really thought-provoking. Chapter 2770. The supreme ancestral eye of the Lin family's insect demon was actually dug out by this mysterious guy. What shocked Fong Chun even more was that he was actually able to preserve the supreme ancestral eye without any damage. It was simply unbelievable. No one knew more about the supreme ancestral eye than Fong Chun. The supreme ancestral eye was a special existence. Once it left a martial artist's body, it would quickly lose all its power and become an ordinary eye. "Brother Tianshu," Bution called out softly, pulling Fong Chun back from his shock. Fong Chun closed the jade box and stared at Bution. "Who are you?" Bution shrugged. "I'm Bution, just a loose martial artist." Seeing this, Fong Chun did not ask any more questions. He put away the jade box and cupped his hands towards Bution. "I'll accept your gift. I, Tianshu, owe you a favor." Bution hurriedly waved his hand. "I've said it before. I sincerely want to be friends with Brother Tianshu. This is just a greeting gift." Fong Chun still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bution. Under the dark night sky, Fong Chun stared at Bution's departing figure in a daze. He sighed in his heart. Bution knew about the supreme ancestral eye and gave it to him without any reluctance. Is it really just to be friends with me? Fong Chen pondered. After a while, Fong Chun shook his head and threw away all his messy thoughts. Forget it. Since he has given me such a valuable gift, I can't measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean heart. He adjusted his state of mind and took out the jade box again. Buzz. He activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye and emitted the power of the Ancestral Eye, completely enveloping the jade box. In an instant, the Supreme Ancestral Eye in the jade box resonated and emitted a vast aura. It floated on its own. Whoosh! When the Supreme Ancestral Eye left the jade box, Fong Chun was shocked to find that the power inside the Ancestral Eye was rapidly dissipating. The appearance of the Supreme Ancestral Eye was also gradually declining. This shocking discovery caused Fong Chen's heart to tremble. Absorb it quickly. He soon made up his mind and unleashed the full potential of his ancestral eyes. The raging power of the ancestral eye wrapped around the supreme ancestral eye of the insect demon and rapidly absorbed the power within. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had completely absorbed the power within the supreme ancestral eye of the insect demon. Crack. Without the support of energy, the ancestral eye of the utmost being dissipated instantly. At the same time, Fong Chen's eyes emitted a silver luster, and a vast power shook violently. After a long while, his eyes gradually regained their calm. At this moment, wherever Fong Chen's gaze passed, the heavens and earth changed color. Fong Chun could even clearly see the heavenly Tao's operating rules in the air. The Supreme Ancestral Eye has improved tremendously. Fong Chun was pleasantly surprised. When the Supreme Ancestral Eye evolved to the extreme, it could comprehend the supreme laws. However, for countless years, no one had succeeded because this path was simply too difficult. After absorbing the power of the insect demon's ancestral eye, Fong Chen's Supreme Ancestral Eye evolved a little. Now that I'm fully activating the Supreme Ancestral Eye, the power released is enough to trap an ancient god of the life ancient realm, Fong Chun murmured. At the same time, Fong Chen's gaze fell on the jade box again. What is this jade box made of? It's so powerful, but the Supreme Ancestral Eye is rapidly declining after leaving it. Fong Chun was surprised. He really couldn't figure out what the jade box was made of. Whatever, I can be sure that the jade box is made of a very special material and is very precious. Fong Chun put the jade box into his sumaru ring. He was trying to figure out what Butian meant. At this point in the Tao debate, it was almost certain that the champion would be Dubhe. However, guesses were guesses. In the end, they still had to abide by the rules and continue with the competition. In the second round, Fong Chun left everyone in the dust, using absolute strength to defeat the soul-fixing pearl of the Fu family of the Southwest, shocking the world. Many of the martial artists were shocked. Fong Chen's strength was acknowledged by everyone, even the patriarch of the Southwest Fu family side. As for ancient god Shilong, his eyes blazed. He hadn't encountered such an outstanding genius in a long time, and a faint desire to take him in as a disciple grew in his heart. In the third round, no one dared to challenge Fong Chun, and he successfully advanced to the next round. In just one morning, the third round of the competition was over. To Fong Chen's surprise, Butian withdrew from the competition. Although others didn't know, Fong Chen knew very well that although Butian's strength was inferior to his, he was still much stronger than Fu Jin and the others. Before Butian left, he gave Fong Chun a meaningful glance before finally disappearing into the sea of spectators. 3 days later, the finals were held as scheduled. However, before the competition began, the opponents admitted defeat. Many of the martial artists wanted to see more. They were eager to see Tian Shu fight again. Unfortunately, there was no other way. At this point, Tian Shu became the strongest genius in the path debate. Because of his outstanding performance, he directly boosted the overall results of Tian Shu Yuan. In the end, Tian Shu Yuan was allocated a city. Although this city was not to be underestimated, it was the addition of a blood fiend. The entire Tian Shu Yuan was extremely excited. Congratulations, Tian Shu. The patriarch of the Fu family and the others stood up one after another and congratulated Fang Chun with cupped fists. Fang Chun also nodded to the experts one by one in response. Whoosh! At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky, and a loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the crack in the void. They didn't need to think to know that it was the leader of the Blood Fiends, the Dragon Controller. As expected, the Dragon Controller surrounded by a golden dragon appeared. But this time, there was another person behind him. When the Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan and the others saw the person behind the Dragon Controller, their pupils constricted. That's the Hand of Despair. Several others hurried forward and greeted the Hand of Despair. Lord Hand of Despair, please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Haha, I didn't expect that the path debate would also attract the Lord Hand of Despair. Lord, please take a seat. After hearing the voices of the experts on the rostrum, the entire square was in an uproar. The elusive Hand of Despair, the ruler of the continent of despair, had actually appeared. Is he the Hand of Despair? The ruler who claimed to have opened up the continent of despair. He's too strong. The aura emanating from him makes me feel oppressed. Many people admired the reputation of the Hand of Despair, and their eyes were filled with passion. The Hand of Despair nodded slightly, but his gaze fell on Fang Chun. Have you thought about it? The Hand of Despair's words puzzled everyone. What was there to think about? Was the Hand of Despair going to accept Fang Chun as his disciple? Only the Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan looked worried. It's my honor to be able to follow you, Lord, but Fang Chun said, I still have some worldly affairs to deal with. Otherwise, I will be worried. Please allow me to return to Tianshu Yuan to deal with my own affairs. How dare you? The Dragon Controller reprimanded. My master took you away because he thinks highly of you. Why do you have to bargain with him? Lord, Tianshu is still young and doesn't know much. I apologize on behalf of Tianshu Yuan. The Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan hurriedly stood up. They must not provoke the Hand of Despair. Otherwise, Tianshu Yuan would suffer because of it. The Hand of Despair's expression changed. He was obviously unhappy. The Dragon Controller knew very well that his master was angry. Tianshu, you only have two choices now. Leave with your master, or die. The Dragon Controller's voice spread. Countless people stare at this scene with wide eyes. For a moment, the square was extremely tense. Everyone in Tianshu Yuan was worried about Fang Chun's situation. Fang Chun looked directly at the Hand of Despair, thinking quickly in his mind. The strength of the Hand of Despair is much stronger than that of the Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan. I have no power to fight back in front of him. Fang Chun thought to himself. Even if he fully activated the space-time escape technique and created thousands of phantoms, it would be impossible for him to escape from the Hand of Despair. What should I do? Fang Chun was a little anxious. At this moment, the Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan spoke. Lord, please allow Tianshu to return to the sect to deal with external affairs. Patriarch of Tianshu Yuan, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? The Dragon Controller scolded. Chapter 2771. The mountain was not a mountain, and the water was not water. The highest realm of martial arts was none other than being illusory. From the outside, a mysterious place looked like a bubble that would burst with a single poke. However, there were a few shocking experts gathered here. They sat on the green stones and looked at the water screen in the void with varying expressions. This guy is in trouble. Should we make a move? Perfected Lord Fire Demon was the first to lose his cool. He looked around at the other old men and asked. Although he passed the Bloodline King's test and became one of the candidates, it doesn't mean that we don't have to do anything. If anything happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences, the disheveled old man said. That's right. I agree with the disheveled old man. Let's wait and see. But the perfected Lord Fire Demon was a little anxious. If Fang Chun died, what would happen to the descendants of his flame tribe? That was the only descendant with a fire seed. Once he died, it would be a huge loss. Perfected Lord Fire Demon, don't be anxious. Things might change. The disheveled old man glanced at the perfected Lord Fire Demon and comforted. The Bloodline King must be paying attention to this matter. What can a mere ruler of the Despair Continent do? Despair Continent, Dragon City. Everyone's gaze was on the Hand of Despair. Although he did not speak, he formed a strong aura just by standing there. Furthermore, his attitude was clear. He wanted Fang Chun to choose one of the two. He was the ruler of the Despair Continent, and no one could go against his will. The Dragon Tamer knew the temper of the Hand of Despair and reprimanded Fang Chun continuously. He even scolded the mayor of Tianshu Yuan, who spoke up for the latter. Fang Chun shrugged helplessly. The Dragon Tamer and the Hand of Despair were forcing him to leave with them. This confirmed his guess that they must have some unspeakable secret. I can't go with them. He had too many secrets. If the Hand of Despair were to discover them, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if he rejected them in front of everyone, the Hand of Despair would definitely attack in anger. Just as Fang Chun was feeling conflicted and hesitant, the clear sky suddenly darkened. The pitch-black clouds covered the entire sky, and thunder rumbled from the sky. Many thick lightning dragons swam in the dark clouds, and an oppressive aura spread out. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? The Hand of Despair raised his head and looked at the sky indifferently. Stop acting all mysterious. The Hand of Despair said in disdain. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast amount of energy burst out and struck one of the lightning dragons. Crack! The lightning dragon shattered, and the dark clouds dispersed. Despair. In the sky, an aged voice slowly sounded. For my sake, how about letting this junior go? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Who was it that dared to negotiate with the Hand of Despair? The distressed chief of Tianshu Yuan was extremely excited when he saw this. Now that the old ancestor had appeared, the Hand of Despair probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. What? You've been holed up in Tianshu Yuan all these years. Are you finally willing to come out? The Hand of Despair said disdainfully with a touch of indifference on his face. Only then did everyone realize that the mysterious powerhouse hiding in the sky was actually the old ancestor of Tianshu Yuan. The legend is true. There's an unparalleled powerhouse in Tianshu Yuan. It seems that Tianshu Yuan values Tianshu a lot. Even the old ancestor who hasn't appeared for a long time has appeared. This is going to be a good show. The old ancestor of Tianshu Yuan is a powerhouse on the same level as the Hand of Despair. No one had expected that a confrontation between two powerhouses would occur just because of Tianshu. The patriarch of the Fu family, the pavilion master of the Dark Wind Pavilion, an ancient god, she long looked at the sky with burning eyes. The dark clouds dissipated, and a phantom appeared in the sky. Despair, I don't want to be your enemy, the phantom said. Then don't ruin my business. With that, the Hand of Despair waved his sleeve, and a vast amount of energy condensed into a powerful arrow and shot out. Whoosh! The powerful arrow pierced the phantom. Ha! The phantom chuckled. You want to force me to retreat with this little trick? In an instant, the phantom and the Hand of Despair fought fiercely. A powerful light curtain covered the ground in the sky, blocking everyone's eyes. Master is the strongest. The dragon controller clenched his fists, and his blood boiled. Fang Chun stared blankly at this scene, somewhat in disbelief. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. The whole ground seemed to be shaking. The light curtain dissipated, and the Hand of Despair reappeared. He stared at the phantom in the sky. This time, I'll give you face. After that, the Hand of Despair disappeared. The dragon controller was stunned for a moment, but he also disappeared. Let's go. The phantom sent a message to the patriarch of Tianshu Yuan, and the latter quickly left Shilong City with the disciples of Tianshu Yuan. The powerful pressure above Shilong City didn't dissipate for a long time. Everyone's hearts trembled as they were dumbfounded. In front of the thatched hut on Despair Peak. Master, the dragon controller asked in a low voice, that old bastard of Tianshu Yuan is no match for you. Why? The Hand of Despair shook his head gently. His dark eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Even a dog will jump over a wall when it's desperate, let alone a man. That old bastard is determined to protect Tianshu. If I force my hand, I'll definitely suffer a crazy counterattack. The hand of despair said, "Although I'm not afraid of him, if he fights me to the death, I'll definitely be injured. The loss outweighs the gain. Then it doesn't matter. That old bastard is already injured. This time, he was forced by me to use his full strength. His old injuries have relapsed, and he won't be able to hold on for long," the hand of despair said coldly. The dragon controller nodded. "After that old bastard is dead, I'll go and uproot Tian Shu Yuan." When Tian Shu Yuan and the hand of despair went against each other, there was no need for them to exist. Tian Shu Yuan, back mountain forbidden area. This time, I've offended the hand of despair. He won't let it go. The chief of Tian Shu Yuan thought to himself. He hurriedly took Fang Chun to the back mountain forbidden area, where the ancestor was cultivating in seclusion. Ancestor. As soon as the voice fell, the branches wrapped around the entrance of the cave all dispersed. With a creak, the cave opened, and light shone in all directions. "Go in," the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said, and stepped into the cave. Fang Chun followed. The cave was very simple. At first glance, there was only a thin old man sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was shining with a dazzling light. Was he the one who blocked the hand of despair? Fang Chun murmured. The thin old man didn't open his eyes. He opened his mouth and spoke faintly. "The strength of the hand of despair is much stronger than I thought. This time, my old injuries have relapsed. If he comes again, I won't be able to resist." The thin old man said directly, "So, the plan has been launched in advance." "Yes, ancestor." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan turned to look at Fang Chun and explained the matter of the Dead Star boundary. "This is a serious matter. In order to prevent the hand of despair from attacking, we are preparing to send you into the Dead Star boundary," the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said. "Dead Star boundary?" Fang Chun was a little surprised. "You have been to the bloodline boundary, so you should have some understanding of boundaries. The Dead Star boundary is a kind of boundary, but it is much stronger than the bloodline boundary." The chief of Tian Shu Yuan said, "The Dead Star boundary is very special. This is the heaven of the ancient gods. Anyone who enters the Dead Star boundary is an ancient god warrior. Here, the ancient gods can obtain the strongest tempering. The Dead Star boundary doesn't accept people easily, but the Dead Star boundary master once owed the ancestor a favor. The ancestor is prepared to use this favor to exchange for a spot to enter the Dead Star boundary for you." At first, Fang Chun didn't feel anything. But when he heard that Gu Tianhua of the Gu family and Lin Xian of the Lin family had also entered the Dead Star boundary and obtained the title of Dead Star, his heart began to move. Even with the strength of the hand of despair, it is impossible for them to break into the Dead Star boundary. You can enter it and cultivate safely, but it will be difficult to come out unless you obtain the title of Dead Star, the chief of Tian Shu Yuan said. "Time is a little tight. I won't explain the details of the Dead Star boundary to you. Let's begin now. Any second could bring about unbearable consequences." Fang Chun was the hope of Tian Shu Yuan's future. As long as he was alive, Tian Shu Yuan would continue to exist. Chapter 2772. In-Star Boundary was a boundary created by the In-Star Boundary Master. It was much stronger than the Bloodline Boundary. Of course, this didn't mean that the In-Star Boundary Master was stronger than the Bloodline King. The Bloodline Boundary created by the Bloodline King was just a casual creation. It wasn't much at all. The In-Star Boundary was created by the In-Star Boundary Master with his life's work. It was of a very high level. The In-Star Boundary was shrouded in strong laws. Powerhouses that surpassed the ancient god level couldn't enter at all. Therefore, the martial artists he met here were almost all at the ancient god level. "This is the In-Star Boundary," Fang Chun muttered. After experiencing the Bloodline Boundary, Fang Chun wasn't too unfamiliar with boundaries. He quickly adapted to the situation here. Rip! The sky and earth spun. Fang Chun managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. Suddenly, he discovered that there were several figures surrounding him. Fang Chun was a little surprised. The way these people looked at him was a little special. He hurriedly looked down and discovered that there was an accident during the transmission process. His clothes were already torn. "Damn it," Fang Chun cursed. He quickly took out a set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. "Outsider, The leader stared at Fang Chun and asked. Fang Chun nodded. The leader continued. Hand over your spatial ring. Why? Fang Chun asked. This is the rule of the N-star boundary. The leader said impatiently. Fang Chun frowned. He had just entered the N-star boundary, and he was going to be robbed? Seeing Fang Chun's hesitation, the leader threatened. Brat, I advise you to think carefully. There are many people like you who are incomparably glorious in the outside world. However, after entering the starless extinction domain, it is almost impossible for them to survive. This is the rule of the N-star boundary. Hand over your spatial ring, and we can spare your life. Fang Chun smiled eerily. He was a little speechless. These guys in front of him were only ancient gods of the star, ancient realm. Where did they get the courage to steal his spatial ring? What if I don't? Fang Chun shrugged. Then go to hell. Just as he finished speaking, the ancient gods besieging Fang Chun attacked. Bang! Fang Chun suddenly punched out, instantly shattering the head of one of them. His actions shocked everyone. The other attacking martial artists all retreated in fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chun's iron fist continuously punched out, exploding in the air. With a rumbling sound, the cultivators who had surrounded him all died. No, you can't kill me. When his fist was about to hit the last person, Fang Chun stopped attacking. Where's this place? Fang Chun asked coldly. Tell me everything you know about the Starless Realm. I said. The warrior knelt on the ground with a thud and quickly explained to Fang Chun. The ruler of the Starless Realm is the Starless Realm Master. However, he is extremely elusive. Normally, it is impossible to see him. The person said, under the Starless Realm Master, there are 7 great devils. Each one of them is incomparably ferocious. Their cultivation is at the life ancient realm, and their strength is incomparably tyrannical. When the Starless Realm Master is not around, they're the ones who maintain the order of the Starless Realm. Within the Starless Realm, there is a special kind of power called Star Force. The martial artists who come in from the outside are basically here for Star Force. It is said that if one can absorb enough Star Force, not only will their strength skyrocket, but their cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, they can be defeated by the Starless Realm Master. It had to be known that even in the ancient chaos, the Starless Realm Master was a peak existence. He was much stronger than the Tian Shu Yuan and the Hand of Despair. After a long while, Fang Chun finished listening to this person's narration. He finally had a certain understanding of the Starless Realm. Star Force, Fang Chun muttered. He casually grabbed out and caught the Star Force in the void in his palm. Opening his palm, a strand of resplendent silver light surged in his palm. He could clearly feel that when the Star Force entered his body, it could trigger the resonance of his 49 bloodlines. What is Star Force? Fang Chun did not understand, but he knew how precious Star Force was. Who? Fang Chun took a deep breath. The Star Force entered his body. The surface of his skin emitted a silver luster. It fused together with the chaotic origin sword body, erupting with a vast power. Amazing! Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. No wonder everyone's goal was Star Force. The Starless Realm actually nurtured such a powerful energy. It is definitely not an ordinary boundary. Fang Chun muttered. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Sir, with your strength, even in the Starless Realm, you are considered to be at the top. Why don't you participate in young Master Xing Han's banquet? This person saw that Fang Chun was deep in thought and hurriedly asked, Banquet, young Master Xing Han? There is a list in the Starless Realm known as the Starless List. Young Master Xing Han is an ancient god of Life Realm. His strength is so strong that he could be ranked in the top 100 of the Starless List. Not long ago, young Master Xing Han obtained a supreme treasure and publicly hosted a banquet. He invited many experts on the Starless List. This person explained, as long as one is ranked in the Starless List, they can participate in young Master Xing Han's banquet. Many people want to participate in the banquet just to befriend young Master Xing Han. If you can befriend young Master Xing Han, you can do whatever you want in the Starless Realm. Isn't it just the top 100? I thought it would be the number 1. Fang Chun curled his lips and said with disdain. Hearing this This person's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Brother, you just came to the starless realm. I'm afraid you don't know the weight of the starless list. Even the top 100 are famous figures in the starless realm. The experts in the top 10 of the ultimate star list are all legendary figures. Even the ultimate star boundary Lord admires them greatly." Oh, Feng Shen heard this and was slightly moved. How is young Master Xinghan's strength? Young Master Xinghan's cultivation is at the middle stage of the life ancient realm. However, his battle strength is comparable to late-stage life ancient realm experts. So, I have to participate in the banquet? Feng Chun said. He entered the starless realm to train himself and avoid the hand of despair. His goal was simple. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the life ancient realm in the starless realm. He wanted to raise his battle strength as much as possible. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the hand of despair after leaving the starless realm. "Bring me there," Feng Chun said. No problem. Not long after Feng Chun entered the starless realm, the hand of despair once again descended on Tianshu Yuan. After discovering that Feng Chun was not there, he flew into a rage and fought with ancestor Tianshu. The battle was so loud that it resounded through the sky. The entire despair continent could feel the tremors. In the end, ancestor Tianshu was defeated, but the hand of despair also retreated. Pucci, ancestor Tianshu spat out blood. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. "Ancestor!" The chief of Tianshu Yuan shouted and helped ancestor Tianshu up. Ancestor Tianshu shook his head. His eyes were filled with despair. "The hand of despair is too strong. My old injuries have relapsed. I'm no match for him at all." Ancestor Tianshu said, "This person is vicious. He will do anything to achieve his goal. After I leave, Tianshu Yuan will seal the mountain. We can't open the mountain until we have enough strength." "Ancestor, you'll be fine," the chief of Tianshu Yuan said in pain. Ancestor Tianshu shook his head. He knew his body very well. He couldn't hold on any longer. After being attacked by the hand of despair twice in a row, it was impossible for him to hold on. Instead, he might as well use his last bit of strength to do something for Tianshu Yuan. Buzz! Ancestor Tianshu's body suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. Then, the starlight gathered and formed a huge halo that enveloped the entire Tianshu Yuan. Boom! With a deafening sound, Tianshu Yuan disappeared from the mountain range. From then on, Tianshu Yuan no longer existed on the continent of despair. Some people said that Tianshu Yuan had offended the hand of despair and was secretly massacred by the latter. Others said that Tianshu Yuan sealed the mountain and hid until they had enough strength to fight against the hand of despair. In any case, the world felt sorry for Tianshu Yuan. Only the head of the Lin family was secretly delighted when he heard the news. Tianshu Yuan has been destroyed, and the Lin family has risen from the ashes. Before this, Tianshu Yuan had been steadily suppressing the Lin family. In the last battle in Chaotic Sky City, they killed Lin Yuan, the Lin family's hope, which greatly damaged the strength of the Lin family. Now, the Lin family was gloating. Chapter 2773. There were many experts in Dead Star Boundary, and most of the ancient god-level experts in Immemorial Chaotic World were gathered there. Gu Tianhua and Lin Xian, who were once famous in Immemorial Chaotic World, came from Dead Star Boundary. Strictly speaking, the Starless Boundary could no longer be considered a simple boundary. It was a training ground for the ancient gods. Feng Chun naturally had to attend young Master Xinghan's banquet. In the northwest of Dead Star Boundary, there was a vast city called Cold Star City. In Cold Star City, there was a luxurious mansion called Cold Star Mansion. Young Master Xinghan's banquet was held there. Cold Star Mansion is in front. A few days later, Feng Chun arrived at Cold Star City under Fu Lan's lead. As he stood on the ground and looked into the distance, he discovered that a dazzling mansion had appeared before his eyes. Who is young Master Xinghan? Feng Chun asked. It was impossible for an expert in the top 100 of the Dead Star list to have a mansion named after himself. It is said that young Master Xing Han's big brother is in the top 10 of the Dead Star list. He is extremely powerful, and the Lord of Dead Star Boundary is fond of him, Fu Lan said. Oh, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he walked into Cold Star City. If you want to attend the banquet, you must have an invitation card. Fu Lan took out an invitation card and passed it to Fang Chen. I am in young Master Xing Han's invitation list. This is my invitation card. Use it to enter. Fang Chen then noticed that Fu Lan was ranked 351st on the Dead Star list. I didn't expect you to be on the Dead Star list. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Fu Lan was speechless. He shook his head and entered Cold Star City. Isn't this Fu Lan? You are early. Just then, a voice came from afar. Humph. If he didn't run away during the battle, he wouldn't be here. Another discordant voice came, and it was filled with dissatisfaction towards Fu Lan. Fu Lan turned his head, and when he saw the person, his face turned gloomy. Kuyun, Fu Lan said coldly, and there was a trace of cold, killing intent in his eyes. What? I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you become stronger? The fella called Kuyun mocked. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Do you believe that I will suppress you now? Kuyun, why bother arguing with a dog? The martial artist beside Kuyun shrugged his shoulders. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to make you angry, Kuyun. Hearing his words, Kuyun nodded and said with a smile, Indeed, with your current strength, you are not worthy of me taking action. Boom! Kuyun purposely released Fu Lan's Aura Strong Han's aura power. Yun's face's expression. He couldn't help but take a step Yun. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Fang Chen extended his hand and stopped him from retreating. What kind of ability is bullying the weak? Fang Chen said. Yun's sex. Yun's sex sect. Who do you think you are? Kuyun said coldly. Uneducated guy. Didn't Fu Lan tell you? This is Star Cold City. Those who can attend the banquet are all famous people on the Extinct Stars list. You are just a servant. What right do you have to speak here? The two of them reprimanded Fang Chen as Fu Lan's servant. Fang Chen frowned. He was unhappy. However, he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He lightly shook his head, and his face was filled with disdain as he turned around and left. Stop! Being ignored by a servant, Kuyun was angry and yelled. However, Fang Chen simply ignored the two of them and disappeared from the street. Kuyun is an expert ranked 330th on the Ultimate Star list. He once fought with me a few decades ago and defeated me using despicable means. Fu Lan explained. The man beside him is called the Black Clothed Prince. He is ranked 300th on the Extinct Stars list. He is much stronger than Kuyun. It's just that his mind is vicious and he's famous for being a lunatic. Let's go. Fang Chen didn't care about the two of them. To be honest, with his current strength, the two of them weren't even qualified for him to fight. I wonder how strong the top 100 on the Extinct Stars list are. Fang Chen was curious. As time went by, more and more martial artists came to Star Cold City. On the street, martial artists on the Extinct Stars list could be seen everywhere. The entire Star Cold City was bustling. On a certain bustling street, there stood a 9-story pavilion. The top floor of the pavilion was dazzling and magnificent. Those who could reach the 9th floor were all super experts who attended the banquet. Fang Chen and Fu Lan also came to the pavilion. This pavilion is called the Star Picking Pavilion. It is the most famous pavilion in Star Cold City. Fu Lan explained as he found a table on the 1st floor. The stronger you are, the higher the floor you can reach. Those on the 1st floor are all martial artists who are ranked below the top 500 on the Extinct Stars list. Those who can reach the 9th floor are martial artists who are on par with young Master Xing Han. Fu Lan said. Oh, Fang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect such a small pavilion to be so particular. The star-picking pavilion is a symbol of strength and status. Young Master Xing Han organized the banquet to show off his super strength to the world and to rope in some experts on the Extinct Stars list. Fu Lan muttered. Before the banquet started, young Master Xing Han specially invited the super experts to gather here and have a toast. Hearing that, Fang Chen nodded his head lightly. To put it bluntly, the star-picking pavilion was a symbol of status. Young Master Xing Han brought the powerful geniuses to the ninth floor so that they could enjoy the limelight and highlight their unparalleled status. This way, it would be easier to rope them in. One had to admit that young Master Xing Han had some tricks up his sleeve. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. With your strength, you should be able to reach the seventh floor, right? Fu Lan said softly. Actually, with his strength, he could reach the fifth floor too. However, he didn't make it public. However, there were still people who recognized him. Fu Lan, someone on the first floor exclaimed. Instantly, many people noticed him. It's really Fu Lan? Oh my god, I actually met Fu Lan. Fu Lan, 351st on the extinct stars list. Many people were extremely excited. After all, in their eyes, Fu Lan was considered an expert. After being recognized, Fu Lan was a little helpless. He waved his hand at the crowd and signaled for them to be quiet. In fact, he felt extremely guilty. The guy in front of him was the real expert. In front of him, he didn't even have the courage to attack. Trash is trash. He only dares to find his presence on the first floor. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Kuyun. Fu Lan's face darkened as he said coldly. What? Did I say something wrong? Brother Kuyun, why bother arguing with someone like him? Let's go up first. Kuyun laughed and mocked. Fu Lan, if you have the ability, go up to the higher floors. Don't be a coward here. Oh right, bring your servant along. After saying that, Kuyun and Fu Lan went straight up to the higher floors, leaving behind a shocked crowd. Looking at Kuyun's back, Fang Chen frowned. He had no enmity with him. Just because he was with Fu Lan, he kept on mocking him? At this moment, there were a few geniuses on the ninth floor. One of them was a man with dashing eyebrows. He wore a starry robe and had a faint smile on his face. He raised his wine cup and said, Since everyone has come to Starry Star City, I, young Master Xing Han, must be a good host. After saying that, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Haha, as expected of young Master Xing Han. Not only is he strong, but his alcohol tolerance is also not to be underestimated. Yes, young Master Xing Han must have had a breakthrough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held a banquet. Young Master Xing Han's influence is huge. There are countless martial artists who have come to Starry Star City this time. Everyone laughed heartily as they praised young Master Xing Han. Young Master Xing Han stood up and walked to the window. He stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone knows that it is very difficult to find opportunities in the extinct star boundary by relying on one's strength alone. So, before young Master Xing Han could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. At this moment, his dark eyes stared at the hall on the first floor. There, Fang Chen and Fu Lan sat quietly. Young Master Xing Han's heartbeat sped up. His body shook slightly. He clenched his fists and his palms were sweaty. What's going on? Chapter 2774. Black Gold Bloodline. Young Master Xing Han's expression turned serious as he stared at Fang Chen. He could clearly feel the black gold bloodline in his body vibrating. How is this possible? Young Master Xing Han did not expect to see a martial artist with a black gold bloodline in the extinct star region. Interesting. After a while, young Master Xing Han's expression returned to normal as he looked at Fang Chen with interest before returning to his seat. Young Master Xing Han, we understand why you called us here, but a boorish man spoke. If there aren't enough benefits, we won't join any faction. Yeah, you should know the situation in the extinct star region. Choosing a faction without consideration might bring about an unbearable price. Everyone spoke while young Master Xing Han responded with ease. In fact, his heart had always been with Fang Chen. Every time Kuyun went up a level, he would mock Fu Lan. This made the latter speechless. However, Fang Chen was rather calm. He did not even raise his head. From the beginning to the end, he did not look Kuyun in the eye. Just a clown. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. At this moment, there was an uproar in the pavilion as a group of people walked down slowly. Isn't that young Master Xing Han? Those beside young Master Xing Han are all experts at the top of the extinct star list. As expected of young Master Xing Han, he's too strong. Under the praises of the crowd, young Master Xing Han led the others out of the pavilion. However, Before he left, he gave Fang Chun a meaningful look. At the same time, he secretly activated his black gold bloodline. Wong. In the void, a trace of black gold aura suddenly appeared. No one in the surroundings noticed anything unusual. Only Fang Chen's body shook violently. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at young Master Xinghan's back as he left. How is this possible? Fang Chen was shocked. He could clearly feel the black gold bloodline in his body shaking. Young Master Xinghan also has the black gold bloodline? Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up and ignored Fu Lan's shock as he walked out of the pavilion. Just as Fu Lan was about to speak, he heard a mocking voice. Fran, you coward. Even your servant has left you. Aren't you living like a failure? Kuyin stood on the 6th floor of the pavilion, looking down and coldly mocking Fran. Brother Ku, why bother arguing with this trash? If he dares to come to the 6th floor, I will kill him. The two spoke one after another. They mocked Fu Lan. The latter clenched his fists. Everyone had a temper, let alone Fran. With a bang, Fran stomped his foot and instantly arrived at the 2nd floor. After pausing for a moment, he continued to climb. Seeing this, Ku Yun sneered. Outside the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going on the wide street. Where is he? Fang Chen frowned. When he came out, young Master Xinghan was nowhere to be found. He closed his eyes and spread out his powerful divine sense to search for young Master Xinghan. Over here, using the power of the black gold bloodline, he quickly sensed young Master Xinghan's location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Fang Chen followed his senses and came to an abandoned courtyard in the western suburbs of Xinghan City. Inside, Fang Chen kicked open the door and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was long abandoned and was filled with weeds. Normally, no one would come here. Come out, Fang Chen said in a deep voice as he stood in the courtyard. Whoosh. The void in front of him flickered and young Master Xinghan walked out. He squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chen as he asked, Where did your black gold bloodline come from? What about you? Fang Chen didn't answer, but asked instead. Young Master Xinghan remained silent and stared at Fang Chen as though he wanted to see through him. After a while, young Master Xinghan retracted his gaze and stood with his hands behind his back. He said plainly, I am from the Black Gold Tribe. Fang Chen's eyes shrank. He was from the Black Gold Tribe? Then how did he come out from the bloodline enchantment? Could it be that he had absorbed 49 special bloodlines? At the thought of this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. And you aren't from the Black Gold Tribe, but you have the Black Gold bloodline. The only explanation is, young Master Xinghan grinned and said strangely, You killed the people from the Black Gold Tribe and absorbed the Black Gold bloodline from them. As soon as young Master Xinghan finished his sentence, a vast amount of energy surged out from his body. The Black Gold bloodline was completely unleashed as a powerful energy covered the sky. Die! Young Master Xinghan roared and controlled the power of the Black Gold bloodline. Seeing the power of the Black Gold bloodline around young Master Xinghan, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Black Gold bloodline that he was familiar with wasn't like this. What a strong corrosive power! Fang Chen exclaimed as he felt the power of the Black Gold bloodline. Even if he activated the Black Hole bloodline, he could barely resist it. Let's go. This was the Star Cold City, young Master Xinghan's territory. Once a battle broke out, it would definitely alert others. He didn't want to expose his identity for the time being. Who? Using the space-time escape technique, thousands of illusions appeared in the void. Kacha! Young Master Xinghan controlled the power of the Black Gold bloodline and shattered the illusions. He looked around and realized that there was no one around. Damn it! Young Master Xinghan cursed. He blamed himself for underestimating his opponent and allowing him to escape. You can't escape. The Star Cold City is my territory. Young Master Xinghan said eerily. Who? After escaping from the abandoned courtyard in the western suburbs of the Star Cold City, Fang Chen quickly returned to the pavilion to look for Fu Lan. He wanted to ask Fu Lan about the background of this young Master Xinghan and why he had the Black Gold bloodline. However, When he entered the first floor, he saw many martial artists crowding around. What's going on? He squeezed through the crowd and saw a figure lying on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he had lost his vitality. Fu Lan, Fong Chen exclaimed. He had only been out for a short while, and Fu Lan was already dead? Who did it? Fong Chen immediately thought of Kuyun. He raised his head and saw Kuyun looking at him with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Didn't you just betray your master and leave? Now that your master is dead, why are you back? Kuyun's voice attracted the attention of many martial artists to Fong Chen. Such a treacherous person should be dragged out and beaten to death. Fu Lan is really unlucky to have such a servant. He only came back after his master died. He's obviously afraid of death. The mocking voices of the crowd entered Fong Chen's ears. The latter clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. Although Fu Lan didn't have any interaction with him, and even wanted to rob him before. But at least, Fu Lan had respectfully explained the matters of the starless boundary to him, and even brought him to the star-cold city. Fong Chen stared at Kuyun, and his face was filled with anger. What? Pretending to be angry to gain the sympathy of others? Kuyun sneered. If you have the ability, come to the 6th floor. I'll kill you in minutes. I don't care that you killed Fu Lan, but you shouldn't have mocked me, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Trash. The man beside Kuyun sneered. Dang, dang, dang. Fong Chen slowly walked forward, step by step. When he reached the 2nd floor, Kuyun's face was filled with ridicule. Even your master died in my hands, and you still want to take revenge? Below, many cultivators also shook their heads. Fong Chen was just a servant. Not to mention other things, he couldn't even reach the 6th floor. However, in the following period of time, Fong Chen used his absolute strength to shock everyone. Dang, dang, dang. He easily stepped onto the 3rd floor, but it wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 4th floor. At this time, the faces of the people below also became somewhat dignified. When he reached the 5th floor, Kuyun was also incomparably surprised. However, just when everyone thought that the 5th floor was his limit, Fong Chen once again made a shocking move. He took a step and reached the 6th floor. Boom! The entire pavilion was in an uproar. Countless people stared at him with their mouths agape. They couldn't imagine that Fu Lan's servant could reach the 6th floor so easily. I'm up. Chapter 2775. Kuyun was stunned and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. How could a servant of Fu Lan reach the 6th floor so easily? At the same time, his face was burning as if he had been slapped hard. So what? The expert on the ultimate stars list next to Kuyun sneered. You'll still follow in Fu Lan's footsteps. Soon, Kuyun regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fong Chen with murderous intent. Since you've reached the 6th floor, then go to hell. While speaking, Kuyun slammed out his palm, and a huge palm print appeared in front of his chest. Die! Kuyun's attack power was extremely strong. He had just killed Fu Lan with this move. Fong Chen remained motionless and looked at Kuyun as if he was looking at an idiot. Seeing this, Kuyun became even angrier. Even your master, Fu Lan, was killed by me. You're just a servant. Who do you think you are? Kuyun said coldly. You should be proud to die in my hands. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kuyun's powerful palm struck Fong Chen's body ruthlessly. Buzz! A layer of sword chi rippled out from Kuyun's body and then melted the palm print. Dang, dang, dang. At the same time, Kuyun felt an extremely strong force whistling toward him. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, Kuyun stared at Fong Chen with his eyes wide open. What? He actually blocked it? Are you kidding me? Kuyun's full-strength attack has reached the peak. How could this guy block it? Isn't he Fu Lan's servant? Cries of astonishment could be heard all of a sudden. Everyone finally understood why Fong Chen dared to provoke Kuyun. It turned out that he also had a trump card. Your physical defense is not bad, Kuyun said gloomily. However, I'm curious. How many times can you block my attacks with such a defense? Why don't you try and find out? Fong Chen shrugged, looking like he didn't care. However, before you deal with others, You must first be prepared to be killed." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Kuyun's face suddenly changed. An ant-like figure actually dared to threaten him like this, which made him very angry. "You are courting death." Kuyun roared and stamped his foot. His body was like a gust of wind, and he quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen. At the same time, his palms erupted with dazzling power and suddenly blasted out. Wong! In the void, two powerful palm prints blasted towards Fang Chen one after another. "Looks like you didn't take my words seriously at all." Fang Chen frowned and said coldly before the two palm strikes could reach him. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly escaped into the void. Kuyun's heart trembled. He was actually unable to track this person down. "I don't believe that you can escape from me." While thinking, Kuyun continued to increase the strength of his hands and continued to blast out. "Who said I was going to escape?" Fang Chen's voice came from the void. He leaped up and stepped on the palm print. Crack! His feet exerted force, and the powerful palm print was instantly shattered. "Your attack is not worth mentioning in my eyes." Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the pavilion, and countless martial artists were shocked. Impossible! Kuyun did not believe it, and continued to increase the strength of his attacks. However, Fang Chen consecutively crushed several of his palm prints, and had already arrived in front of him. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the demon extinction sword pierced Kuyun's body. Oh no! After seeing that Kuyun was defeated, the expert on the ultimate star list beside him shouted and joined the battle. He joined forces with Kuyun, hoping to kill Fang Chen. However, before his attack could get close to Fang Chen, he heard a bang. He subconsciously turned his head and was instantly stunned. Kuyun, who was talking to him just now, fell into a pool of blood and lost his vitality. "Kuyun," he shouted loudly. "Die!" The black demon sky split was used again. With the help of the space-time concealment technique, the expert on the ultimate star list could not find any trace of Fang Chen. After dodging a few times, he was stabbed by the demon extinction sword and died. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the pavilion. A mysterious powerhouse appeared out of nowhere and slew two powerhouses on the ultimate star list with his power alone. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in a daze. They had not recovered from the shock until the latter disappeared from the pavilion. The news quickly spread throughout Xinghan City. When young Master Xinghan heard the news, he was slightly surprised. According to the reports, he could basically conclude that the mysterious expert who killed Kuyun was the guy with the black golden bloodline. Interesting. Young Master Xinghan's lips curled up as he muttered to himself. In an instant, there were countless voices condemning Fang Chen in Xinghan City. Some experts on the ultimate star list who were close to Kuyun were even searching for Fang Chen in the city. Time flew by. A few days later, the banquet officially began. On this day, Xinghan residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Early in the morning, there were people arriving at Xinghan residence one after another. At the entrance, the housekeeper was attending to the various supreme talents on the ultimate star list. Of course, if there were supreme talents on the top 100 of the ultimate star list, young Master Xinghan would welcome them personally. "Brotherly, you are here too?" "Yes, young Master Xinghan and I are friends. This time, I specially rushed back from the easternmost land to attend his banquet." Ha ha! There are countless supreme talents attending young Master Xinghan's banquet. It is really a grand occasion. Discussions could be heard from time to time in Xinghan residence. Young Master Xinghan was the main character today. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the endless stream of people as he pondered to himself. Will that guy come? In the afternoon, all the martial artists had arrived. After everyone paid their respects to young Master Xinghan, the banquet officially began. Actually, young Master Xinghan held the banquet for two purposes. The first purpose was naturally to rope in the supreme talents on the ultimate star list to strengthen his forces. The second purpose was to gather the supreme talents and take out some universe treasures that were of no use to them to exchange with one another. This way, not only would he be able to get what he wanted, he would also be able to rope in many heaven's favorites. Why not? Most importantly, he wanted to show the world his charisma as young Master Xinghan. Everyone, thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to attend my banquet. Young Master Xinghan stood in the courtyard and gave a simple explanation. Senior, what kind of amazing material is it? Someone asked anxiously. Severely injuring and killing were two completely different concepts. A small banquet can actually produce an amazing material. Interesting, Fang Chen grinned and said. Next, it was the process of exchanging treasures with the supreme talents. My cousin is in Xinghan residence. I have a unique way of contacting him. The news that he just told me is absolutely true, the old man said. Yeah, what exactly is it? If it's really the absolute spirit grass, then it can indeed be considered an amazing material. Fang Chun pondered and said, the absolute spirit grass can be used to refine the supreme divine pill, the absolute spirit pill. Even the 108 blood spirits in despair continent can't resist the temptation of such a pill, right? There are too many universe treasures in this banquet. It's a pity that I'm not qualified to enter. Otherwise, I would be able to see it. In his opinion, young Master Xinghan's strength was just so. Fang Chen also looked at the old man with interest. Everyone was at a loss. They had never heard of the absolute spirit grass, let alone the absolute spirit pill. Suddenly, a piece of news came from the inn. Especially for ancient gods of life, ancient realm. Severely injuring them was easy, but killing them was extremely difficult. The old man said regretfully. After exchanging blows with young Master Xinghan, Fang Chen didn't want to participate in the banquet. However, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the old man in surprise. Fang Chen walked out of the inn and walked towards Xinghan residence. The latest news is that an amazing material has appeared in Xinghan residence. It can be used to refine supreme divine pills. It's fine if I don't participate in such a banquet, Fang Chen muttered. Fang Chen sat by the window and drank alone. In an inn. If I go all out, I should be able to severely injure young Master Xinghan. Suddenly, everyone's gaze fell on an old man. Chapter 2776. The front of Hanxing Mansion was packed with people. The onlookers were all martial artists who were not qualified to enter Hanxing Mansion. They were here to witness the appearance of the amazing material. So many people. When Fang Chen arrived at Hanxing Mansion, it was packed with people. He could not even enter. Excuse me. After stopping for a short while, Fang Chen said softly, Get lost. Can't you see that I am watching the banquet? Who do you think you are? Stand aside. Seeing that Fang Chen was a martial artist of the Star Ancient Realm, the crowd did not take him seriously and scolded him directly. Seeing this, Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Then, a powerful sword chi halo appeared around him as he walked towards the crowd. Suddenly, a miserable shriek came from one of the martial artists. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. Blood spurted out from his arm as if he had been hit by a sharp weapon. What happened? When the people around him saw this scene, they all asked one after another, Do you want to die? How dare you sneak an attack on me? The martial artist who was injured by Fang Chen's sword chi halo glared at Fang Chen and roared. The others also surrounded Fang Chen with evil intentions. Please make way. Fang Chen was still very gentlemanly as he continued to walk forward. You're courting death. When the cultivator who was injured by Fang Chen's sword chi saw this, his heart burned with rage. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen's path. Boom! He abruptly threw out a punch, smashing it onto Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, another miserable shriek was heard. His fist exploded and blood spurted out. He was sent flying and fainted. This scene caused a huge commotion. What happened? The sword chi on this guy is not simple. Damn this guy. He is too arrogant. The martial artists who were previously arrogant looked at Fang Chen with fear and made way for him. However, there were still some people who thought that Fang Chen was just putting on an act and wasn't worth mentioning at all. Don't touch the sword chi on him. Several martial artists looked at each other and then launched an attack. Ding, ding, ding. Fang Chen allowed their attacks to land on his body. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable state. With the help of the powerful sword chi on his body, he easily squeezed to the front of the crowd. How is this possible? Everyone trembled in fear. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, even those on the ultimate stars list wouldn't be able to ignore them like this. Who is this guy? How could his defense be so strong? While everyone was guessing Fang Chen's identity, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. In the next moment, the onlookers knew that the mysterious expert in front of them was the one who had killed Kuyun by himself. Is he the murderer who killed Kuyun? No wonder you're so arrogant. So what if he entered the Cold Star Mansion? He's dead for sure. After knowing Fang Chen's identity, no one dared to stop him. Fang Chen stepped into the Cold Star Mansion effortlessly. Stop right there. This is the Cold Star Mansion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. As soon as he stepped in, he heard a stern reprimand. Fang Chen lifted his head and saw two guards walking towards him. The guards were expressionless as they stared at Fang Chen and said, "Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Is this how young Master Xinghan treats his guests? Fang Chen asked. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself young Master Xinghan's guest? The two guards thought that Fang Chen was being unreasonable and scolded him angrily. At the same time, they were ready to take action. Trash of the Star Ancient Realm wants to join the banquet? What a joke. Facing the two guards' ridicule, Fang Chen shook his head. Swoosh! His body flickered and he entered the void. When the two guards noticed him, Fang Chen had already entered the courtyard. Stop right there. Ignoring the two guards' reprimand, Fang Chen continued to move forward. What should we do? Since Fang Chen had already entered the courtyard, the two guards did not dare to make a ruckus. Hurry up and tell young Master Xinghan, the other guards said. In the courtyard, there were more than 100 experts on the unmatched star list. Fang Chen scanned the place with his divine consciousness. Basically, those who came to join the banquet were those ranked below the 100th place on the unmatched star list. As for those ranked below the 100th place, they did not take young Master Xinghan seriously at all. Fang Chen's gaze fell on a burly man. In the burly man's palm, there was a purple grass. Star-in grass. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect the star-in grass to really appear. Everyone should know the value of the star-in grass. The burly man smiled and said, "If no one wants to buy or exchange for it, I'll take it back and consume it myself." Ever since the star-in grass appeared, the burly man had been waiting for someone to exchange or purchase it with him. However, no one took any action. It had been almost an hour, and the burly man was helpless. During this period, there were a few martial artists who wanted to exchange with him, but they could not take out treasures of equivalent value. "Brother Luosho, I'm interested in your star-in grass." Finally, after waiting for a while, young Master Xinghan spoke. Young Master Xinghan was the main character of the banquet. After he spoke, everyone looked over. Oh, I wonder what treasures young Master Xinghan can take out? The burly man, Luosho, grinned. Under everyone's gaze, young Master Xinghan took out a palm-sized mirror. Everyone exclaimed. In order to get the star-in grass, young Master Xinghan even took out the freezing star mirror. It seemed that the star-in grass would definitely be obtained by young Master Xinghan. I wonder if my freezing star mirror is qualified to exchange for your star-in grass? Young Master Xinghan smiled and asked. If it was before his breakthrough, he would definitely not take out the freezing star mirror to exchange. But now, the freezing star mirror was not enough to support his cultivation. He might as well take it out to exchange for the star-in grass. The freezing star mirror is indeed a treasure, the burly man said with a smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. I want the star-in grass. The burly man looked in the direction of the voice and saw the ordinary-looking Fang Chen. The others also looked at Fang Chen with some doubts. Only young Master Xinghan saw Fang Chen, and a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, two guards ran over and whispered in young Master Xinghan's ear. Young Master Xinghan nodded, and the two of them left. Where did this idiot come from? He hasn't stepped into the life ancient realm, but he dares to point fingers in ancient god of the life ancient realm. What a joke. What can you take out to exchange? The burly man, Luosho, asked. How embarrassing. It was a good thing that someone was bargaining. This way, he would get more benefits. This is just a small matter. is nothing to us ancient gods of the life, ancient realm. Many people were mocking Fang Chun, thinking that he was talking nonsense. At the beginning, Luosho did not feel anything. However, when Fang Chun finished speaking, his face turned solemn. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to compete with young Master Xinghan? Fang Chun looked at Luosho. I wonder if you're interested in selling the star in grass to me. Throw him out and break his limbs. Teach him a lesson he will remember. That's right. It's just a broken meridian. It can be repaired in minutes. Only the burly man was looking at him with a smile. No one was aware of the 1,000 hands azure divine art that he had cultivated, so how did this fellow see through it? Someone said, Young Master Xinghan, what qualifications does trash like him have to participate in the banquet? I request that you throw him out. Malicious voices were incessant, but Fang Chun ignored them. Fang Chun stared at Luosho and said, You've been cultivating for a long time, causing cracks to appear on the meridian in your right hand. This is a small matter, but the cultivation technique you cultivate is very special. It caused the meridian in your right hand to be completely broken and cannot be repaired. Every full moon, your right hand will experience intense pain. With Brother Luosho's strength, it's impossible for such a situation to happen. The only explanation is that he did it on purpose. Luosho started to hesitate. The burly man, Luosho, looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Could the latter really solve his problem? For a moment, the ancient gods of the starless list, who wanted to curry favor with young Master Xinghan, all scolded Fang Chun. A bunch of clowns who only know how to deceive themselves. That's right. He's not qualified to stand with us in the Xinghan mansion. Chapter 2777. Seeing Luosho's hesitation, young Master Xinghan frowned. But soon his eyebrows relaxed, and a sly smile flashed across his eyes. I also want to know what you can offer in exchange. Young Master Xinghan asked instead of being angry. Kid, I'll spare your life for young Master Xinghan's sake. If you can't offer anything, I'll take it that you're deliberately disrupting the banquet and behead you. That's right. You dare to cause trouble at the banquet. You're challenging all of us. I hope your strength is as good as your mouth. Since young Master Xinghan had spoken, the others naturally didn't force Fang Chun. They only continued to threaten him. Fang Chun looked at Luosho and waited for the latter's reply. He believed that Luosho would make the right choice. What do you want? After hesitating, Luosho asked. Hearing this, Fang Chun smiled knowingly. Luosho's attitude had already made everything clear. The exchange of the extinct spirit grass was already leaning towards him. I can help you solve this problem, Fang Chun said. Completely cure it. After speaking, Fang Chun ignored everyone's angry stares and swaggered out of Xinghan Mansion. This, Luosho's expression changed. He kept the extinct spirit grass and cupped his fist at young Master Xinghan. I'm sorry, young Master Xinghan. I'm afraid I can't participate in the banquet. After speaking, Luosho swaggered off. Luosho's action caused a commotion. This is too much. Openly provoking young Master Xinghan. He's really courting death. That's right. We can't let this guy escape. We must tear him into pieces. This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us on the extinct star list in his eyes. Many martial artists said furiously. Only young Master Xinghan revealed a cold light in his eyes. The extinct spirit grass is mine. Your life is also mine. However, young Master Xinghan pretended as if nothing had happened. There's no need to spoil everyone's mood because of two flies. The banquet shall continue, as expected of young Master Xinghan. With just one sentence, everyone had completely forgotten what had happened and continued to participate in the banquet. Star-Cold City, in a hidden courtyard, Luosho and Fang Chun looked at each other. Can you really tell what kind of spirit technique I cultivate? Fang Chun shook his head. Luosho was startled. So you're saying that you were just making things up before? Luosho's face darkened. He had offended young Master Xinghan because of this fellow. Now that he thought that he had been played for a fool, how could he not be infuriated? Of course I can't see through your divine arts. However, I can see where your problem lies. Extend your right hand, Fang Chun said. Luo Shou was skeptical. He extended his right hand and showed it to Fang Chun. The latter gently touched Law's palm, and immediately a strange aura spread out. After a while, Fang Chun said slowly, "Your meridians are broken, and you can't form a link. This has led to the extreme of the divine art you cultivate. You must have tried more than one method, but to cure it completely is too difficult, unless you ask for help from an expert surpassing the ancient god level. However, how could an expert of that level be invited by Luo Shou? You have a way?" Luo Shou asked. Fang Chun nodded. "There is a way, but I need your cooperation." "How do I cooperate?" Luo Shou asked. This problem had troubled him for a long time. If it wasn't solved in time, it was very likely that he would step into the extreme in the future. Now, with the improvement of his cultivation, Luo Shou had a feeling that he couldn't control the Thousand Arms Azura. This made him even more frightened. Right now, there was no other way. He could only try everything he could. Perhaps this guy in front of him really had a way? "As long as you can cure my problem, I will not only give you the absolute spirit grass, but also the star fantasy flower." While speaking, Luo Shou took out an illusory flower from his arms. Seeing this, Fang Chun was stunned for a moment and immediately nodded. The star fantasy flower and the absolute spirit grass complement each other and grow together. Often, where there is the absolute spirit grass, there will be the star fantasy flower. Previously, Fang Chun was wondering why Luo Shou only took out the absolute spirit grass and didn't see the star fantasy flower. Now, he finally understood that this guy was hiding his strength. "Your problem isn't too big. I can treat you now." Fang Chun raised his hands and placed them on Luo Shou's back. The latter's body shook. "Don't move. Concentrate on absorbing my power." Buzz. The power of the black hole bloodline emerged, and a vast bloodline power drilled into Luo Shou's body through Fang Chun's palm. At first, the power in Luo Shou's body was still rejecting it, but soon it changed. Hiss! The power of the black hole bloodline spread to Luo Shou's limbs and bones, crazily absorbing the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura. Fang Chun's purpose was very simple: to completely absorb the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura and then use the power of the black hole bloodline to purify it. This should be able to repair his meridians. In fact, Fang Chun's idea was correct. In just half an hour, the aura of the Thousand Arms Azura in Luo Shou's body was completely renewed. At the same time, Luo Shou was shocked to find that the meridians in his palm were actually connected. This, Luo Shou's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with gratitude. Dawn. When the last trace of the black hole bloodline power left Luo Shou's body, the broken meridians were finally reconnected. Luo Shou could feel the power in his body flowing more smoothly. Moreover, his strength had imperceptibly increased by a little. "Many thanks, brother." At this moment, Luo Shou's admiration for Fang Chun could not be any greater. "This is the star fantasy flower and the absolute godgrass." Luo Shou handed the two treasures to Fang Chun, and the latter put them away. "Brother, how should I address you?" Luo Shou asked. "Fang Chun." "Ha ha, from now on, you Fang Chun are my brother." "If I, Luo Shou, frown at your words, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning." It could be seen that Luo Shou was a man of character. "To tell you the truth, the divine art I cultivate is called the Thousand Arms Azura." Luo Shou sat across from Fang Chun, explaining his cultivation process to Fang Chun. Cold Star Mansion. Night fell, and darkness covered the land. After the mansion banquet, the martial artists on the Unmatched Stars list had already left Cold Star City. Only a few martial artists who were in cahoots with young Master Xinghan remained in the Cold Star Mansion. Ding, ding, ding. A servant appeared from the darkness and came to the garden. "Young Master, Luo Shou and that person are in a mansion in the eastern suburbs," the servant said softly. Young Master Xinghan nodded, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes in the darkness. "Don't alert them." "Young Master, when do we take action?" "Now." Cold Star City was young Master Xinghan's world. Every action of Fang Chun and Luo Shou was under his control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the pitch-black night sky, the cold wind rustled. Young Master Xinghan, who was wearing a black robe, floated in midair, looking down. In the mysterious mansion in the eastern suburbs, Fang Chun and Luo Shou drank to their heart's content. "You're about to die, and you're still drinking?" Young Master Xinghan said coldly. Shortly after, he tore open the void and landed in the mansion. Voila! Young Master Xinghan waved his hand, and a wild array Dao power whizzed out. A powerful array enveloped the mansion. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Coming here in the middle of the night, and even sealing the mansion, what else can you do?" "Of course it's to rob," Fang Chun smiled. "I didn't expect the great young Master Xinghan to do such a despicable thing. Before coming here, he had already made his decision." Young Master Xinghan flung his sleeve and snorted, his face full of disdain. "Young Master Xinghan, what are you doing?" Now, he actually dared to rob in public. Humph. Luo Shou's eyes were complicated. During the mansion banquet, young Master Xinghan was still willing to take out the Cold Star mirror as an exchange. Otherwise, once the news spread out, young Master Xinghan, will be spurned by the world. Indeed, young Master Xinghan came prepared, and it was too easy to kill him. "No one can stop what young Master Xinghan, want to do." His eyes looked at Luo Shou. "Hand over the absolute spirit grass, and I can leave your corpse intact." Young Master Xinghan sneered. "After killing the two of you, who will know about this? These two people must die. And you, I'll let you escape the previous time. This time, I want to see how you're going to escape." Young Master Xinghan looked at Fang Chun with ridicule. Luo Shou was speechless for a moment. "Young Master Xinghan, aren't you afraid of losing your reputation by doing this? Do you see it? This is young Master Xinghan's true colors," Fang Chun said. Seeing the situation, Luo Shou stood up and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 2778. Young Master Xinghan had come prepared. He had completely sealed this place. He was sure that even the top experts on the extinct star list couldn't escape from him. Looking at Fang Chun and Luo Shou, young Master Xinghan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Luo Shou was ranked 150th on the extinct star list. There was a huge gap between him and young Master Xinghan. Feeling the powerful array around the manor, Luo Shou's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and looked at Fang Chun. The latter's expression was calm, as if everything was under his control. "You're about to die, and you're still putting on an act?" Young Master Xinghan shook his head. The calmer Fang Chun appeared. The more it showed how chaotic his heart was. "But it doesn't matter. After tonight, the two of you will completely disappear from the extinct star boundary. Don't worry, no one will remember you in the future." Starlight appeared around young Master Xinghan as his aura rapidly rose. Luo Shou pondered for a moment and clenched his teeth. He seemed to have made the decision to fight to the death. "Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight together." Luo Shou said, "As long as any one of us escapes, we must spread the news. Someone will take revenge for me." "Don't worry, none of us will die," Fang Chun said calmly. Luo Shou sighed, his face filled with helplessness. The current situation was a dead end. Young Master Xinghan had already planned everything and sealed the manor. They had no chance. There's no use in struggling, except the baptism of death. Young Master Xinghan's voice echoed in the pitch-black night sky. His figure flashed, and countless starlight flashed in the dark sky. Star Dragon Shuttle. A loud roar exploded in the darkness. Immediately afterward, the void was suddenly illuminated. A long shuttle that was completely condensed from starlight, carrying with it a scorching power, galloped over. The power of the black gold bloodline. Fang Chun raised his head and said softly. Luo Shou's expression was dark. He waved his hands, and a series of hand signs appeared in the sky. Thousand Hands Azura. Although he knew he couldn't win, Luo Shou still used his strongest divine technique. Boom! The power of the Thousand Arms Azura had rapidly increased. All of this was thanks to Fang Chun. It was the latter's treatment that cured the problem of the Azura's hand and increased the might of the thousand arms Azura. Voila! Under the control of Luo Shou, the sky full of handprints surrounded the Starlight Shuttle. Crack! A deafening sound spread out, causing the entire manor to tremble. Break! Seeing this, young Master Xinghan bellowed. A frightening power surged out from the Starlight Shuttle. In an instant, it shattered all the handprints. Boom! A terrifying power surged forth. The might of the Black Golden Bloodline was fully revealed. With a bang, Luo Shou's body was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Whoosh! In a flash, Fang Chun flicked his sleeve, and a ray of light appeared in front of Luo Shou, reducing 80% of the Starlight Shuttle's power. Although the remaining 20% of his strength managed to send Luo Shou flying, it did not cause him any serious injuries. Poochie! Luo Shou spat out a mouthful of blood, his face slightly pale. However, his heart was still filled with shock. I've said it before, neither of us will die today. Fang Chen's indifferent voice entered Luo Shou's ears. Looking at Fang Chen's tall figure, Luo Shou fell silent. The Black Golden Bloodline corrodes everything. Seeing Fang Chen make a move, young Master Xinghan waved his hand, and a vast amount of Black Golden Bloodline erupted. Boom! In the sky, the power of the two Black Golden Bloodlines clashed together, and a colorful light flashed in the sky. Boom! Boom! Young Master Xinghan's Black Golden Bloodline was incomparably pure, and its corrosive power was even stronger. In comparison, Fang Chen's Black Golden Bloodline was a little mixed. However, it didn't matter. With the Black Hole Bloodline, this wasn't a problem. The Black Golden Bloodline is the bloodline of my race. An outsider like you can't control it. Young Master Xinghan sneered when he saw the Black Golden Bloodline clashing. Is that so? Fang Chun smiled meaningfully and then fully activated the Black Hole Bloodline. Wong! A terrifying black aura swept across the sky and surrounded Fang Chun. Voila! In the blink of an eye, with Fang Chun as the center, the black aura turned into a huge black whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, a powerful suction force appeared. Extinguish! After Fang Chun uttered a single word, the Black Hole Bloodline power erupted with the most dazzling power, directly injecting it into the Black Gold Bloodline. The Black Golden Bloodline, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately turned the situation around with the help of the Black Hole Bloodline. Suppress. In the next instant, Fang Chun controlled the Black Golden Bloodline and suppressed young Master Xinghan's Black Golden Bloodline. No! Young Master Xinghan's expression changed drastically. He shook his head furiously. He couldn't imagine that his Black Golden Bloodline would be suppressed. Your bloodline. Young Master Xinghan cried out. Young Master Xinghan cried out involuntarily. Fang Chen's Black Gold Bloodline contained unparalleled power. Boom! No matter how hard young Master Xinghan tried, he couldn't resist the brilliance of the Black Hole Bloodline. The Black Golden Bloodline exploded in the void, and starlight flickered, illuminating the dark land. Dang, dang, dang. Young Master Xinghan's body retreated rapidly. A trace of black blood flowed out from his palm. Seeing this scene, Luo Shou was completely stunned. Could this person be a mysterious expert on the Ultimate Star list? Other than that, Luo Shou couldn't imagine that an ordinary star ancient realm martial artist could suppress young Master Xinghan in terms of bloodline. No wonder. Luo Shou's face revealed a trace of a smile. Perhaps they could really leave Xinghan City tonight. His heart was filled with anticipation. At the same time, he was praying for Fang Chun. I underestimated your strength. Young Master Xinghan said. I also overestimated your strength. Fang Chun shrugged. Young Master Xinghan shook his head. You're still too inexperienced. If you cultivate for a few more years, perhaps even I won't be your opponent. But now, I can definitely suppress you with just my cultivation. The difference in cultivation couldn't be made up with bloodline power. Luo Shou said resolutely. Although young Master Xinghan is strong, I see hope in Brother Fang that we can leave alive. The array around the manor swayed, and the smell of blood filled the air, suppressing Fang Chun and Luo Shou. This was what Fang Chun was most puzzled about. Fang Chun glanced at Luo Shou and said, "Do you believe me? Don't use your thoughts on others. I can see your stupidity, but you can't see my strength." Fang Chun said, "Therefore, the outcome of this battle has been decided before it even started." Luo Shou's eyes widened. Fang Chun wanted to kill young Master Xinghan. Rumble. "Brother Fang, be careful," young Master Xinghan said. "You are the most arrogant star ancient realm martial artist I've seen in so many years. I'll let you know that you're not the only genius in the extinct star domain. No matter how strong your potential is, you can't beat a pair of iron fists." Young Master Xinghan said, "Ha ha ha, you want to know, but I won't tell you. When I suck all the blood in your body dry, you'll understand what kind of mistake you've made. There's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Watch how I tear your bones apart inch by inch. Since you believe me, then wait for me on the side. You still have the face to talk about cultivation? With my star ancient realm cultivation, I can fight you who is in the ancient life realm. If we were in the same realm, I could kill you with a glance." Fang Chun said. "Ah!" Starlight flickered on young Master Xinghan's body as his aura rose. "However, there's one thing I don't understand. You're a member of the Black Gold tribe. Why are you in the extinct star domain? Do you want to know?" Young Master Xinghan smiled coldly. "Since ancient times, countless geniuses have died at my hands. But you won't be the last." Fang Chun patted Luo Shou's shoulder. "Tonight, not only will we leave alive. From now on, young Master Xinghan will no longer be on the extinct star list." Luo Shou got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked to Fang Chun's side. "Although I'm not as strong, I can still provide you with some help." Arrogant to the extreme, Fang Chun was full of confidence. Invincible sword qi surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, young Master Xinghan's battle intent soared to the peak. His aura also rose to the extreme. Chapter 2779. Wang. Young Master Xinghan raised both his hands. Starlight revolved around it, causing the entire world to tremble. Starlight Catalog. Following young Master Xinghan's roar, he executed his trump card to the extreme. The Starlight Catalog was the absolute art that young Master Xinghan relied on to become famous. Its offensive power was so strong that it struck fear in others. Starlight Catalog. One could see his Starlight Catalog appearing in young Master Xinghan's palm. There were countless starlight emitting from it. An ancient aura was emitted from it. Dong! Young Master Xinghan flipped his palm abruptly and pressed down with absolute strength. Hung long long. The sky trembled. The Starlight Catalog brought with it unparalleled strength. At this moment, young Master Xinghan seemed to have merged with the starlight. Die! Young Master Xinghan's eyes turned scarlet. He pressed down with both his hands, causing the Starlight Catalog to become even more resplendent. Seeing this, Fang Chun was slightly astonished. He did not expect the Starlight Catalog to be so profound. Borrowing the strength of the starlight to merge with the starlight, using the Starlight Catalog as the foundation to execute such an exquisite attack. Fang Chun slowly explained. Chaotic Origin Sword Body was activated, raising his defense to the extreme. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing the Hidden Star Sword to shoot out. Unparalleled Sword Dao, Sword Destruction. Xiao, resplendent sword light erupted with boundless strength. Fang Chun found an opportunity to stab out with his sword. Kacha, the sword light cleverly pierced into the core of the Starlight Catalog, disrupting it. The Starlight Catalog in young Master Xinghan's palm shook violently. Eventually, it could not withstand the pressure and shattered. How could this be? Young Master Xinghan's expression turned malevolent as he entered a state of madness. Starlight Catalog's second move, Big Map. Without giving Fang Chun any chance, he hurriedly executed the Big Map. Following that, he executed the third move, which was also the final move, Pictures of All Beings. The Starry Sky, the Great Earth, and All Beings. The three great moves of the Starlight Catalog were incomparably powerful. Voila! Starlight flickered as the Big Map and Pictures of All Beings came together. They brought along a frightening strength as they pressed down. The chaotic origin sword body let out a crisp sound. It was unable to withstand the strength of young Master Xinghan's attack. Luo Shou, who was not far away, was stunned. Waves of shock surged in his heart. This battle was too shocking. It was simply a battle of the pinnacle, sword of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Fang Chen performed the one sword of heaven and earth. The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The hidden star sword suddenly expanded and turned into a 1,000 feet long giant sword. Then it fiercely hacked on the two great diagrams. Crack! The powerful power of the sword, Dao, only caused the two great catalogs to pause for a short while. It did not completely block them. You can't stop it. Young Master Xinghan laughed maniacally as he continued to press down on Fang Chen. Brother Fang, be careful. Luo Shou cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he prepared to attack and fight to the death. However, right at this moment, Luo Shou suddenly felt that the entire world was filled with an extremely vast aura of Sword Dao. What a powerful Sword Dao aura! It was unknown where this Sword Dao aura came from, but it actually caused Luo Shou to feel apprehensive. Luo Shou kept retreating. After he stabilized himself, he was shocked to discover a strong Sword Dao aura emanating from Fang Chen's body. What swordsmanship is this? Luo Shou swore that this was the most exquisite sword technique he had ever seen in his entire life. Too strong, Luo Shou exclaimed. Chaotic origin sword. Fang Chen executed the third sword of his unparalleled Sword Dao. At this moment, he was like a legend of the Sword Dao. One man and one sword. He madly charged into the two great catalogs. Die! Even though his heart was shaken, young Master Xinghan had no other choice. The Starlight Catalog was his strongest killing move. He had no path of retreat and could only face it head-on. Xiao! Fang Chen's body seemed to have fused together with the hidden star sword. A powerful sword light brought along an unstoppable force as it charged into the two great catalogs. The first thing he came into contact with was the big map. Crack! The big map was originally attacked by the single sword of heaven and earth, causing it to crack. Under the powerful impact of the chaotic origin sword, it shattered into pieces. Break! Fang Chen's voice came from the dazzling sword light. The power of the chaotic origin sword was raised to the maximum. At the same time, he activated his supreme ancestral eye. The power of his ancestral eye spread out, causing young Master Xinghan, who was attacking, to freeze for a moment. A battle between experts was decided in seconds, and it was this momentary pause that gave Fang Chen the perfect opportunity. Crack! The hidden star sword struck heavily on the Myriad Life catalog. The latter did not have any strength to resist and shattered into bits of starlight, and young Master Xinghan's body was smashed onto the ground. Puchi! Young Master Xinghan spurted out fresh blood. He was severely injured. His expression was complicated and his heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape. Pung! Fang Chen stomped on his body, suppressing him. Young Master Xinghan quickly took out his communication jade pendant. He wanted to send a message out. Unfortunately, Fang Chen did not give him the chance. Crack! The communication jade pendant shattered. Young Master Xinghan's final hope was extinguished. His heart was like dead ashes. I've said it before. After tonight, young Master Xinghan will no longer be on the extinct star list. Fang Chen extended his palm and activated his black hole bloodline. In a flash, the black gold bloodline in young Master Xinghan's body was sucked dry, after which he slammed his palm on young Master Xinghan's head. A generation's genius, young Master Xinghan had his body and soul destroyed. Who? The entire process happened in a flash. Even when young Master Xinghan died, Luo Shou had yet to wake up from the shock. His heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that someone as strong as young Master Xinghan had died in the hands of Fang Chen. Time to go. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Luo Shou took a deep breath and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that a Peak Star Ancient Realm guy could kill young Master Xinghan? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire extinct star boundary. Luo Shou could imagine that this person would stir up the extinct star list in the future. But, although young Master Xinghan is dead, the array around the manor. Looking at the array, Luo Shou felt a headache. Small problem. Fang Chun flicked his finger, and the formation collapsed on its own. Then he grabbed Luo Shou, who was in a daze, and disappeared from Extinct Star City. A few hours later, the news spread throughout the entire Extinct Star City. Countless martial artists were shocked. Young Master Xinghan had died in Extinct Star City. Who dared to do this? Luo Shou, who was at the side, was shocked to the extreme. A few days later, the entire Extinct Star boundary was shaken. Everyone was guessing who killed young Master Xinghan. In short, young Master Xinghan's death had stirred up a storm in Extinct Star boundary. Extinct Star City, Extinct Star residents. The black-robed old man shook his head. Impossible. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were not young Master Xinghan's match. There must be someone behind this. This person is most likely targeting our Extinct Star City. Behind him, a servant shook his head. That day, we discovered that the array had shattered. We have been chasing after him. However, that person's speed was incomparably fast. Moreover, he was proficient in the Tao Void. We lost track of him. The black-robed old man scolded. He was very dissatisfied. Fang Chun sat on a green rock and said with disdain, "Brother Fang's methods are too brilliant. With your strength, any force would fight to rope you in. A mere Extinct Star City is indeed nothing to be afraid of." Thinking of the experts that were chasing after him, Luo Shou felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Fang Chun that day, he would definitely not be able to leave Extinct Star City alive. Have you found out? Fang Chun did not have the time to care about Luo Shou. He was refining the black gold bloodline that he had absorbed from young Master Xinghan. If one wanted to kill young Master Xinghan silently, one would at least need to be an expert at the top of the Extinct Stars list. At the same time, he admired Fang Chun even more. He was extremely powerful and had monstrous potential. His escape method was also ridiculously powerful. A black-robed old man's face was filled with anger. The news was like a kite, spreading rapidly. With just them, they want to track my location. What a joke. Luo Shou cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Xinghan is the successor that was appointed by the master. However, he was killed. If the master knows about this, we will not have a good ending." The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Find the murderer at all costs." After the Extinct Star residents received the news, they were furious and issued a reward notice. If anyone could provide clues, there would be a great reward. As for the main character, Fang Chun, he brought Luo Shou and hid in an extremely mysterious place. The servant nodded and muttered, "Could it be Luo Shou and that guy? Admirable." The fall of an expert in the top 100 of the Extinct Stars list was not a small matter. Chapter 2780. The Extinct Star list was the most authoritative list in the Extinct Star boundary. Everyone knew that there were many boundaries in the vast ancient chaos. However, the Extinct Star boundary was definitely one of the most famous boundaries. There's a saying in the ancient chaos that if one wanted to become an unparalleled expert, one had to build a good foundation and temper oneself. However, the Extinct Star boundary was the best place for ancient gods to temper themselves. Hence, many large sect and even large forces would think of all ways to send the rising stars in their sect into the Extinct Star boundary. Over the years, the Extinct Star boundary had accumulated countless prodigies. If one wanted to leave, they had to obtain the title of Extinct Star. However, it was too difficult to obtain the title of Extinct Star. Only one person would obtain the title of Extinct Star in almost 10,000 years. Hence, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Extinct Star boundary had gathered the most elite ancient gods in the ancient chaos. As one of the top 100 prodigies on the Extinct Star list, young Master Xinghan was undoubtedly powerful. He was very famous and even occupied a city for himself, changing it to Star Cold City. However, there was news that he had died in Star Cold City. This news caused an uproar in the entire Extinct Star boundary. There were at least tens of billions of ancient gods in the extinct star boundary. To be able to stand out among so many ancient gods and enter the top 100 of the extinct star list was enough to show how powerful young Master Xing Han's potential was. Everyone in the vast extinct star boundary was discussing him. Star Cold City was furious and was searching for the murderer at all costs. However, as the main character, Fang Chun, was busy absorbing the power of the black gold bloodline. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In a hidden place, Fang Chun sat cross-legged on a green rock. Dense bloodline power gushed out from his body, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. What a powerful bloodline power! Luo Shou exclaimed and opened his eyes wide. What bloodline is that? He could not imagine that there would be such a powerful bloodline in the world. Moreover, it was a human martial artist. His heart was in turmoil, and he felt that Fang Chun was unfathomable. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The power of the black golden bloodline in his body had been completely refined. Looking into his body, he saw that the 50 bloodlines were very peaceful under the suppression of the black hole bloodline, and they were complementing each other. Fang Chun grinned. Young Master Xing Han's black gold bloodline was much stronger than the one he had obtained in the bloodline barrier. Brother Fang. Seeing this, Luo Shou called out, "While you were cultivating, I went out for a walk and heard some news." Luo Shou's expression was somewhat solemn. Star Cold City is furious, and they are looking for the murderer? Fang Chun asked. Luo Shou nodded. "Don't worry, they won't find me." Fang Chun waved his hand. Luo Shou opened his mouth and hesitated. "Then what should we do next?" Luo Shou asked. Now, he and Fang Chun were on the same boat, advancing and retreating together. "Do you know if there are any powerful alchemists in the Dead Star realm?" Fang Chun's eyes flashed as he asked. If he could refine the absolute spirit grass into an absolute spirit pill and consume it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, even if he encountered experts in the top 50 of the Dead Star list, he would have nothing to fear. "You want to refine the absolute spirit pill?" Luo Shou asked. Fang Chun nodded. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, "I do know of a person who is very skilled in alchemy. If he can't refine it, then I'm afraid no one in the Dead Star realm can." But Luo Shou hesitated. This person has a strange personality and never meets with outsiders. "When I obtained the absolute spirit grass, I went to find him, but I couldn't find him at all. The last time I went, I was directly kicked out." Only Luo Shou had a deep understanding of that miserable appearance. Hearing this, Fang Chun finally understood why Luo Shou wanted to use the Star Cold City's banquet to sell the absolute spirit grass. Rather than not being able to refine it, it was better to exchange it for something useful. "Oh," Fang Chun said, "every alchemist with powerful means will have some temper. But even so, I have to try. What if I succeed? If that's the case, then I'll take Brother Fang to find him." Luo Shou nodded. After coming out of the hidden place, they could hear things about Star Cold City everywhere they went. A few days later, Fang Chun and Luo Shou came to a city to rest. They happened to meet the cultivators of Star Cold City and were recognized. "Isn't that Luo Shou? Who's the person beside him?" "It's the guy who bought the absolute spirit grass." Dozens of Star Cold City cultivators saw the two of them and were furious, ready to attack. "Hurry up and inform the elders," someone suggested. However, just as he took out the communication jade pendant, he was stopped by the leader. "Big brother, what are you doing?" the man asked puzzledly. The leader watched Fang Chun and Luo Shou enter the inn, and his eyes were full of heat. The strength of these two people is nothing to be afraid of. If we join forces and arrange a joint battle formation, we can easily kill them. He chuckled and said, "At that time, won't the absolute spirit grass be in our pockets? But if the elders know, we won't have a good end." The others were a little worried. The leader waved his hand and said, "He won't know. Except for us, no one will know. After we get it, we will quickly contact the buyer and sell the absolute spirit grass. The wealth we get is enough for us to cultivate for the rest of our lives." Being said like this by the leader, the others were also tempted. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's make a move." "Wait," the leader scolded. "It's too conspicuous. After the two of them leave the city, we will make a move. In the inn, Fang Chun and Luo Shou had a simple meal. In fact, their main purpose was to come to the city to inquire about the news. Brother Fang, I have inquired. Star Cold City has been crazily tracking down the murderer recently. There are even Star Cold City warriors in this city. Luo Shou said, it is said that some of the experts at the top of the Ultimate Star list have also noticed this matter. The fall of any one of the top 100 geniuses on the Ultimate Star list would break the balance and cause a commotion. Fang Chun was not surprised and nodded gently. Let's go. After a short rest, Luo Shou also inquired about the latest location of the alchemist, and the two of them left. Let's go. The people of Star Cold City followed closely and quickly walked out of the city. Outside the city, it was barren and empty. Where are they? When they came out of the city, they found that there was no trace of Fang Chun and Luo Shou. They didn't go far, Chase. Dozens of people urged their speed with all their strength and quickly chased. In the void, Fang Chun and Luo Shou looked down at this scene. Brother Fang, how did you find out? Luo Shou's admiration for Fang Chun could not be any higher. After a long while, a finger pierced through, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Brother Fang, let's go. Since they have sent a gift, we can't not accept it. To be able to discover this, he was simply a god. This is simply courting death. How can we go up? Luo Shou ridiculed. Fang Chun said with a smile. However, if one were to observe them closely, they would discover that each of their throats was pierced through by a finger light that was so thin that it was almost invisible. The wild black wind spun rapidly, forming a huge airflow. The entire Black Wind Mountain seemed to be at the end of the world. It was very terrifying. The sound of explosions could often be heard on Black Wind Mountain, but this time, it had changed to such a place. It was frightening to see. Fang Chun and Luo Shou crossed the mountain and left the city. On the wasteland at the foot of the mountain, dozens of corpses were lying. Looking carefully, their corpses were intact. This Black Wind Grandmaster is quite interesting, actually living in seclusion here. Boom! Even the top 50 experts on the Absolute Star list would not dare to rashly enter, right? Little did they know that Fang Chen's divine sense was far superior to those of the same realm, and his perception of heavenly energy was very sharp. After traveling day and night, they finally arrived at Black Wind Mountain after a few days. Standing on the wasteland, Fang Chun looked up at the void. Black wind enveloped Black Wind Mountain, and he could even faintly see the existence of spatial storms. Just the biting cold black wind around Black Wind Mountain was enough to stop most of the cultivators. However, the real danger came from the faintly discernible spatial storms. Chapter 2781. The extinct star boundary was a place where ancient chaos, ancient gods gathered. However, other than these geniuses from the various sect, there was also the extinct Star Boundary Lords faction. This Grandmaster Black Wind was an alchemist under the Empyrean Realm Master. In the extinct Star Boundary, Master Black Wind was highly respected and his alchemy skills were unparalleled. He was in existence revered by many geniuses on the extinct Star Boundary Lord list. Countless people queued up to meet Master Black Wind, but they couldn't. This made people sigh when they mentioned Master Black Wind. Now, when Luo Shou saw the chaotic space around Black Wind Mountain, he wanted to retreat. Don't worry, I have a way. Fang Chun grinned and grabbed Luo Shou, instantly disappearing from the wasteland. In the next moment, Fang Chun and Luo Shou appeared in Dark Cave Mountain. This is one of my spatial treasures. Fang Chun briefly explained the situation to Luo Shou. Then, he controlled the heart of the mysterious underworld and drove Dark Cave Mountain forward rapidly. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the sky as bolts of lightning struck Dark Cave Mountain. Crack. Cracks appeared on Dark Cave Mountain, but the mysterious underworld heart was confident that it could pass through the chaotic space. Master, don't worry. As long as we don't encounter a spatial storm, I'm confident that I can pass through the barrier. Fang Chun nodded. He was constantly paying attention to the surroundings and even activated his ancestral eye to look for spatial storms. Move 3 meters to the left. Move 9 meters to the right. Under Fong Chen's control, Dark Cave Mountain easily dodged the terrifying spatial storms and passed through the barrier to arrive at the peak of Black Wind Mountain. Whoosh! Luo Shou was on tenterhooks the entire time, afraid of encountering a spatial storm. Even now, his heart was beating wildly. He didn't dare to believe what he had just experienced. Luo Shou took a deep breath and glanced at the calm and composed Fong Chun. He sighed emotionally. At the peak of Black Wind Mountain, in front of a thatched cottage, voila! A black-robed old man suddenly appeared. His pitch-black eyes looked down at Dark Cave Mountain that was passing through the barrier. Eh! The black-robed old man exclaimed in surprise. His expression changed greatly as he secretly contacted Dead Star Sector Lord. Sector Lord, I found a special space-type treasure. Great Master Black Wind transmitted his voice. Soon, ripples flickered in the void as a phantom condensed from starlight appeared out of nowhere. Sector Lord. Master Black Wind bowed slightly and greeted. What a familiar aura. The starlight phantom looked at Dongwu Mountain, and a vast power surged around him. A moment later, a smile appeared on his face. The aura of the cavern ruins, Emperor. The starlight phantom smiled and said, I've met the cavern ruins great emperor before. Since I've met his descendant today, I'll help him. After saying that, the starlight phantom dissipated. Master Black Wind looked at the void in surprise and nodded. He then waved his sleeve, and a path appeared in the void. He took a step forward. Brother Fong, I really admire you now, Luo Shou said excitedly. Fong Chun stared ahead, feeling uneasy. He didn't know if he would be able to see Master Black Wind. Voila! At this moment, a black-robed old man appeared out of nowhere. Junior Luo Shou greets Master Black Wind. Luo Shou hurriedly cupped his fists. His expression changed as he was afraid that Master Black Wind would kick him out. However, Master Black Wind didn't attack as he expected. Instead, he carefully sized up Fong Chun. What's your name? Master Black Wind asked. Junior Fong Chun greets Master Black Wind. Fong Chun bowed and said, I heard that Master Black Wind is the strongest alchemist in the Starless Domain. That's why I wanted to ask Senior to help me refine an vanishing spirit pill. Master Black Wind was silent as he looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully. As time passed, Fong Chun and Luo Shou looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I can help you refine the pill, but I have a condition. Master Black Wind said. Master, please say it. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he was delighted. I need something. It's in the Starless Mountain Range. Help me get it. Master Black Wind said simply. Starless Mountain Range? Luo Shou whispered. Obviously, he understood the dangers of the Starless Mountain Range. If you don't agree, then forget it. Master Black Wind pretended to leave. Fong Chun was a little anxious as he hurriedly stopped Master Black Wind and said, I agree. Hearing this, Master Black Wind's expression eased a little. Let's go. He brought Fong Chun and Luo Shou to the front of the thatched hut. Wait here while I concoct the pills for you. Master Black Wind warned before leaving. Don't destroy any grass or trees here. Otherwise, I will kill you. After saying this, Fong Chun handed the vanishing spirit grass to Master Black Wind. Master, I still have a star fantasy flower. I don't know if you want to refine the star fantasy pill? Master Black Wind asked. Fong Chun nodded, as expected of Master Black Wind. He didn't say anything, and the latter already knew what he was thinking. Yes. After Master Black Wind left, Luo Shou looked at Fong Chun and said with some doubts, Brother Fong, I don't dare to believe it. Luo Shou spread out his hands and said, Before this, I asked to see Master Black Wind countless times but was rejected. The last time I was even kicked out. But this time, he didn't make things difficult for you and directly refined it for you. Most importantly, not only did he refine the Vanishing Spirit pill, but also the Star Fantasy pill. It was simply inconceivable. I also paid the price. Fong Chun said, What Master Black Wind wants is in the Starless Mountain Range. Although that mountain range is dangerous, it can't stop Master Black Wind. I really don't understand Luo Shou thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Fang Chun waved his hand to stop him. No need to say more. If Master Black Wind wants to kill us, he doesn't need to beat around the bush. In the clouds, there was a bed. The Starlight Phantom was lying on the bed with a chessboard beside it. He picked up the wine cup and drank a mouthful of wine. "You're here?" The Starlight Phantom put down the wine cup and asked indifferently. "Sector Lord, that guy asked me to refine the Vanishing Spirit Pill and the Star Fantasy Pill for him." Master Black Wind said with a smile. "I also followed your instructions and let him enter the Starless Mountain Range. But I don't understand. What does Sector Lord mean?" Master Black Wind didn't understand. Was it just because he had met the Cave Ruins Great Emperor once? The Starlight Phantom raised his head and looked into the distance, lost in his memories. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Even though I've only met the Great Emperor of the Cavern Ruins once, I admire him for his righteousness," said the Great Emperor. The Starlight Phantom said, "This time, I met his descendant in the Starless Domain. Helping him can be considered my respect to the Cave Ruins Great Emperor." The Starlight Phantom shook his head. Others would never understand what kind of person the Cave Ruins Great Emperor was. Master Black Wind really didn't understand. He scratched his head and left the clouds. The Starless Domain was vast, and there were countless experts. However, the one that everyone respected the most was the legendary Starless Domain Lord. This place was usually sparsely populated, and demonic beasts ran rampant. On another barren plain, a person suddenly flew out from an underground cave. He was wearing a red windbreaker, and his eyes were bewitching. When they flashed, they could tear apart the void. The beast-armored male said with a hoarse voice, "The chance to obtain the title of Starless Domain has come." Rumble. They wouldn't miss any chance to obtain the title of Starless Domain Lord, much less the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. However, recently, many prodigies on the Starless Domain Lord list had come out of seclusion and came to this place. Earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, too shocking. A vast waterfall flowed downwards, creating countless splashes. A young elite wearing beast-armored male appeared out of thin air. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked. "Have you heard? Someone saw an enormous Starlight Phantom dissipating in the Starless Domain Lord." Specks of starlight scattered in every corner of the Starless Domain Lord. Some suspect that the inheritance left behind by the Starless Domain Lord has appeared. The Starless Domain Lord list was known as the most dangerous mountain range in the Starless Domain. The news has spread like wildfire in the Starless Domain. Those prodigies that are near the top of the Starless Domain Lord list have all come out of seclusion. It seems that this matter is most likely true. In front of a certain mountain stream, even if it was just a rumor, they weren't willing to miss it. The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord? Ha ha! After waiting for so many years, it's finally here? At the same time, experts came out of seclusion in every hidden location in the Starless Domain. They all had a common goal, and that was the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord and the title of Starless Domain Lord. Chapter 2782. Black Wind Mountain, in front of the thatched hut. Fang Chun and Luo Shou sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently. "Brother Fang, you said that Master Black Wind." Before Luo Shou could finish, he was stopped by Fang Chun. "Wait patiently. Since he chose Master Black Wind, he must have enough confidence in him. Moreover, it's already not easy for Master Black Wind to help him refine pills." Rip! A burst of hearty laughter came from the void. Master Black Wind was flying over. Master Black Wind. Fang Chun and Luo Shou hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Here are your pills." Master Black Wind took out a box and threw it to Fang Chun. The latter received it and opened it. Immediately, a fragrance assailed his nose. After seeing 2 round pills, Fang Chun's heart was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Master Black Wind." Fang Chun thanked. "No need to thank me. It's just a transaction." Master Black Wind said expressionlessly, "After swallowing the Vanishing Spirit Pill, there will be some side effects. You have to be careful. As for the Star Fantasy Pill, if I'm not wrong, you used it to strengthen your illusion cultivation. This pill doesn't have any side effects, and can be swallowed directly. Fangchen nodded. As an alchemist, although his alchemy skills were not as good as Master Black Wind's, he was very clear about these two pills. All right, just eat it here. After that, we'll quickly enter the starless mountain range, Master Black Wind impatiently urged. Buzz. Fangchen first chose the vanishing spirit pill. After putting it in his mouth, it quickly swam into his stomach. Rumble. When the pill's effect spread, the vast power of the vanishing spirit pill erupted and wrapped Fangchen. Seeing this, Luo Shou's eyes widened and his heart trembled. Fangchen discovered that the power of the vanishing spirit pill was corroding his bones after it spread out. Is this the side effect? In order to completely digest the power of the vanishing spirit pill, the corrosive power must be completely eliminated. If it were someone else, perhaps they would be helpless. However, Fangchen was different. As he thought, he activated his black hole bloodline. Wild bloodline power spread throughout his body as he madly absorbed the power of the annihilation spirit pill. In the blink of an eye, the power of the annihilation pill was completely absorbed by the black hole bloodline. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After being refined by the black hole bloodline, the annihilation pill's power was extremely pure. When it was released again, it directly caused Fangchen's power to tremble and break through his bottleneck. Hoo. Fangchen felt that his understanding of the martial path was increasing infinitely, and his strength was also increasing. When the aura around him reached its peak, it finally stopped. The aura that enveloped Fangchen's body gradually dissipated, and peace returned to his body. So strong, Luo Shou could clearly sense that Fangchen seemed to have been reborn in a moment, as if he had become a completely different person. The limit of the star ancient stage. Luo Shou's eyes widened, and he was curious. When Fangchen was at the peak of the star ancient stage, he could already crush young Master Xinghan. Now that his cultivation had increased, could he reach a higher level on the ultimate star list? Thinking of this, Luo Shou trembled. Fangchen's potential was too monstrous. It was simply unprecedented and would not be surpassed in the future. Facing Fangchen, Master Heifeng's indifferent face also revealed a trace of an appreciative smile. His potential is very strong. Master Black Wind muttered to himself. After stabilizing for a moment, Fangchen opened his eyes, took out the star fantasy pill again, and swallowed it. Buzz. The illusory aura around him instantly erupted, forming a huge illusory realm on Black Wind Mountain. Where is this? Luo Shou, who was trapped in the illusory realm, exclaimed. Master Black Wind, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked at Fangchen. This guy. After a long time, he shook his head and sighed. Fangchen's potential was much stronger than he had imagined, especially Fangchen's attainments in illusory techniques, which far surpassed cultivators in the same realm. Even the top 10 on the Ultimate Star list can't compare to him in terms of illusory techniques, right? Master Black Wind said. The process of digesting the Star Fantasy pill was so smooth that even Fangchen was surprised. In less than half an hour, the Star Fantasy pill had completely melted, and Fangchen's illusory techniques had reached a new level. Amazing. After Fangchen kept the illusory realm, Luo Shou gave him a thumbs up. Just relying on illusory techniques, you can stand on the Ultimate Star list. Master Black Wind commented. Luo Shou was even more dumbfounded. Fangchen's comprehensive strength was simply too strong. After that, under Master Black Wind's urging, Fangchen and Luo Shou left Black Wind Mountain. Looking at the two's disappearing figures, Master Black Wind's lips curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. Perhaps the Realm Lord's decision will create a peerless expert. Master Black Wind muttered. The Black Wind Mountain Range wasn't too far from the Starless Mountain Range. Fangchen and Luo Shou rushed at full speed, so they arrived in 5 days. Brother Fang, the Starless Mountain Range is just up ahead. Luo Shou looked at the endless mountain range in front of him and said in a low voice, The Starless Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. There are very few people inside, and demonic beasts run amok. We must be careful. Go in. Fang Chun and Luo Shou rushed towards the starless mountain range. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Countless sounds of breaking through the air came from afar. One by one, cultivators flew past the two of them and entered the starless mountain range. In just a few minutes, several groups of martial artists had entered. What's going on? Why are there so many people entering the starless mountain range? Luo Shou was a bit puzzled. According to the information he obtained, normally there wouldn't be anyone in the starless mountain range, but now, just as Luo Shou was filled with doubts, Fang Chun said, "Ask someone." Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. A group of martial artists wearing starry robes approached from afar. Xing Hansheng, Luo Shou also recognized these people. The robes they wore were too obvious. The martial artists of Xing Hansheng suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Boss, those two people look familiar. Isn't that Luo Shou? Who's the martial artist beside him? The guy who bought the starless spirit grass." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They had clearly received the news that if they met these two people, they would immediately capture them. Because these two people were the ones who indirectly killed young Master Xing Hansheng. The people of Xing Hansheng quickly approached. "I finally found you. Capture them for me." The leader didn't care about anything else and directly gave the order. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. With a flick of his finger, a bright light whizzed out. Pucci. Wherever the light passed, the space would be pierced. The martial artists of Xing Hansheng couldn't resist at all. Miserable screams continuously sounded out. In a flash, the casualties were heavy. How is this possible? The leader's heart trembled as he kept retreating. However, he was smashed to the ground by Fang Chen's fist. "Answer my question. Otherwise, I will smash your head," Fang Chun said coldly. "What are you doing in the starless mountain range?" Blood and killing intent filled the entire starless mountain range. Recently, there are rumors that the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord has appeared in the Starless Mountain Range. It has alarmed the entire Starless Domain. Many prodigies of the Starless Domain have gathered here to search for the inheritance. Fang Chen glanced at him and smashed his head with a punch. Pucci, under the gaze of the supreme ancestral eye, nothing could hide. The starlight is mine. Many prodigies were searching for the starlight. What a strange mountain range. I have already told you everything I know. Can you let me go? The leader said nervously. It was said that gathering 100,000 starlight would open the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. "Ha! The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord is great," Luo Shou said. "Every time the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord appears, someone will obtain the title of Starless." "The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord? Let you go." Fang Chun and Luo Shou looked at each other and said, "The inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord has appeared. Let's go and join in the fun." Recently, starlight constantly flickered in the Starless Mountain Range. As soon as Fang Chun and Luo Shou entered, they felt an incomparably oppressive aura. Luo Shou muttered to himself. He was a little worried. Biting, cold-killing intent spread over. Countless martial artists were fighting each other. It was very miserable. Luo Shou was incomparably excited. However, this was only a corner of the Starless Mountain Range. Fang Chun activated the supreme ancestral eye and looked through the layers of forest to survey the surrounding environment. You're courting death. Chapter 2783. Under the gaze of the Supreme Ancestor Eye, Fang Chun realized that the entire Starless Mountain Range was filled with battles and massacres. Countless martial artists were fighting for the starlight. It seems like the starlight is the key to opening the inheritance of the Starless Domain Lord. Soon, Fang Chun realized this point. At the same time, he also saw the top geniuses on the Starless list. They're too strong. Even if my strength has increased, I'm still no match for them. The top 10 of the Starless list were monsters that could stir up a storm. Let's go. Fang Chun accidentally discovered that a large amount of starlight had appeared in an empty space. He held Luo Shou's hand and quickly entered the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived here. Collect the starlight. Fang Chun said hurriedly. Then he took a big step forward and quickly walked on the barren land to collect the starlight. Voila! With a wave of his hand, he kept a streak of starlight. Luo Shou's speed of collecting the starlight was much slower. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had collected a large amount of starlight. The amount of starlight in the barren land decreased rapidly. Dong dong dong. Just as Fang Chun kept the last streak of starlight, he suddenly felt the ground trembling. "What's going on?" Luo Shou asked anxiously, his face pale. Wong. In the void, a deathly aura appeared, giving off an oppressive feeling. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Not good. Fang Chun looked around and suddenly cursed inwardly. Then he pulled Luo Shou away. Crack! The void where Luo Shou was just now shattered. A ferocious beast with a dense deathly aura appeared in front of Fang Chun. Roar! The ferocious beast roared towards the sky, infuriated. Damned human! How dare you trespass into my race's forbidden ground? Die! The ferocious beast roared and opened its bloody mouth. A dense, deathly aura was released, instantly wrapping around Fang Chun and Luo Shou. Not good. After the deathly aura entered his body, Fang Chun felt his primordial spirit tremble. An attack on the primordial spirit. Fang Chun was shocked. He fully activated his king-level primordial spirit and crushed the death aura in his mind. He turned his head to look. Luo Shou was unable to resist at all. He was like a walking corpse. He placed a hand on Luo Shou's back, forcibly expelling the death aura in his mind. Luo Shou was suddenly jolted awake, his heart filled with lingering fear. Hide! Fang Chun sent Luo Shou into Dark Cave Mountain, while he faced the big guy in front of him alone. You can actually withstand the undead spirit attack of my undead spirit clan. Interesting. The ferocious demonic beast shook its head and said in a deep voice, Undead spirit race. Fang Chun had never heard of this race. Before he could react, the ferocious monster beast attacked again. However, this time, Fang Chun was prepared. His figure flashed, and the ferocious beast's attack missed. At the same time, Fang Chun stepped on the ferocious beast's head and slashed out with his sword, shattering its head. Crack! In the shattered head, a palm-sized ball floated in the void, fleeing in panic. A primordial spirit? The hidden star sword was brandished once again. The sword light formed a powerful cage in the sky, trapping the small ball. What a strong death aura! Fang Chun was even more curious about the undead spirit clan. Their primordial spirits were completely condensed by death aura. An angry roar came from the small ball. Stupid human, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, my undead spirit clan will not let you go. You are already my prisoner, and you still dare to threaten me? Believe it or not, I will crush your primordial spirit now. Fang Chun said. Rumble. At this moment, the overwhelming death aura came head-on, and the void became incomparably oppressive. Seeing this, Fang Chun's heart trembled. In the distant sky, a dense group of ferocious demonic beasts roared. Haha, my undead spirit clan army is here. You are dead. The trapped primordial spirit laughed wildly. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his sleeve, and the primordial spirit clan was sucked into Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he rushed into the distance. Human, kill without mercy. The arrival of the undead spirit clan army filled the entire land with death aura. In the process of escaping, Fang Chun waved his sword, and the heaven and earth trembled. The undead spirit clan at the front was instantly killed. Fang Chun waved his hand, and the small ball suspended in the air was sucked into his pocket. Kill him for me. Fang Chun's actions had completely angered the undead spirit clan. The mighty undead spirit clan army chased after him. I am not afraid of ordinary undead spirit clan, but there is a peak ancient life realm undead spirit clan army. His death aura can threaten my primordial spirit. Fang Chun thought to himself as he fled. The structure of the undead spirit clan's primordial spirit was very strange. Their primordial spirit attacks were special. Even Fang Chun almost fell into their trap for the first time. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was invincible in the same realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the attack of the undead spirit clan. Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the wasteland. However, the army of the undead spirit clan continued to pursue him relentlessly. Valley. While fleeing, Fong Chun found a valley in front of him. Going. Without hesitation, he drilled into the valley. At the same time, Fong Chun quickly arranged a chain array to seal the valley. Rumble. A deafening sound spread into the valley. The chain array shook, but in the end, it resisted the attack of the undead spirit clan army. Phew! Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. If he was surrounded by a large number of undead spirit clan army outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. The undead spirit race can increase the power of their spirit race by devouring primordial spirits, and we humans can also do the same. There were two sides to everything. After checking the information in his mind, Fong Chun also knew the undead spirit race had committed grave sins and was the mortal enemy of humans. Early in the ancient era, during the Battle of the Gods, their race had been annihilated, surrounded and killed by the unparalleled powerhouses of the human race. The undead spirit race of the undead spirit race in the undead star realm was caught by the undead star realm lord and brought here. The purpose was to train the younger generation of the human race. In the clouds, the undead star realm lord's face was full of smiles. Interesting fellow. He has 50 special bloodlines, and he has the black hole bloodline. He should be one of the candidates for the Bloodline King title, right? The Undead Star Realm Lord said. Apart from that, he is also the successor of the Cave Ruins' Great Emperor. Of course, there were two other bloodlines that even the Undead Star Realm Lord couldn't see through. Fong Chen's Space-Time Dao and Sword Dao. His attainments in the Space-Time Dao are extremely high, and I can feel that they are not created by an ordinary person. They seem to be similar to the inheritance of the Void Primogenitor. The Undead Star Realm Lord didn't dare to be sure. He faintly felt that Fong Chan was related to the Void Primogenitor. And Sword Dao. Speaking of Sword Dao, the Undead Star Realm Lord's eyes burned. His Sword Dao potential is simply unimaginable. It's extremely profound, even more profound than the Sky One Sword Emperor I saw before. Just thinking about it was terrifying. If his guess was correct, then there were 4 unparalleled powerhouses behind Fong Chen. It was too shocking. What a mysterious guy. Ancestor Tian, Shu sent you to the Undead Star Realm to let you hide from your enemies. However, if they know that you have these unparalleled powerhouses behind you, they will probably be scared silly. When Ancestor Tian, Shu sent Fong Chen in, he had greeted the Undead Star Realm Lord. However, the latter was only returning the favor and didn't care. It wasn't until a mortal cave mountain appeared that he noticed Fong Chun. Now that he had a deeper understanding, he felt even more shocked. However, with those old fellows' personalities, they probably won't let you know. They are testing you and tempering you. The Undead Star Realm Lord smiled. The chain formation at the entrance of the valley was at risk of being broken at any time. Every once in a while, Fong Chun would set up a new chain formation. The undead soul race was really trapped outside, and after absorbing the spirits of the undead soul race, he clearly felt that his primordial spirit had improved significantly. The circulation of his spirit soul art also became smoother. This scene made Fong Chun extremely excited. If I can devour a large number of spirits, maybe my primordial spirit can reach the Emperor level. The primordial spirit was divided into 9 realms. Above the 9 Yuan realm was the King level, Emperor level, and Emperor level. An Emperor level primordial spirit. Fong Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Since ancient times, those who had an Emperor level primordial spirit had all become unparalleled powerhouses standing at the peak of the immemorial chaos. Even an Emperor-level primordial spirit was enough to shock the world. I can't bite off more than I can chew. Let's improve my primordial spirit to the peak of the King level first. Fong Chen muttered. He thought of a way. From time to time, He would deliberately break a small gap in the chain formation and let a few undead soul race in. Then, he would seal the valley, kill the undead soul race, and absorb their spirits. In this way, he wouldn't have to bear the threat of the undead soul race army and could also quickly improve his primordial spirit. At the same time, the situation in the huge Undead Star Mountain range suddenly changed. In the void clouds, in front of the starlight bed, the Undead Star Realm Lord picked up the Shirako and placed it on the chessboard. The experts on the Undead Star list were constantly killing. Smoke rose, and the war was chaotic. One after another, cultivators fell into a pool of blood. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. If it was in the past, can you imagine that a guy who cultivated for 50 to 60,000 years would have a battle prowess comparable to the life ancient realm? The Undead Star Realm Lord asked, especially after seeing the several unparalleled powerhouses behind Fang Chun. He became even more interested in him. What a joke. Even in ancient times, there wouldn't be such a monstrous genius. You've lost again. As time passed, the competition for the Starlight Bed also entered a white-hot stage. There were even experts on the Undead Star list who banded together to kill others. Master Black Wind sat in front of the chessboard, playing chess with the Undead Star Realm Lord. However, there was almost no one comparable to the Life Ancient Realm. But his potential is unprecedented. I can feel that in the future, he will definitely be able to spread his wings and soar to the peak of the immemorial chaos. The Undead Star Realm Lord said, Realm Lord, although that guy is smart, it won't be long before the king of the undead soul race comes out of seclusion. At that time, how will he resist? Master Black Wind asked. In short, the peaceful Undead Star Mountain range was completely disrupted by the experts on the Undead Star list. No buts. The Undead Star Realm Lord, created the Undead Star Realm to nurture geniuses. If I can witness the rise of an expert like the Cave Ruin's great emperor, I will have no regrets in my life. Seeing this, Master Black Wind felt helpless. He had never won against the Realm Lord. Master Black Wind shook his head. Chapter 2785. Fang Chun and Luo Shou hid in the valley and used a chain array to successfully block the dead spirit race. At the same time, they used a unique method to kill the dead spirit race and absorb their spirits. It had to be said that the spirits of the dead spirit race were simply a great supplement to the primordial spirit of a human cultivator. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Chun had absorbed countless spirits. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the king stage a few months ago. Rumble. His divine sense spread out, and a vast soul, Tao, power swept over. It was incomparably shocking. Luo Shou witnessed the process of Fang Chun's primordial spirit improving with his own eyes. His heart trembled. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chun. Monstrous waves surged in his heart. Too strong. At this moment, his admiration for Fang Chun had reached an extreme level. In half a year, Fang Chun's primordial spirit had reached an unimaginable level. One had to know that in their generation, the soul Tao power of the geniuses on the unmatched star list was only at this level. Fang Chun had only cultivated for half a year, but he had reached such a level. Moreover, what shocked Luo Shou was that after Fang Chun's primordial spirit reached the peak of the king stage, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to absorb spirits crazily. This made him realize a problem. Fang Chun wanted to break through to a higher level of the soul Tao. Emperor's stage. Luo Shou blurted out. His face was filled with shock. Crack! While he was thinking, Fang Chun killed a few dead spirit race members with a punch and quickly refined their spirits. Whoosh! He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Soul Tao power surged around his body, and a thunderous sound lingered in his ears. It's about time. Fang Chun's eyes emitted a scorching light. After cultivating crazily for half a year, the time was finally ripe. Today, he would break through to the Emperor's stage. If he succeeded, his divine sense would reach an unimaginable level and complete the most perfect transformation. At that time, his soul Tao power will be able to suppress a mere unmatched star list expert. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fong Chen's face tightened. He didn't dare to be careless. The breakthrough this time was of great importance. Once he failed, his soul would suffer a backlash, and his half a year of bitter cultivation would be wasted. Furthermore, in the process of killing the spirit tribe, Fong Chen also learned a secret. The king of the undead spirit race seemed to be coming out of seclusion. He was very powerful. Once he came out, it would be a blow to Fong Chen. Therefore, he had to succeed no matter what. Dong! Deafening roars came from outside the valley. The chain array shook, and the outermost array formation shattered from time to time. However, the speed at which Fong Chen set up the array formation far surpassed the speed at which the undead race broke it. Damned humans! Foolish human, your end has come. Ha! The king of my clan is about to come out of seclusion. Not only you, but all the humans in the entire Starless Mountain Range will die at the hands of my undead spirit clan. A furious roar entered Fong Chen's ears. Open! Fong Chen raised his hand and waved it gently. A ray of light entered the array formation. Crack! The power of the array formation spun wildly, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Go kill that damned human. In the past half a year, the grudge between Fong Chen and the undead spirit race had accumulated to a certain extent. Now, there was only one thought in the minds of many undead spirit race members, and that was to kill Fong Chen. Seeing the terrifying vortex that appeared on the chain array formation, they plunged into it without hesitation. Buzz! An oppressive aura came from the air. Under Fong Chen's control, the first undead spirit race member passed through the chain array formation. Black demon sky-splitting. Fong Chen pierced the head of the undead spirit race member unexpectedly with a demon extinction sword in his hand at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Ah! A miserable cry came out of its mouth. The black demon sky-splitting was a secret assassination technique. Together with the demon extinction sword, it could erupt with a powerful force. Under Fong Chen's control, he could easily smash the head of the undead spirit race member into pieces. The body of the undead spirit race member exploded, and its soul escaped. Who? Fong Chen opened his palm, and a powerful suction force enveloped it. In a flash, it was absorbed. Come, all of you. Fong Chen's eyes flashed with madness. He opened his hands and waited for the arrival of the undead spirit race army. As time passed, the undead spirit race members rushed into the valley one after another, surrounding Fong Chen. Crack! The demon extinction sword appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Fong Chen's figure turned into thousands of clones. Almost every undead spirit race member had to face Fong Chen's powerful attack. In the end, Fong Chen even displayed the chaotic origin sword. Unparalleled sword Dao. Unparalleled sword Qi soared into the sky. The hidden star sword exploded with a destructive force. At the same time, Fong Chen activated his supreme ancestral eye. A powerful illusory aura spread out, forming a huge illusory realm in an instant. Many undead spirit race members fell into the illusory realm. At the same time, they were enveloped by the power of the ancestral eye, unable to move. It's about time. Looking at the densely packed undead spirit race members trapped in the illusory realm, Fong Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. The sword Dao aura around him rose to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, took a step forward, and slashed at the void. The huge hidden star sword split the void and bombarded the bodies of the undead spirit race members. This sword contained an incredible power. Wherever the sword passed, there would be miserable screams. The densely packed souls were suspended in midair and absorbed by Fong Chen. What a powerful sword technique! Luo Shou was already dumbfounded. He had a certain understanding of Fong Chen's sword technique. But now, Fong Chen used it again. Luo Shou was still very shocked. I've never seen such a profound sword technique. Even Empyrean Realm Lord, who was in the clouds, exclaimed softly when he saw this scene. This guy's sword Dao potential is really heaven-defying. Empyrean Realm Lord discovered that he had still underestimated Fong Chen's sword Dao potential. Even the Tiani Sword Emperor, whose name shook the immemorial chaos era, was only at this level when he was young. The more he interacted with him, the more Empyrean Realm Lord discovered that Fang Chun had the shadow of the Tiani Sword Emperor. If this guy is the successor of the Tiani Sword Emperor, then everything can be explained. Empyrean Realm Lord muttered. Whoosh! The void rippled, and 5 figures appeared in front of the starlight bed. Realm Lord, I really can't believe that there is such a monstrous sword Dao genius in this world. I even suspect that we have returned to the ancient era. Master Black Wind curled his lips. Yes, it seems that we have been in Empyrean Realm for too long and have been cut off from the outside world. The outside world has changed too quickly. Although it is no longer as prosperous as the ancient era, every era has its own main character. Everyone thinks that our Empyrean Realm is the best training ground for ancient gods in the immemorial chaos era. But they don't know how much we have to pay to nurture geniuses. These people were all under Empyrean Realm Lord's command like Master Blackwind. They had followed Empyrean Realm Lord since a long time ago. Realm Lord, with your strength, who in the immemorial chaos era would dare to oppose you if you raised your arms and shouted? The green-robed elder asked in confusion. But I don't understand why you are willing to live in Empyrean Realm all these years. The 5 looked at each other, and they shook their heads. Soon, the model of the 4th move appeared in Fang Chen's mind. I see. We are with you, Realm Lord. Although the 5 of them said that they still stood with Empyrean Realm Lord at the crucial moment. The moment his primordial spirit evolved, some of the doubts he had towards the Sword Dao were resolved. After absorbing the densely packed spirits, Fang Chen's primordial spirit underwent a metamorphosis. Hearing that, Empyrean Realm Lord's expression changed. He then shook his head and sighed. In the valley, blood flowed like a river. The corpses of the undead spirit race were piled up like a mountain. That's it. Wong. After a moment of silence, Empyrean Realm Lord slowly said, You might not know the situation back then. If you had seen that scene, you wouldn't have questioned what I'm doing now. Fang Chun muttered. He revealed an anxious expression. Fang Chun continuously executed the chaotic origin sword. His attack power had reached a level that could destroy the heavens and earth. Could it be that the battle of gods in the immemorial era has defeated your spirit? Is it about to evolve? At the same time, his body trembled as a thought flashed through his mind. Soon after, an excited smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Amen? Chapter 2786. His Peking primordial spirit was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Powerful soul Dao energy surrounded his body, perfectly fusing with the chaotic origin sword body. To a large extent, this gave Fang Chun some inspiration. Boom! The power in his body vibrated, and all his bloodlines, including the black hole bloodline, were released. Colorful light appeared in the sky. Many bloodline powers gathered together, forming a powerful pressure. Pucci, Lu Osho's body was directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. His heart trembled, and he was dumbfounded. In front of the starlight bed, Empyrean Star Realm Lord and his 5 subordinates were looking at Fang Chun with interest. It seems that this guy is going to have a breakthrough in his sword technique. As soon as Empyrean Star Realm Lord finished speaking, Fang Chen's body shook, and the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. Bloodline, soul power. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. At this moment, he merged his bloodline power and soul power, fusing them into his invincible Sword Dao. Go! Following Fang Chen's light shout, the hidden star sword carried an unimaginable power as it slashed out. Kacha! Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. The undead spirit race that was hit by the hidden star sword directly exploded, and miserable screams could be heard endlessly. With one slash, the undead spirit race was destroyed. When this vast sword slashed the ground, the densely packed undead spirit race were all annihilated, and not a single one was left alive. At the same time, the valley became a scene of devastation. Voila! Fang Chen opened his eyes, and the hidden star sword released a powerful force. Wong. At the same time, his primordial spirit also experienced a great shock. Emperor Realm? In his mind, a dazzling light was released. It was unbelievable. Fang Chun could feel that his primordial spirit had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even a single thought was enough to destroy the world. Is this the Emperor Realm primordial spirit? After absorbing many spirits, Fang Chen's primordial spirit finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Emperor Realm. Ooh! Letting out a sigh of relief, Fang Chun put away the star-hidden sword. The fourth move of the invincible sword principle had been created, and his primordial spirit had been upgraded to the Emperor level. Although his cultivation base was still at the peak of the Star Ancient Realm, his true battle prowess had reached an unprecedented level. Fang Chun clenched his fists, and a cracking sound could be heard in the air. He felt that the power in his body was incomparably abundant. Since this move is based on the power of the Soul Dao and the power of the bloodline, let's call it the Blood Soul Sword. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chun said slowly, "The Ravage Valley was a complete mess." After a while, the oppressive aura in the air gradually dissipated. Luo Shou crawled up and walked over to Fang Chen's side. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Fang Chun smiled brilliantly at Luo Shou, but the latter stood there in a daze. Roar! An angry roar came from the distant horizon. Fang Chun turned his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. "The king of the undead spirit clan?" Fang Chun murmured, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. If it was before, Fang Chun would definitely be afraid of the king of the undead spirit clan. But now, his strength had increased rapidly, and he couldn't wait to deal with it. Roar! Another roar rang out, and the entire Starless Mountain range shook. Countless warriors looked at the source of the sound in horror. They were all wondering if a powerful demonic beast had been born. Some people even fled in panic, for fear of being hunted down by this powerful demonic beast. Dong! The earth trembled, and in the distant horizon, a ferocious phantom of 100 feet tall approached from afar. "Brother Luo Shou, wait for me here." After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he stood in the air, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand. The sword domain enveloped an area of 100 miles. Everything was under his control. Roar! The roar of the beast was getting closer and closer. In the end, it directly tore through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chun. The body of 100 feet tall, like a mountain, stood in front of Fang Chun. The king of the undead spirit clan exuded a terrifying aura of death. Luo Shou swore that this was the closest he had ever been to death. It was too terrifying. That aura made him feel desperate. "Brother Fang." Luo Shou looked at Fang Chun with some worry and shouted loudly. The latter ignored him and quietly looked at the big guy in front of him. "Human." The king of death spirit spoke in human language and said angrily. Seeing the corpses of the undead spirit clan everywhere in the valley, he was burning with anger. He couldn't wait to tear the human warrior in front of him into pieces. "You deserve to die for killing my clansmen." As soon as the king of death spirit's voice fell, his big claw suddenly grabbed the void. Suddenly, the void in front of Fang Chun collapsed. His figure turned into a streamer and quickly moved away. "King of death spirit, you are no match for me." Fang Chun stood proudly, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice. His voice echoed in the sky. After hearing it, the king of death spirit laughed wildly. "Are you talking to me, weak human?" The king of death spirit took a step forward. His huge body pressed forward, and the aura of death directly shattered Fang Chen's sword domain. However, in the face of the menacing king of death spirit, Fang Chun was fearless. Suddenly, the king of death spirit exuded a vast power and pressed down on Fang Chun. Spirit. Fang Chun felt the uniqueness of the king of death spirit's spirit. The power of the soul principle released by it was even more incredible. "It's so strange." Fang Chun was surprised. "If my primordial spirit hadn't broken through to the Emperor Realm, I wouldn't have been able to resist the attack of the king of death spirit's spirit." Fortunately, his primordial spirit had already evolved, so in the eyes of others, the attack of the King of Death Spirit was just SOSO in front of him. Buzz. The King of Death Spirit's spirit vibrated, and the majestic aura of death filled the entire sky. Finally, it surrounded Fong Chun and pressed down on his primordial spirit. The spirit of the Undead Spirit clan is the nemesis of humans. The King of Death Spirit said in a deep voice, "In the face of my spirit's attack, you will lose everything." King of Death Spirit, you are too arrogant. Fong Chun sneered, and, at the same time, he activated his Emperor Realm primordial spirit. The golden primordial spirit suddenly expanded and rotated rapidly. The powerful soul principle power roared out like a volcanic eruption. Hiss! The power of the Emperor Realm primordial spirit was not comparable to the King of Death Spirit's spirit. In a flash, Fong Chen's soul principle power completely devoured the King of Death Spirit's aura of death. He placed the Undead Spirit clan in the Dead Star boundary to train the young generation of geniuses. He had already seen that Fong Chen's primordial spirit contained a strong aura of the spirit. He suddenly waved his big claws, and the sky was torn apart. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the clouds, in front of the starlight bed. Die! The King of Death Spirit's huge body moved, and the aura of death spread out. The King of Death Spirit took a few steps back, and his big eyes stared at Fong Chun. Who on earth is fighting? The Tianyi Sword Emperor. It must be the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. What an interesting guy. How long has it been since he entered the Dead Star boundary? Master Black Wind exclaimed. The battle fluctuations are too big. Could it be one of the top 10 geniuses on the Dead Star list? When the King of Death Spirit fought with Fong Chun, the battle fluctuations spread throughout the Dead Star mountain range. Damn human. When Fong Chun asked him to help him refine the Dead Star pill and the Star Fantasy pill, he did not expect that this guy could destroy the Undead Spirit clan and suppress the King of Death Spirit with his sword. Impossible. Even the top 10 geniuses on the Dead Star list can't make such a powerful sound. The King of Death Spirit is best at spirit soul attacks. Now, this guy's primordial spirit has reached the Emperor level, and it can completely crush his spirit soul. The Dead Star Boundary Lord said, once this guy uses his mysterious sword technique, the King of Death Spirit will definitely lose. Everyone's heart was filled with doubts. If he defeated the King of Death Spirit, he would reach the top of the Dead Star list. At the same time, countless martial artists were filled with fear as they looked in the direction of the battle. Yes, only the Tianyi Sword Emperor can train such a heaven-defying sword Dao genius. Seeing this scene, the Dead Star Boundary Lord laughed heartily. His face was ferocious, and he roared to the sky, his heart burning with anger. The Dead Star Boundary Lord seemed to have seen Fong Chun stepping on the bones of the Undead Spirit clan and taking the most important step.